Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Was a Villain serial killer story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. The one-shot removed the hood. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ordered. Izuku obliged him by taking off the hood and shaking out his bright green curls with a smile. He also took off his cloth face mask and tucked it away in his pocket to reveal freckles and his lower face. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 narrowed his eyes, sighing, and placed a red blinking recording device on the metal table and then laced his fingers together. Please state your name and age for confirmation in the presence of my quirk, Truth, he said firmly. Midoriya Izuku, age 14. Izuku said without complaint. Izuku grinned at Eraserhead, giving him a fluttering wave before he crossed his arms. Midoriya, do you know how serious this is? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. Seriously. Absolutely, detective, I believe this is, not very serious at all. Izuku grinned. It was more baring his teeth than a real smile. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed again. Congrats on capturing me, by the way. It's cute that you worked so hard for this. Midoriya, can you tell us about how you became a villain? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, ignoring Izuku's teasing as he assessed him. You started as a vigilante when you were 9 years old, correct? I guess you could say that. I got bored one day and decided to see what it was like. Izuku shrugged. It was fun, kicking the SHT out of people and leaving them on your doorstep. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded, writing something on his clipboard. You started killing other villains soon after you turned 11, dropping their bodies off at the station instead, correct? No. Izuku grinned while 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 frowned. Alright. When did you start killing? Well, I had my first kill when I was 5, but it was mostly accidental. Can you elaborate? My good detective, I'd love to. Izuku laughed. See, my dad decided I was old enough to start using my quirk. Unfortunately, my first test subject had a mutation quirk, and he didn't survive. Poor thing, his wings were torn off him in such an unpleasant way. Izuku clicked his tongue and grinned wickedly. Unpleasant, but appealing. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was frowning, flipping through the thin folder of information they had on the villain, drop off. Izuku never liked the name, but it was accurate enough. He did drop off villains at the stations, after all. Dead or alive. We haven't had any reports of your quirk doing anything like that. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 frowned. We haven't had any reports of your quirk at all. Well, that's because I kill the ones I use my quirk on. Can't have them spilling my secrets before I'm ready now, can I? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 frowned harder at Izuku's flippant tone. Can you state your quirk for the record, in the presence of my quirk, Truth? I can. Quirk, steal, at your service, detective. Izuku gave a little bow, grinning wickedly as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 went dead pale. Or cute, you've guessed who my father is, then. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Eraserhead turned to his partner, looking at him with narrowed eyes when 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said nothing in response. We're sending him to Tartarus. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said immediately, which made Eraserhead blanch. What? Why? He's a child. His father is the most feared villain ever, Eraser. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stressed, dark eyes glued to Izuku's wicked smile. He's the son of the boogeyman of the underground. Seriously? Come on, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, that's irrational. There hasn't been any proof he even exists. He's a legend. I've seen him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said as he turned to Eraserhead, taking his eyes off Izuku for the first time. All Might went against him 5 years ago and defeated him. He's known as All for One. Oh yeah, Dad was mad about that, by the way. Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Mama smacked him for it when he got home. Only idiots get caught by accident. He's still alive. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 choked, making Izuku laugh. Duh, you think All Might actually killed him? Sorry to break it to you, but Dad's fine. Injured? Yes. Inconvenienced? Yes. But all you really did was ensure that my brother will replace Dad in a few years. Izuku sighed dramatically. Dad's gonna retire, which'll be so boring. There's more of you. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 jumped to his feet and slammed his hand on the table, making Izuku blink and Eraserhead sigh. Tell me everything. Now. No. Izuku said, bringing a hand up to examine his fingernails. You're throwing me in Tartarus, which, again, would be so boring, and I am allergic to boredom. How can I collect and kill if I'm in Tartarus? A waste of my talents is what it is. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, you need to be rational. Drop-off clearly has no interest in running the underworld. Eraserhead said, staring at the detective blankly. If what you say is true, he'd have done it by now if he was. Sit down. Good point. Izuku pointed at Eraser with his handcuffed hands. How did we even arrest you? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 narrowed his eyes at Izuku. The reports say an officer just tackled and handcuffed you. How many quirks do you have? A little under 100. Izuku shrugged. I'd have more, but Dad says I need to be selective because clutter gets annoying after a while. I haven't noticed, but that's what he said. Why didn't you leave? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 demanded. You could have just, I don't know, not been arrested. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, his wearing quirk suppressants. Aizawa sighed. I thought this would be interesting. Izuku shrugged, answering 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's question. You've been trying to catch me since I was 9 years old. I figured I'd give you a chance to have your fun. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, if you don't sit down and do this interrogation properly, I'm taking you off the case. Eraserhead snapped. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stilled, staring the hero down, then sat back down stiffly. Fine. He cleared his throat and picked up the file again. So your quirk is called steal. Can you elaborate? My quirk allows me to take the quirks of others and use them for myself. Izuku rolled his eyes. It's pretty self-explanatory. Can you give back the quirks you've taken? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked shakily. No. Izuku pouted, crossing his arms. It's stupid. Dad says it's my only shortcoming, but Mama doesn't care. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded slowly but moved on. And how does it activate? I can pull them towards me whenever I want. Izuku said, brightening happily, which made 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stiffen. Currently, I can pull any quirk towards me that's within a mile radius of my position. In addition, I know any and all quirks in that radius and can understand their uses perfectly, if I want to. Much better than Dad's quirk, in my opinion. So you can feel everyone in the building? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked calmly, even as his face drained of color. Yep. It's interesting. Did you know one of your employees has a quirk that allows him to walk on water? Izuku asked brightly, such a useful quirk. Seems useless, but if he were paired with the girl who can create water from nothing, they could be a perfect duo. Imagine the girl creates a waterfall staircase, the boy can just go up it. Izuku sighed. You people have no creativity. Can't believe you stuck him in a lab and made the girl an assistant. My Doria, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 didn't get to finish because Izuku's phone rang. I'm sorry, it's Mama. I'll put her on speakerphone. Izuku dug around in his pocket to reveal his phone, awkwardly tapped the green button with his wrist at an odd angle because of the HNDCFFS, then clicked the speaker icon. Hey Mama, you're on speakerphone, say hi to Eraserhead and the detective. Hello 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, Aizawa. She said, clearly amused. Izuku could just imagine her eyebrows going up as they did when she was pleasantly surprised. Izuku, I said you could spend 2 days at the station, not 5. Your brother nearly destroyed the house when I said he couldn't kill the police officers to get you back. Sorry Mama. Izuku smiled, ignoring the pale detective and sighing hero, I'll be home soon. Promise. You'd better. Don't think I'll let you keep going out if you pull this again. I gave you a curfew and you weren't back by then. Her voice was stern and it made Izuku wince. Sorry Mama. He said again. She huffed into the phone, perfectly portraying her disappointment. He sighed. I'll be home before Dad notices. Okay. Well, hurry up. He gets back tomorrow. Yes Mama. Love you. Love you too baby. Go easy on 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, you know his quirk gives him migraines. She hung up then and Izuku sighed. He tucked his phone away and smiled at the duo across the table. I'd better go, Mama was very clear. You think we'd release you just like that? Eraserhead raised an eyebrow, but then his eyes went completely colorless and blankly white. What the? He immediately stood with a shout, shoving back his chair and stumbling backwards with a hand over his eyes. Your quirk doesn't work if you're blind, Eraserhead. I'll be going now, Izuku said, activating a quirk called Whiteoat. He then stood and easily unclasped the HNDCFFS. You should have double-checked, Detective. I don't approve of quirk suppressants. Tsukochi stood, panicked, jumping forward to grab at Izuku. Unfortunately, he was a split second too late as Izuku blinked himself away. Izuku hated blinking, but it was his only teleportation quirk. He landed roughly on his kitchen floor, groaning as his back slammed into one of the cabinets. Quirk, blink was useful. It allowed the user to teleport at will through blinking, but it made Izuku's insides feel all twisted and yucky like he was shoved through a RBB tube. Mema. Miura. I'm home. Izuku yelled into the house, climbing to his feet and dusting himself off. He briefly acted purge, which would boil any contaminants from his body. It was to make sure the tracker they'd slipped in his food was burned away and destroyed. Honestly, did they think he wouldn't notice? Zoo. Tomura came crashing into the kitchen, slamming into Izuku as he grabbed him into a tight hug. Why did you get yourself arrested? That was stupid. Now they know your stats, idiot. I know, Miura, but I wanted them to. Izuku laughed, gently pulling away and grinning at his brother's glare. They were getting bored, and I heard Tsukochi say he was considering handing my case off because he was tired of me. Can you believe it? Yes. Tomura deadpanned, earning a punch in the arm. They both laughed. Sensei's coming home tomorrow. Tomura, we've talked about this. Their mother appeared with a soft smile. He's not a teacher, he's your dad. He's nothing like that horrible man you called a father, though, remember? Yes, mother. Tomura said softly, making Izuku smile. Inko gently caressed his face and then kissed his forehead. Anyway, Dad is coming home. I know. That's why I came back. Also, Ma, you're terrifying. Izuku gave her a look which made her grin at him. She may seem soft with her rounded body and innocent teary eyes, but it was a facade. She was terrifying. Hisoshi will probably ask about what you've been up to, so be prepared. Okay. She raised an eyebrow. He nodded quickly. Yep. I never went to the police station. Izuku then paused with a frown. Wait, I need to go out again. Tomura groaned. What now? Zoo. I wanted to show you my new gaming setup. Mother bought me those pre-quirk lights I wanted. The ones that are little and all straight in a line. Izuku asked, tilting his head. Those are the ones that come with the little remotes, making them change color. He remembered. Yes. Yes. Tomura exclaimed, eyes slightly crazed with excitement. What sort of side quest do you need to go on anyway? You'll just have to wait and see. Izuku said mysteriously. Oh Miura, if I gave you a quest of your own, up for it. Depends. Tomura crossed his arms. What is it? It's a hacking job. Izuku grinned when Tomura cackled in delight. All right. Let's hear it. Tomura prompted. I want you to scrub all of the footage from every police station from the entire week. All of it. Audio, interviews, data, everything you can get your extremely dangerous hands on. Izuku laughed at the absolutely delighted look on his brother's face. All of it. You're not making me keep some. Tomura's eyes were ecstatic as he grinned almost maniacally. Nope. Have at it. Destroy whatever you want and feel free to add whatever villainous viruses and bugs you want. Perfect. You never let me have at it like this. Tomura exclaimed, running upstairs. I'll be back. Mother. I'll be in my room doing very villainous things. Inko laughed after her oldest, turning back to her youngest with a fond smile. You didn't have to do that. She asked, making Izuku shrug with a smile. I like making him happy. You know how Dad makes him do those precision jobs where subtly matters. Giving him free rein to destroy always makes his day. His mother ruffled his curls softly. Oh Izuku, I missed you. She pulled him into a hug. Welcome home. He sighed, burying his freckle-covered face in her shoulder. I missed you too. It's good to be home. Izuku pulled away with a sigh. I'm headed back to the police station. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 recorded the interview, so I need that recording device. Okay baby. Be home for dinner, alright? I will. Izuku smiled at her and then activated Blink. Izuku slammed into the hard floor of a familiar interrogation room with a groan, standing up and waving at the camera for Tomura. He then activated Chameleon and slipped out of the room. Chameleon was a complex quirk that made his cells and small things in contact with his skin completely translucent, allowing people to see right through him without even knowing it. Izuku took note of where everyone was using steel, found 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 in his office, then headed down the corridor on silent feet. He went slowly, ensuring nobody heard or could otherwise notice him, grinning as someone looked right through him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was still in his office when Izuku got there, so he gently opened the door with a maniacal grin. Who's there? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. When the door was fully open but there was no one for 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to see, he shot to his feet and drew his gun. I'm warning you. Reveal yourself. Izuku did not do this. He instead used psychokinesis to open the window a few inches before slamming it shut with a clatter. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 spun around and immediately turned his full attention to the window as Izuku spotted the recording device on the desk. Izuku snatched it up and hid it in his pocket, the device vanishing, then went completely still. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 turned back around and immediately noticed the missing recording device. He fumbled for his phone, eyes darting suspiciously around the room as he dialed a number and pressed call. Aizawa, we have a problem. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said before the other person on the line could say anything. Do I need to come back? I just left the station. The recording device is gone. I don't know what good your presence would do, but it's definitely a problem. You lost it. I think someone with an invisibility type quirk came into my office. That's the only way I can explain the door opening by itself and then the window slamming shut. I never saw anyone and I was standing right there. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ran a hand through his hair roughly. I hadn't even downloaded the interrogation yet, we have no proof it happened at all. What about the camera footage? Interrogation rooms have audio. Eraserhead said calmly. Think rationally, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. You're panicking. Okay. I'm sorry. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 muttered, taking a deep breath. It's just, the commission needs to know about this. You know how they are, they won't take anything seriously unless proof is shoved down their throats. Call me back when you've figured it out. Eraserhead promptly hung up on the detective and Izuku grinned. If the only proof Midoriya Izuku, son of AFO, existed in the footage and the device in his pocket, then Izuku was golden. He got what he wanted. He had 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's attention, scared the hell out of him, and nobody had any proof he'd done so. The best part was that nobody else had seen his face. Nobody besides 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Eraserhead. Izuku knew this because no one had been watching the interrogation behind the double-sided mirror, and Izuku hadn't shown his face, hair, or even his eyes to anyone during the days in his cell. It was flawlessly executed, just as he had planned. Izuku stayed only a minute more, watching 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sit back down at his desk and try to pull up the footage that Tomura was destroying. Izuku was immensely pleased at the panic on 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's face. No. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 exclaimed, smashing buttons on his computer in frustration. Damn it. Izuku laughed, making 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stiffen and snap his eyes to Izuku, but it made no difference. Using Blink and deactivating Chameleon, Izuku was home the next second while immediately landing on his but in Tomura's bedroom with a defeated groan. It's hilarious watching you use that quirk, 𝐒. Izuku looked up at his brother's grin with a glare. Before you ask, I've ruined all police stations in a 100-mile radius. Excellent. Izuku laughed as he stood, brushing himself off. Did you see me wave? I waved at you. I did. Tomura cackled, very nice. You landed on your butt then too. Oh, come off it. Izuku shoved his brother and made him cackle. Can I have the recording device? Tomura asked, fingers twitching and eyes bright. Sure, here you go. Izuku handed it over easily. Tomura pressed all 5 fingers to the little device and cackled as it dissolved into dust. You've been practicing. Mother's been bugging me. Tomura groaned. You're 20, Tomura, you need perfect control of your quirk, Tomura. No, you can't just play games all day, Tomura. He playfully made his voice high-pitched and bossy. Izuku burst out laughing. She's amazing like that. Izuku giggled, making his brother sigh. I think it's great you're still practicing. Hey, I stopped disintegrating things randomly when I was 12. Tomura defended, crossing his arms. Sometimes I mess up, yes, but so does everyone. I know, Tomura. Izuku said, smiling. That's why you don't even wear gloves anymore. It's proof of how cool you are. Izuku pulled Tomura into a hug, his brother melting slightly at the affection. Really, remember when I tried getting a hang of that crumble quirk? Tomura pulled away with a laugh. You wanted a quirk like mine because you said it was powerful and you couldn't steal it. Tomura grinned, you destroyed literally everything for a week before. Mother gave you that ultimatum. Did you know it still stands? Izuku raised an eyebrow. If I use that quirk even a little bit, I'm grounded, and have to wear gloves for the rest of the week, even if I turn it off. Serves you right. Tomura flicked Izuku's forehead. Not everyone can be as cool as me. Too true, too true. Izuku said, nodding seriously. Tomura shoved him and Izuku laughed. Izuku. Both of them froze, then slowly turned to the door where their dad was lingering in the doorway. You've been busy these last few days. Hey Dad. Izuku waved nervously. You're back early. You're dead. Tomura whispered, earning a smack from Izuku that made him choke on a laugh. Come along, Izuku. Their dad called, holding out an arm. Kurogiri will be scooting us to my office. Oh, man. Izuku groaned. Tomura patted his shoulder and Izuku walked forward with resignation. He took his dad's offered hand, his hand being swallowed by his father's huge one, as one of Kurogiri's portals appeared before them. His dad pulled him through without delay. Now, Izuku, you know you'll need to be punished for this. Hisoshi said, sitting down behind his desk heavily. Izuku could feel the disappointed stare, even through his dad's mask. I know. Izuku said, toeing the carpet with one of his feet. I was bored. You can't keep misbehaving just because you're bored, little one. Hisoshi chided, making Izuku cross his arms. Your punishment will be a little more severe than just being grounded. Okay, what is it? Izuku sighed. He just hoped his dad didn't make him go another month quirkless. That was the worst. He had a quirk suppressant around his ankle the whole time, he'd gotten so bored. Yeah, most of his mental quirks still worked despite the suppressants, but it's still scared. You'll be taking the UA Heroics entrance exam and spending a year as a heroic student. His voice held sharp finality. Izuku gaped at him in disbelief for a solid second after. No. He exclaimed, eyes widening with horror. No, you can't. Izuku, you got yourself arrested. Hisoshi scolded with heavy disappointment. Purposefully, I might add. You revealed your face and name, which put all of us at risk. A year in high school isn't the end of the world. In addition, you're only allowed to use 2 quirks the entire time you're at school. Dad, please, I won't do it again. Izuku cried desperately, don't make me go to UA. I can't do school, I can't. There's people there, Dad. They'll talk to me and want to be my friend. Let this be a reminder, Izuku. His dad said, standing. This will be your longest punishment yet, but if you promise to be on your best behavior, then I'll consider pulling you after just a few months. Dad, please don't. Izuku tried again, clasping his hands together desperately. I might not even pass. Izuku. His father's voice was sharp. My punishment is final. You will pass, and you will go to UA. You've always hated the idea of being a hero, and now you'll have to act like one. It won't kill you, so let it be a lesson. Izuku wilted, dropping his head and nodding. Yes, Dad. His voice shook with both anger and tears. Hisoshi stood and came over to hug him gently. Izuku pressed his face into his father's chest. When Izuku was dropped back off in Tomura's room, he immediately fell face first on his brother's bed and started screaming into a pillow. Tomura spun in his desk chair and raised an eyebrow. "What did Dad say?" "I'm gonna be a hero student at UA." Izuku cried, sitting up to whine at Tomura. "Maybe as long as a whole year." "Ouch." Tomura winced. He assessed Izuku's teary eyes and his shaking fists, then nodded. "Wanna go to Takoba and destroy the trash? 3 days worth of dishes duty says I destroy more than you." Izuku gasped and jumped to his feet. "I'll get my gloves. I'm gonna use crumble, yo on." Tomura cackled as Izuku sprinted from the room. "Kurogiri, we're going to destroy a beach." "What?" Chapter 2, the continued story. Izuku frowned at his brother as he crossed yet another quirk off the list. "Why can't I use heave?" Izuku asked, leaning over the list. "Strength quirks are useful. You think all quirks are useful?" Tomura grumbled, eyeing the very few that he hadn't crossed out yet. "Sense, Dad says you have to pass, which means you need something stereotypically heroic and powerful." Tomura scowled. "Dad told you that you'd be taking the entrance exam 2 whole weeks ago. You should have picked sooner, but you're stuck on that one stupid, 'I'm not budging' on a tract." Izuku huffed, crossing his arms. "I picked it 2 weeks ago and I'm not changing my mind." "Why?" "Psychokinesis is so much better." His brother threw his hands up. "Attract only brings things towards you. Specifically your hands, and that's it. Psychokinesis allows you to move things around however you want with your mind. Well, attract is like Mama's." Izuku admitted, flushing as he looked away. Tomura stared at him for a moment, sighed, then reluctantly circled attract. "Fine. So what else? Also, have you come up with an explanation for how you have 2 quirks?" Tomura turned to raise an eyebrow. "Dad says you can pick 2. That depends on what we pick." Izuku hummed. "They'll have to be able to pass as one chew." "Izuku, you have 10 minutes before you need to leave." Inko came bustling in with a disapproving expression. "What's this?" she asked, leaning forward to examine the paper. "Zu still hasn't picked which quirks he wants to use." Tomura made a face. "So we wrote down all the quirks he has and we're sorting through them because he needs to get his butt in gear. He picked attract for one of them." "Or, Izuku?" Inko ruffled Izuku's hair with a soft smile. He glared at the wall with his face still red. "I think push would be a perfect secondary quirk. It's centered in the hands too. You could call your quirk push and pull, say it's based on mine. Genetics are so random it would make sense that the quirk could mutate to be more powerful." "I like it." Izuku beamed, then started tapping his brother's shoulder repeatedly. Mura, I want that one." Fine." Tomura circled push with a sigh. "You'll be a little weakling of a hero, Zu, but fine. Don't forget the new address on your way back." "It's not new, Tomura, it was Mama's apartment that Dad kept even after she moved here to be with him." Izuku corrected. "Yeah, well, I say it's new." Tomura huffed. "I've never been there." "I already told you, Tomura, you don't have to live there if you don't want to." Inko said, smiling at him. "I know you like it here, and don't really like Hisosh's Hugh quirk." "I want to." Tomura said immediately, "I want to. Staying here without you and Zu would be awful." He looked down at his lap, so Inko bent down to hug him gently. "I know. You're sure you're okay with it? Hugh isn't that bad. It just feels like being dunked in ice water briefly." Tomura sighed and Izuku laughed. "What colors are you going to pick?" Izuku asked. "Hugh only changes hair and eye color." "I'll keep my red eyes, but my hair's gonna match yours," Tomura said, turning to grin at Izuku. "Except mine won't look like a piece of broccoli." "Hey!" Izuku said, reaching up to touch his messy curls with a pout. "That's so mean. Mama. Mura is bullying me." She laughed, patting his cheek fondly. "Come on, Izuku, you need to go. Kurogiri will take you to the apartment and you'll take the train from there." "Okay." Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. "Tomura and I will be moving into the apartment while you're gone. Everything should be set up by the time you get home, so don't worry too much. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 should visit in the next few days. Eraserhead will see me testing and inevitably know when I pass, so make sure everything really is set up. Izuku reminded her as he grabbed his backpack. By Miura. Go lie your murderous little butt off, Zu. Tomura grinned. Izuku laughed and kissed his mother's cheek as he stepped into the portal that had appeared in the doorway. He stepped out into a very empty apartment. There was no furniture, but also no dust. It was clean and polished, as if the occupants had only just moved out to make room for them. The floors were nice, clean, and pretty, though bland. Izuku smiled. It wasn't home, but it would work. Shouldering his backpack, Izuku opened the front door, then locked it behind him with the key he'd been given for his perfectly normal home that most definitely wasn't full of villains. Nope. Duh. Izuku sighed as he took the train to UA, already resigned to his inevitable success. The UA entrance exam was a test against robots, but they handed out heroic points like candy. All Izuku had to do was destroy some robots and save a few kids and bam, his hero material. Upon his arrival at UA, Izuku rather immediately felt out of place. The story was that the Midoriyas were a well-off, middle-income family, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 homeschooled both her children because she wanted to keep her sons close after her boyfriend abandoned her. Because of this, Izuku had no middle school uniform, so he stuck out like a sore thumb. Part of him knew nobody cared or were staring, but his anxiety said they were judging him. What? They didn't like his sweatpants and t-shirt combo. People were grouped by school, and, since Izuku didn't have a school, he was plopped right near the front with the Nabu City Middle School. Izuku was curious, so he activated Steel and let it spread out to feel for quirks. It was immediately assaulting him with the knowledge of quirk after quirk after quirk, and it made Izuku's head spin with need. One in particular, 2 seats down, had a hypnosis quirk that could put people in SBMSSV and mindless states that make them susceptible to the commands of the user. It sounded amazing and he wanted it. To distract himself, Izuku began to doodle on a piece of paper. However, he quickly became bored and decided to try and turn it into a paper airplane. The folds were sloppy, and it was a little bit of a mess, but it sort of looked like an airplane. MIC was talking, but Izuku didn't care. Would his airplane even fly? Probably not, he wasn't outside where there was wind. He was also in the front row, where would he even throw it to? If he threw it up at the students in the back and used push, maybe it would work. He could try. Izuku stuck out his tongue in concentration and then threw it as hard as he could, pushing it up and into the air. He gasped in delight as it flew, seeing it float upwards, but then a boy stood up at exactly the wrong time. The airplane smacked right into the boy's face and bounced off his glasses. Izuku burst out laughing in the following silence. Did you throw that? The boy glared while Izuku laughed. This is a serious orientation. You are disrespecting UA by doing such childish. Yes, it's mine. Izuku interrupted, wheezing. Here, throw it back. The boy glared, pushing up his glasses. No. You threw it at me and it's only fair you don't get it back. Izuku frowned. That's rude. Izuku said, offended. He then made a grabbing motion and the plane floated out of the boy's hand and back into his palm. Izuku pouted in his seat, crossing his arms as MIC called everyone's attention back. Izuku brought out another sheet of paper and started again, making another airplane. The second one came out better, less sloppy and the lines more crisp. He beamed at it when he was done. He was considering throwing it when the lights flicked on and Izuku looked up in surprise. It seemed MIC was done blabbering about nothing, which was good. Izuku popped out of his seat and immediately threw his airplane happily. Unfortunately, it ended up smacking into someone again. Why can't people just get out of his way? His little plane just wanted to be free. DMN it. Izuku complained, scooping it up. Oh man, the wing is damaged. Don't you care about the exam at all? Izuku looked up at the annoyed voice and came face to face with the hypnosis user's purple eyes. Why would I? It's not like it's gonna be hard. Izuku frowned. Oh, you're one of those. The boy scowled. You think you'll skate by so easily you don't even need to pay attention, right? I mean, yeah. Izuku shrugged. Anyone could. Though, they forgot to add the secondary scoring to the pamphlet. Did MIC mention it? Excuse me. The boy looked tiredly annoyed. Izuku blinked. The heroic points. Did he mention the heroic points? Izuku repeated slowly. Seriously, it's like you weren't listening. What are heroic points? The boy's face was screwed up in confusion. Izuku sighed. They give out points to people who seem heroic. Super easy. Izuku shrugged. I think they're called rescue points. They're testing people to see if they'll prioritize destroying robots instead of protecting their fellow examinees. You're serious? Izuku zoned in on the boy's face. He recognized that tone. It was a bland tone that tried to hide desperation. Izuku could see heavy scrutiny in the boy's gaze. There's another way, besides the robots. Obviously. How do you think people with non-physical quirks get in? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Look, this talk was great, but I don't do friends. Good luck or whatever, I'm sure whatever heroic dreams you have will come true and all that. Sire. Izuku brushed past the boy without another word and threw his paper airplane again. Using push and pull, that was absolutely what his quirk was. Nothing suspicious here. He made it swish through the air away from him and back without issues. He made sure to aim above people's heads to avoid more crashes. The wing was already bent and that was just annoying. Izuku sighed as he arrived at the testing grounds, so he threw his paper airplane one more time and pushed it all the way up and over the wall and into the city. He smiled as it disappeared. When a hand came down on his shoulder, Izuku reflexively reached back and grabbed the muscular arm of the person and promptly threw them to the ground at his feet. The boy in blue went up and over Izuku's shoulder and slammed back first into the ground. Izuku dusted off his hands and bent down to glare at the boy who had the wind knocked completely out of him. What the F did you touch me for? Izuku exclaimed angrily. It's extremely rude to touch people without permission, idiot. The boy on the ground gasped for breath as Izuku took a step back, and he slowly climbed to his feet shakily. The people around them were staring, but Izuku didn't care as he crossed his arms and waited for the boy to speak. You shouldn't attack people for touching you. The boy scolded, winded slightly. I only meant to ask if you're taking this exam seriously. You can do that without touching me. Izuku scolded. Seriously, don't you know about consent? Some of the people around him snickered as Izuku put his hands on his hips. Besides, who cares if I'm taking the exam seriously? Isn't that better for you? If I fail, you're more likely to succeed. Lay off butt. Izuku then marched away and crossed his arms as he glared at the doors. He already wanted to leave. Start. Izuku glanced up at present MIC before jogging into the arena. Other people were running, but Izuku just calmly jogged. Robots burst out in front of people and Izuku reached out a hand with a grin. Using pull, he ripped the control panel right out of its chest and threw it into the street with a little of push. Following the group, Izuku randomly yanked the cores out of robots that he could, but he also occasionally pulled people out of the way of lasers when he could. They always cried out in surprise, but Izuku didn't care. Safety first and all that heroic. Izuku was horribly bored by the time the ground started to shake. He briefly considered it to be an earthquake, but his mind was abruptly changed when he saw a massive robot climbing out of the ground from between two buildings. Izuku laughed upon seeing the terrified expressions on the examinees and grinned at the robot. It would be fun to take down. If only he could use separate. It allowed the user to turn anyone inside out with a single thought. He'd never used it, but was sort of dying to find an excuse to. The robot slammed a fist into the ground, cracking the concrete and blowing debris everywhere. Izuku would have grinned, but instead he sighed. A girl was stuck, and Izuku was a nice and perfectly heroic examinee. Izuku jumped off the roof, rolling as he landed, then immediately started using push to shove the concrete blocks off the girl. Once enough was cleared, Izuku used pull so she was yanked towards him. He caught her easily, bridal style, then gave her a pretty smile that made her go pink in the face. Considering his next move, Izuku set her on her feet. Go on, get to safety, he said evenly. Then he turned back to the robot and shut his eyes for dramatic effect. He put both hands up and took a deep breath as the robot closed in. Using push, he shoved the robot so hard it stumbled backwards into a building, then used pull to yank its whole core out and as many electric wires as he could. It flew right at Izuku, who sidestepped it, then he gently pushed the girl out of the way too. The robot collapsed backwards, slamming into nearby buildings and sending metal in every direction. To be polite, Izuku pushed every projectile aimed at the students away with a smile. Oh, how heroic he was, look at him, he was so cool. That was when the exam ended. Izuku sighed as MIC yelled and started back towards the entrance. He accepted the gummies recovery girl gave him with a nod before leisurely heading back to the main campus. Izuku left UA and took the train home, unlocking the door and stepping inside without delay. He then blinked as he shut the door behind him. Izuku, welcome home, his mother said with an amused inflection. He snickered as he swayed to the indoor shoes he found by the door. Nice place we have. The pictures are real cute. Izuku raised his eyebrow at the framed pictures of a baby Izuku with a very anxious Tomura holding him like glass figurine. The pictures were real, so were most of the others, but Tomura had green hair in every single one of them. There was also an absence of gloves on Tomura's untrained hands. Obviously they had been modified. Hisoshi thought they'd make the place more welcoming and authentic. She laughed. Oh, he wanted to give you a quirk today, in preparation for the detective's visit. Kurogiri will take you. Sounds good. Izuku smiled, barely containing his excitement. Because Kurogiri was seemingly omniscient, he appeared as if called and created a portal directly beneath Izuku's feet. Kind of him. Izuku. Izuku heard his father's voice as he fell through the portal and slammed into the floor of his father's office with an as he landed on his butt. Hiya, Dad. Izuku wheezed as he climbed to his feet. His dad smiled. The detective plans on visiting tomorrow morning. Everything is going as planned. I still can't believe you officially added us to the quirk registry. Izuku groaned, rubbing his aching tailbone. Spies are handy, I'll give you that. You put your fake quirk on your application, and the apartment's address. Adjustments needed to be made. Identities created, families moved, and all that. His father smiled. Here, I have a quirk for you. Izuku walked over to stand by Hisoshi's desk and let his dad put a hand on his head. The new quirk felt like lies. It felt like smoke, untouchable, able to slip through fingers without resistance. It curled inside his throat, as if mist and secret spilled from his lips and leaked from his vocal cords. It tasted like protection melding with his mind. It made him shiver. It's an immunity quirk. Izuku gasped as he felt the drawback slam into him in response to the new quirk. Izuku had never been drunk, but did it feel like it whenever he got a new quirk. His head was spinning and he felt like giggling like a maniac. It allows the user to block mental quirks. It activates manually, like a SWCH. Exactly right, Izuku. His dad praised as Izuku shook his head to clear his jumbled thoughts. It means, when activated, you'll be protected from analysis quirks, search quirks, and anything mental that can't be otherwise avoided. Now, why have I given this to you? Detective Tsukochi. Izuku blinked. This way I can lie to him, instead of just answering evasively. Right again. Hisoshi grinned. Your mom had a boyfriend who abandoned her before she met me and had you, so she can imply he was your father instead of me. She has helped with Tomura's education, so she has no need to lie. She'll have to be careful, though. They cannot arrest any of you because everything you tell them will be the truth, according to Tsukochi's quirk, but they can arrest your mother and brother if you don't take control of the situation. Although, maybe deactivate it to lie occasionally. Nobody is always honest. It could tip him off that you're somehow tricking his quirk. I got this. Izuku grinned, playing with turning it on and off. I would like to remind you how disappointed I am in you, though. Izuku wilted. Showing your face to the detective without any kind of caution or thought put us in danger, and I am trusting you to make it right. I know. Izuku swallowed heavily. And I'm sorry. Don't fail me, Izuku. All for One said softly. Don't worry, Izuku smiled. I have a family to protect. Izuku, get the door. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 called sweetly as the doorbell chimed the next day. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 climbed off the couch, abandoning the fake homeschooling papers his mother had laid out for the occasion. All part of the facade. Can I help you? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked, frowning as if he were confused as he opened the door. We're not expecting guests. He made sure 𝐭𝐻𝐻 was active before he said it. Midoriya, we'd like to come in. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said with a harsh glare. Eraserhead was behind him. He had cleaned up, his hair was tied back and he was out of his baggy hero jumpsuit. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 frowned harder at them. I'm sorry, you can't come in. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, I don't know who you are, and strangers aren't allowed inside. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 recoiled physically, turning to Eraser with an expression that screamed what the F is, telling the truth. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 muttered to Eraserhead under his breath. They probably thought 𝐒𝐿𝐴 couldn't hear it, but he did. Listen-in was a hearing quirk he'd picked up when he was about 12 to sharpen his hearing. It allowed him to hear conversations he otherwise wouldn't be able to hear. Not super powerful, since it only allowed him to hear conversations and not all sounds, but definitely handy. Bye, I hope you have a nice day. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 went to shut the door but a hand shot out and grabbed it, preventing 𝐒𝐿𝐴 from shutting it. Wait! 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 exclaimed. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 slowly opened the door wider again with narrowed eyes. I am Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, and this is Pro Hero Eraserhead. We're here about your application to UA. Oh, are you here with my exam results? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 raised an eyebrow. I was told they'd send a letter, and it's way too soon. Are you sure you're from UA? Do you have proof of identity? 𝐭𝐻𝐻 appeared behind 𝐒𝐿𝐴, her eyes wide and innocent. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 nodded to her. Yes, He pulled out his police badge and showed it to her. Eraserhead flashed his hero license. Well then, come on in. She smiled and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stepped aside with a reluctant frown painted on his face. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 flopped down on the couch and started mindlessly doing the maths that he was supposedly meant to be doing for his imaginary homeschooling. You can sit, if you like. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 heard his mother say. The detective and Eraser came inside and sat down on the opposite couch, while 𝐭𝐻𝐻 came to sit next to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. He pretended to be focused on his work as she ran a hand through his curls and glanced at his work with an approving nod. So, you said you're here about UA? 𝐭𝐻𝐻 prompted. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 glanced up to see 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 looking faintly panicked, probably because he had no idea what to say. Yes. We're here to ask a few questions. He said, glancing at Eraser. The hero sighed. My name is Aizawa Shota, and I'm a homeroom teacher at UA. Eraserhead said tiredly. We decided to be more careful about selections this year and are interviewing students we have our eyes on. Sometimes they get in, sometimes they don't, however, so this isn't a guarantee for his acceptance. Thank you for clarifying. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 smiled at them. What did you want to ask? Mother, who was at the door? Tomura entered right when he was supposed to, blinking in false surprise at the two men on his couch. Oh, hi. Tomura, this is Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 and one of the teachers at UA. She smiled at him. Tomura's job was to confuse the officers and sell the whole family thing. Basically he was just distracting them. Did the little idiot get expelled already? Tomura grinned, coming over to ruffle 𝐒𝐿𝐴's hair. Hey! Mean. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, looking up to stick his tongue out. I did not. I wouldn't be surprised if you did, you little menace. Tomura teased. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 turned off 𝐭𝐻𝐻 for only a moment. I am not a menace. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stated, I am a treasure. He then activated 𝐭𝐻𝐻 again. Tomura laughed and grabbed one of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's homework sheets and held it above his head. What you gonna do, shorty? He teased, making 𝐒𝐿𝐴 jump off the couch and try to grab it. Maybe it'd be better if you were expelled. You're so short. Give it back. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 exclaimed while laughing, then ran after his brother as Tomura dipped. Boys. Oh, dear. They heard their mother sigh as they ran out. This quest is the best. Tomura declared as 𝐒𝐴 slammed his bedroom door dramatically. Tomura ripped the paper in half and cackled. Did you see their faces? No, but I bet they weren't very happy. 𝐒𝐴 giggled. Come on, give me the homework. I gotta go and complain about my horribly mean older brother. Tomura snickered as he handed it over. Want to play Mario Kart after they leave? Absolutely. Izuku grinned. He waved to his brother and then left the room with mock annoyance in his expression. Mother! Izuku yelled into the house. He heard her dramatic sigh as he came back into the room with a frown. Mura ripped up my maths. Oh baby, I'll print you another one. She used pull to gently take the papers from him as he crossed his arms. He locked himself in his room so I can't even rip up his maths. Izuku scowled. You know how he feels about maths, Izuku, he'd probably thank you for it. It was true and it made Izuku huff in amusement. Sorry, detective, you were asking about Izuku wanting to be a hero. That's right, I want to know why he applied to UA. Tsukochi nodded. Inko looked at Izuku pointedly and he plopped down with a sigh. Time to lie. Heroes are annoying, and sometimes they don't do things right. Izuku huffed, trying to decide on his fake motivation to be a hero. I think I can make a difference. I know I'm abrasive, and I don't like making friends, and the only person I really like is my brother, but saving people sounds sort of cool. He smiled at the two men. Besides, I think a desk job would be so boring. Tsukochi shuddered visibly at the word, but his mother laughed. You've been saying that for years, Izuku. She said, smiling. Izuku has always said he'll never ever do a desk job. He can't stand being bored. Izuku grinned at her, then looked back at his papers as if deciding which one to do next. Is there anything else, detective? No, I believe I have everything. He said, obviously frustrated and confused. You'll receive the results of your exam by the end of the week. Izuku looked up to grin at them with a nod. As the two men left, Izuku activated range, a more advanced hearing quirk that he hated because it allowed him to hear any and all sounds in a 100-foot radius, even through walls. It always gave him a migraine trying to focus with it active. He shut his eyes to concentrate on the two men who shut the door behind themselves. He must be getting around my quirk somehow. Izuku heard Tsukochi say immediately. At the station he admitted he was Midoriya Izuku. This kid, that's definitely Drop-Off. Or Drop-Off had a way around your quirk. Aizawa sighed. I don't see any evidence Midoriya Izuku is a villain. He said he wants to be a hero. I already said he must have a way around my quirk. Tsukochi said, they even look the same. Same face, same name, it can't be a coincidence. Tsukochi, has it ever occurred to you that Drop-Off might have a quirk that allowed him to shapeshift? Eraser responded tiredly. It's likely he showed us a false face to throw us off. Drop-Off was intelligent, cocky, and uncaring to a fault. The Midoriya we just met is intelligent, childish, and honest. You only signaled one lie the entire time, and it was when he denied being a menace to his older brother. But Drop-Off has a brother. Do you have any idea how many people in this world have brothers? Eraserhead sounded absolutely done with life. It made Izuku grin. Whoever Drop-Off is, that's not him. The Midoriyas are innocent. I don't get it. Tsukochi said, completely ignoring Eraserhead's words. The mother said she had a boyfriend who left her before Izuku was born. Could that have been all for one? Tsukochi, I'm serious. Drop it. You heard what Drop-Off's mother said on the phone. She clearly stated all for one was still around. Clearly he didn't abandon anyone. But, I said drop it, Tsukochi. The footsteps Izuku could hear stopped. Eraserhead's voice was lethal. I'll remove you from the Drop-Off case if you keep accusing an innocent child. He passed your little test, and he did it with honesty. The evidence says it's not him. Leave them alone. Satisfied, Izuku opened his eyes and turned off the quirk. It had already given him a headache. So, what did they say? His mother asked, raising an eyebrow. We're safe. Izuku sighed, rubbing his temple ruefully. Tsukochi is mad, but Eraser yelled at him for accusing an innocent family and not letting it go even after proof they were innocent. Tsukochi will definitely still be suspicious, but Eraser is on our side. Wonderful. She laughed. What did they ask while I was with Tomura? Izuku tilted his head. They just asked about your father. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grinned. I told them I was abandoned by a boyfriend before you were born. They didn't bother asking how long ago it was, so I didn't mention it was when I was 19. They assumed he was my father and abandoned you while you were. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 with me. Smart. 𝐒𝐿 laughed. His mother smiled fondly, then grinned. I'll make katsudon for dinner for the occasion. She grinned even wider as 𝐒𝐿 gasped. Oh, thank you, Mama. He hugged her tightly and then pulled back with a laugh. I'm off to lose horribly at Mario Kart, bye. His mother's laughter followed him through the house and he grinned. Another day, another villainous success. What more could he ask for, really? Chapter 3. 𝐒𝐿 was dragging a body to the police station, humming. He'd taken another quirk. It was impossible to pass up. Feature shift allowed the user to change and mold their features however they want. Colors, shapes, everything. It was annoying it only applied to the face and hair though. Imagine the possibilities if he could add extra arms to himself. That was a spectacular quirk. Currently, 𝐒𝐿 was wearing a face that looked like Tomura's. He had a skin rash across his eyes and a scar through his lip, messy and long blue hair with red eyes and no freckles. He also changed his vocal cords a little, which was why he was humming. In general, 𝐒𝐿 found the sensation of feature shift uncomfortable. It felt like his skin was stretched too far and yet pinched in every way, his hair felt like he'd been wearing a ponytail for too long, and his throat hurt like he'd been screaming all day. Not impossible to manage, but also not very pleasant. As he reached the station, 𝐒𝐿 threw the body at the door and smiled at the satisfying thump it made against the glass. The doors didn't break, and he couldn't see through the frosted tint, but the glass always made a happy little noise. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 seemed to be camping by the door though, because he burst out of the police station and tripped over the body, making 𝐒𝐿 laugh. It felt odd with his new vocal cords, but a laugh was a laugh no matter what voice did it. Drop off. You fooled 𝐿𝐴ZR but you can't trick me. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 yelled. Oh. Did you finally guess that I was the one to steal your adorable little recording device and all the camera footage? 𝐒𝐿 asked, playing dumb. So it was you. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 exclaimed, Diamin, giving myself away. Oopsie. 𝐒𝐿 laughed, and then quite suddenly Eraserhead scarf came out of nowhere and yanked him backwards. Hey. 𝐒𝐿 activated blink, but his hood snagged and came right off as he landed a short distance away from Eraser. He landed in a crouch, trying not to wobble too much, and then he glared at Eraser. Well, that was rude. 𝐒𝐿 pulled his hood back up and tucked his blue hair behind his ears so it didn't get in his face. Maybe he should clip his hood on. It had fallen off before. What? 𝐒𝐿 looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and found him staring at 𝐒𝐿's red eyes in disbelief. I bring you a perfectly good villain body and this is what I get. 𝐒𝐿 teased, standing up from his crouched position. How inconsiderate of you. We arrested you once and we'll do it again. Eraserhead said. 𝐒𝐿 gave him a fleeting glance and grinned behind his mask. I'd like to see you try. 𝐒𝐿 blinked away with a grin and then landed on his butt in his kitchen. It wasn't until he'd melted his features away and hopped to his feet that he realized he'd teleported to the wrong house. Sign, 𝐒� blinked again and crashed into the correct kitchen back at the apartment. Oh hey Zu. 𝐒� looked up to see Tomura grinning down at him. Hey Mura. He replied. What's you, hey? His older brother kicked him in the shoulder and then laughed at 𝐒�'s pout. That was mean. 𝐒� sat up and rubbed his shoulder dramatically. Mama. Tomura kicked me. Don't provoke him if you don't want to get kicked. 𝐭's voice rang through the house. I didn't provoke him. 𝐒� yelled back, offended. I was minding my own business. Sure 𝐒�. She called. 𝐒� glared at his brother who was shaking with silent laughter and a hand over his mouth. You're dead. 𝐒� grinned. Tomura sprinted away, and 𝐒� jumped to his feet to run after him. Tomura slammed his bedroom door, but 𝐒� blinked into Tomura's room and slammed into his brother hard. OF. They tumbled to the ground and Tomura hit his elbows harshly on the floor, while 𝐒� landed on top of him. Aha! I have you now. 𝐒� pressed his hands to his brother's chest to hold him down, but Tomura's legs twisted against his and rolled them as he grinned widely. "Hey, boys!" They both froze and looked at the door as their mother pulled it open. She sighed. "Break it up, you two. Izuku, your letter is here." 𝐭𝐴 gave them both a stern look and left the room. Izuku dropped his head in defeat, and Tomura pushed off him with his hands on Izuku's chest. "Hey!" Izuku wheezed as Tomura climbed off him and sent his brother a glare. "You started it." Tomura shrugged as Izuku climbed to his feet. "I did not." Izuku exclaimed, "You kicked me." "Nope." Tomura grinned, "I was minding my own business and you started chasing me." "Izuku, stop bothering Tomura and come open your letter." 𝐭𝐴 called from the living room. "I hate you." Izuku hissed at his very smug older brother. "This isn't over." Tomura just stuck out his tongue. Izuku and Tomura headed into the living room, but they ended up having a minor shoving competition in the hallway that Izuku won when Tomura hit the wall. "Here." 𝐭𝐴 smiled as she handed him a thick white envelope. Izuku glared at it before he took it from her. He opened it with an unhappy frown while Tomura grinned unsympathetically, and then all three of them blinked in surprise when a heavy disc fell out of the envelope and landed on the floor with a thud. Then All Might's face was on their living room wall. "I am here, as a projection." Tomura shrieked, backing up with a glare that could cut glass and clutching his hands to his chest so he wouldn't accidentally decay something in his anger, and Izuku recoiled harshly enough to bump into Tomura with a shriek of his own. Their mother, of course, simply glared at the projection and crossed her arms. "I came to this town to work at UA, and I am here with your exam results. All Might's in Musutafu." Tomura exclaimed. "His teaching at UA." Izuku screeched at the same time. 𝐭𝐴 shushed them both. "You received top marks in the written exam. Excellent work, young Midoriya. On top of that, you collected 68 points in the practical exam. However," All Might held up a pausing finger with a grin, "there is also a secret scoring given by a panel of judges as another basic ability we at UA look at." A scoreboard showed on the hologram, showing 53 RP and 68 VP in first place. Midoriya Izuku was written right next to it. Midoriya Izuku, 121 points. All Might declared. "I take it back, push and pull is completely OP," Tomura blurted. Izuku grinned. The scoreboard disappeared to show All Might holding out a beckoning hand towards the camera with a wide smile. "Welcome, young Midoriya. This is your hero academy." "I might pass out." Izuku groaned. "Why this year? Why me? Kurogiri. Take me to Dad, I need to ask him to fake my death." Kurogiri materialized in a swirl of purple, but no portal opened. "Your father sends his regards, and warns you to exercise restraint," Kurogiri said calmly as Izuku choked. "All Might is not your goal. You are to continue your punishment with no changes. God FDMN it." Izuku raged. "What about me?" Tomura asked excitedly. "Can I kill All Might?" "No. Can I kill All Might?" 𝐭𝐴 asked with narrowed eyes. "Also no. This is it, I'm done for." Izuku lamented as he fell face first onto the couch. "I'll die because my BLD pressure gets too high from restraining the urge to use separate on All Might." "Oh, Izuku," Kurogiri said, making Izuku look up from his moping. "Your father wants to compliment you on your stunt at the police station today." "Here. Whether it was intentional or not, Tsukochi has now seen you wearing a face aside from your real Midoriya Izuku face." Izuku blinked. Oh yeah, he'd been wearing Tomura's face. Eraserhead is using that as yet another piece of evidence against Tsukochi's accusations. "Oh, fantastic." Izuku grinned. "Is it a problem I was wearing Tomura's face?" "Excuse me." "No, your father doesn't believe Tsukochi will make the connection. Tomura's skin condition has improved over the years, and his hair is green at the moment." Kurogiri ignored Tomura. "However, it is best if you do not use Tomura's face in front of Tsukochi again." "Noted." Izuku sighed, dropping his face back into the couch cushions. Kurogiri left with an audible swirl of his misty form, and Izuku let out a muffled scream into the couch cushion. Izuku! He felt one of his mother's soft hands start to slide his curls. Just because you can't kill All Might doesn't mean you can't make his life miserable. What? Izuku sat up so fast his mother was left blinking in surprise. How? For one, you don't have to pretend to like him. Inko grinned. You can insult him, ignore him, or outright glare at him as much as you want. There's plenty of people who don't like heroes, and you admitted to Eraserhead and Tsukochi that you believe most heroes mess things up more than they help. Yes. Izuku's eyes widened. Mama, you're a genius. Chapter 4 I Want to Die. Izuku declared, glaring at his reflection. I think you look good. His mother said brightly, brushing a curl out of his face. No, I'd want to die too if I was wearing a UA uniform. Tomura said thoughtfully. Not to mention the shoulder dots. Embarrassing. What's wrong with the shoulder dots? Inko frowned, reaching to touch the single metal stud on the uniform's shoulder. Each course has a different number of dots on their shoulders. Izuku sighed. Hero course has one, closest to their neck. General education has one dot in the same spot and another one lower on the shoulder, and so on. You get the idea. See? Tomura snickered. Hero course. Talk about embarrassing. Mura, I will hunt you for sport. Izuku snapped, making his brother laugh. Here I am with a present for you and you're handing out threats. Tomura let out a dramatic sigh. I guess you don't want it. Suddenly I'm no longer feeling murderous. Izuku grinned and made grabby hands at his brother. Gimme. Tomura laughed, and he pulled a black binder out from one of the living room tables and handed it over. You told me about making those paper airplanes during the orientation. Tomura said as Izuku opened the binder. That's paper specifically to help idiots like you make airplanes properly. Oh my gosh! Izuku exclaimed, beaming. Thank you, Tomura. Don't mention it, Zu. Tomura messed up his curls with a grin. You have to go, Izuku. His mother smiled fondly, looking between Izuku and his brother fondly. Wouldn't want to be late on your first day. Yes, I would. Izuku grumbled, crossing his arms. He tucked the binder away in his bag, and then he pulled the backpack on to awkwardly adjust the uncomfortable straps. Tomura grinned in amusement and Izuku stuck his tongue. Thanks for the paper, but I still hate you. If you die from your sulky dramatics, I'll be sure to bury you with your maths homework. Tomura responded as Izuku headed for the door, that way you can have it with you in the afterlife. Screw off, Mura. At least I can actually do quadratic equations, unlike you. Izuku yelled back and then slammed the door to cut off his brother's offended sputtering. With one last huff, Izuku headed out of the apartment building and headed for the train station. People gave him smiles on his way. They probably assumed that if they wished him luck they could someday say they supported that one hero, insert cringy hero name, before they was popular. Gatekeeping behavior, honestly. Too bad for them, Izuku was never going to have a cringy hero name for them to support because he was never going to be a hero, and they didn't assign hero names until second year at the earliest anyway. Izuku looked up at Yue, holding his backpack straps and feeling like an idiot, and he only had one thought, school. Like a good child who definitely wanted to be a hero, Izuku entered the building and headed for the 1A classroom. He'd memorized it on the map he'd been given. When his uniform arrived. One thing was for sure, Izuku was not going to be one of the embarrassingly idiotic students who arrived late because they had no idea where they were going. As expected of Yue, the door he arrived at was a bajillion feet high and screamed money. It just made Izuku sigh as he shoved the door open. There were about 10 people inside, half the class, and Izuku ignored them as he plopped down in his seat and pulled out the binder Tomura had given him. Just like Tomura said, the papers had guidelines on them. They were dotted and showed him exactly where to fold the flaps. Izuku concentrated as he folded the little flaps, his tongue peeking out of his mouth as he tried his very best not to F it up, and when he finished he gasped in delight at the perfect-looking plane. So you managed to make a plane that didn't look like SE. Izuku looked up as he recognized the voice. It was the hypnosis quirk user. Yep. My brother got me airplane paper. 𝐒𝐿 proudly showed off the binder full of paper. Now I'll have a whole army of perfect little airplanes. 𝐒𝐿 grinned up at the boy who was staring with a raised eyebrow. You're insane. He commented. I'm aware. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Did you need something? The boy raised a hand to rub the back of his neck with a sheepish grin that made 𝐒𝐿 raise an eyebrow. I just wanted to say thank you for telling me about the rescue points. The boy said, eyes not on 𝐒𝐿 as he spoke. I wouldn't have gotten in otherwise. Oh sure. 𝐒𝐿 said, waving him off. Heroic SHT right. Sharing is caring and all that. He rolled his eyes and went back to his airplane. Right. The boy muttered. Look, do you hate me or something? 𝐒𝐿 looked up at him and frowned when he saw the boy's eyebrows drawn together in hurt confusion. Why would I hate you? 𝐒𝐿 asked. You were sitting with my school. Did they tell you anything? No, should they have? 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow as the boy frowned harder. You meant it when you said you don't do friends. The boy sighed. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, looking back at his desk to start on a second plane. Not really a people person. 𝐒𝐿 admitted, folding an edge carefully. My brother's the only one who can put up with my essages, so it's because you've never had friends, then. ♯♯Shinso frowned. And you have. 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow, again, looking the boy up and down. You seem to be trying desperately to talk to me, which means you probably want to be my friend but don't know how to say it because you don't do friends either. The boy blinked for a moment before he grinned. It was all teeth, but it seemed genuine. I'm ♯Shinso. The boy introduced. Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 said, going back to folding his airplane. Since neither of us do the whole friend thing, let's not be friends. So we're acquaintances? No. 𝐒𝐿 denied, folding another flap carefully. Can't we just be two people who know each other and will probably stick together because neither of us want to be friends with the idiots we have for classmates? Fair enough. 𝐒𝐿 noticed ♯Shinso shrug. Go somewhere else if you're here to make friends. A quiet voice said from the doorway, and 𝐒� froze. He knew that voice. This is the hero course. He'd either been lying on the floor or sitting on the floor, because when 𝐒� looked towards the door, Eraserhead was in the process of standing up and wearing what looked like an old yellow sleeping bag. Odd way to introduce yourself to a class, but alright. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Eraser said tiredly, unzipping and then stepping out of the sleeping bag. Time is limited. You kids aren't rational enough. Eraser then stepped fully inside the classroom and looked around at the class. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouter. Nice to meet you. Reaching into the sleeping bag, he pulled out a handful of gym uniforms. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. 𝐒𝐿 laid his head down on his desk. Exercise. ♯Shinso snorted, which did not help. We'll be doing a quirk assessment test. Eraser said once everyone was out on the field. 𝐒� ignored the way half the class immediately started screaming or complaining, choosing to focus on using only pull to attract his plane towards one hand and then the other. It was difficult, which was why he was doing it. You kids have been doing these since middle school, too, right? 𝐒� looked up at that, because he genuinely did not do whatever Eraser was referencing because he hadn't gone to middle school. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Then, Eraser looked right at 𝐒�. Midoriya, you finished at the top of the physical exam. In middle school, what was your best result for the softball throw? 𝐒� blinked blankly at Eraser for a moment. I was homeschooled, I never went to middle school. The teacher sighed heavily. It doesn't really matter. He muttered, go into the circle and do it using your quirk. 𝐒� walked forward in confusion and took the ball Eraser handed him. Everyone, keep your own scores in mind and watch. Midoriya, you can do anything as long as you don't leave the circle. Hurry up, give it all you got. 𝐒� stood in the circle, stared at the ball, and then glanced up at 𝐿𝐴ZR. I just throw it. 𝐿𝐴ZR nodded, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 shrugged. All right. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 tossed the ball straight upwards, and then he flicked his fingers and pushed it as hard as he could. The ball went flying, disappearing in seconds and zipping off into the distance. After a moment, 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 flicked his fingers again, adding a little bit of lift upwards, and sent the ball even further. He did it again. And again. And again. Midoriya, you can stop now. 𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 sighed finally. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 glanced over at him curiously. All right. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 crossed his arms and waited, looking out towards where the ball had disappeared, and a moment later 𝐿𝐴ZR's phone beeped. No. Your own maximum first. 𝐿𝐴ZR said, glancing at the phone. That's the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Then 𝐿𝐴ZR held up the phone for the class to see. 16, 9 kilometers 16093. 4M. The class exploded. People were gaping and yelling, and a few were cheering, and several were even glaring. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 just uncrossed his arms and walked back to 𝑛ＳO, who was one of the people with their jaws on the floor. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 spotted his airplane nearby, and he zipped it towards his hand with a grin. How did you do that? 𝑛SO exclaimed. I just used my quirk. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 shrugged. This looks like fun. A girl exclaimed, bouncing in place. Did you guys see what he did? So cool. Awesome. Someone laughed. We get to use our quirks as much as we want. As expected of the hero course. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 watched 𝐿𝐴ZR with curiosity as his expression shifted. It looks fun, here. 𝐿𝐴ZR repeated the girl's words quietly. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 couldn't help but grin a little wickedly in response to the amused grin that slid onto 𝐿𝐴ZR's face. All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. The class broke out in exclamations of shock. Finally, something interesting. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 grinned. 𝑛SO gave him a terrified look that 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 ignored. Last place will be expelled. But it's the first day of school. Someone yelled louder than all the rest. Ah, 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 knew that one. She was the helpless one he'd saved from the 0-pointer. No, even if it wasn't the first day, this is too unfair. 𝐿𝐴ZR's face twisted at the girl's words, and he glared at the class with grave seriousness written all over his face. Natural disasters, big accidents, selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered in unfairness. Aizawa spoke softly, yet there was anger laced through it. Heroes are those who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at Mickey DS after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Aizawa grinned, one finger beckoning the same way All Might had in the acceptance video. Overcome it with all you've got. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 shook out his hands and grinned, noticing how his classmates were finally getting serious. Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 hoped desperately that someone would be expelled. He'd laugh his butt off if it happened. All right. Demonstration's over. 𝐿𝐴ZR sighed. The real thing starts now. 𝐿𝐴ZR then walked off, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 was the first one to walk after him. The class scrambled then, clearly surprised they were supposed to follow their teacher. Honestly, were they intelligent at all? How long could you have kept the ball going? 𝑛SO asked as they walked. Indefinitely. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 guessed, my quirk doesn't make me tired. I've never had quirk exhaustion. That was a lie, but only sorta. Steel fueled his many quirks whenever he needed them. He only ever encountered a problem when he used like 6 of his quirks at once, and that only gave him a mild headache. Steel itself wasn't the same though. One time he'd taken 5 quirks in one night and he'd passed out from the pure overwhelming euphoria he felt. He'd been more careful after that. But his other quirks? Nah. Geez. 𝑛SO sighed. I'd die for a quirk like that. My brother says I'm a poor weakling of a hero. 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 grinned. He only changed his mind when I received my acceptance letter. How many points did you get? 𝑛SO looked like he didn't actually want to know, so 𝐒𝐿𝐴Z𝐿 cheerfully told him. 121. He grinned, and 𝐴 actually choked. I'm pretty sure it was 68 villain points and 53 rescue points. Jesus Christ. 𝐴 muttered. Izuku just shrugged with another grin. What's that? Izuku blinked as the class stopped. There were 2 tracks chalked off, a start line and a finish line for each lane, and a weird robot tripod stood at the end. It's the 50-yard dash. 𝐴 sighed, I'm jealous. Skipping middle school must have been amazing. Tomura ripped up my homework a lot. Izuku replied, eyeing the students lining up. Tomura's my brother, by the way. Yeah, I'd guessed as much. Izuku didn't reply to 𝐴 in favor of activating Steel to get a gauge on his new classmates. Information once again assaulted him, and he breathed in the relief he felt whenever he allowed Steel to reach out for knowledge. It was soothing. Rolling his shoulders, Izuku started sorting through his classmates. Speed quirk centered in the legs, powered by orange juice. Creation quirk with a mild intelligence boost, powered by fat stores. Tape emitter centered in the elbows. Acid secretion and immunity. Gravity altering with mild control of weightless subjects. Amphibious frog mutation. Tail mutation with minor strength enchantment. Explosion centered in the hands, powered by nitroglycerine secretion. Hardening, that's boring. Electricity generation and dispersion. Izuku stopped short, and his breath caught at the next one he felt. Midoriya. You okay? 𝐴 asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku swallowed. Ice and fire. The split ability to use both fire and ice, possible to combine them and wield them both at the same time. So many possibilities. Steel ignored everything else and pulsed, begging to take it. Izuku wanted it. He wanted it worse than he'd wanted anything. Izuku knew it would taste like snow and sunshine and he'd feel shivers across his skin and it would burn down his throat. Midoriya, 𝐴, you're up next. Eraser called. Izuku blinked and forcefully shut off Steel immediately, dizzy with longing he hadn't felt in years. He swallowed thickly, and he tried not to stumble as he walked towards the line. On your marks. A robot voice yelled. You good? 𝐴 asked with a frown. Izuku took a deep breath and grinned at him. Get set. I'm going to kick your butt. Izuku replied. A gunshot. Izuku reached out for the boy with the hardening quirk and activated pull. The boy stumbled, and he hardened on instinct. Izuku jumped, and he let pull yank him forward towards the boy. Izuku was propelled forward, and he deactivated pull when he started to lose momentum. Izuku rolled, jumped to his feet, and then he was across the finish line. 9 seconds. The robot voice chirped. 32 seconds. It said when 𝐴 caught up. Okay, what the F was that? 𝐴 gasped as he stopped next to him. Izuku shrugged. Just my quirk. Anyway, I'm gonna go thank the guy I snagged. Izuku said, I'll be back. Why? I thought you didn't do friends. 𝐴 accused with narrowed eyes. Izuku almost laughed when he realized 𝐴 was jealous. I don't. Izuku answered, amused. But I do know how to play nice with the sunshines. 𝐴 blinked in surprise, and then Izuku walked off and headed towards the very confused redhead with the hardening quirk. Hey, I just wanted to thank you. Izuku said as he caught the boy's attention, I used you as an anchor for my quirk. Your hardening is super useful. Izuku left out the fact that it was also boring. Oh, no problem, man. The boy grinned, my quirk's nothing special compared to yours. It's super manly. Everyone has their thing. Izuku shrugged, not bothering to disagree. If only he knew the truth of it. CYA. He waved, and the boy sent him an enthusiastic sharp-toothed grin as Izuku headed back towards 𝐴. Before he reached 𝐴, however, Eraser stopped him. Midoriya. Izuku turned to him and tilted his head. How long could you have kept up your quirk for the ball throw? Indefinitely. I don't get drawbacks from using my quirk. Izuku told him like he told 𝐴, I could have kept it up until I got tired of standing in one place or I got bored. Why? The score you earned during the demonstration was supposed to be an accurate representation of your quirk's abilities. 𝐼𝐴Z𝐻 told him tiredly. Since I stopped you early, and I don't think you're lying to me, I'm giving you an infinity on the ball throw. Oh. Izuku blinked. Thank you. 𝐼𝐴Z𝐻 just nodded and turned away, leaving Izuku to just blink some more. Well, that was certainly interesting. Shaking his head, Izuku once again headed for ♯♯. What did Aizawa-sensei want? ♯ frowned as Izuku reached him. Apparently he's changing my ball throw score to an infinity. Izuku shrugged. He said my previous score wasn't accurate enough. ♯ gaped at him, but Izuku walked off to follow the group as they moved on. ♯ scrambled after him, which made Izuku huff. It seemed ♯ was going to stick around, which Izuku found mildly vexing. He didn't need a lonely purple-haired kid following him around like they were friends. Okay, so what test is this? Izuku asked as they entered a building and looked around. Grip strength. ♯ pointed as where everyone was lining up to grab little handheld devices. We squeeze a grip tester as hard as we can and get a score based on how much pressure we can muster. Oh, interesting. Izuku tilted his head. He and ♯ grabbed one each, and Izuku examined it before sliding his hand in. Damn it. ♯ cursed, looking at his number. Izuku glanced over at it curiously. 63, 4 kilograms, interesting. Izuku hummed, looking back at his own device. Now I'm wondering if suffering through the endless boredom of middle school could have actually been worthwhile. It isn't. ♯ sighed, setting his device down. Go on, be cooler than the rest of us. Wow. 540 kilograms. What are you, a gorilla? Oh, an octopus. Izuku glanced over to see it was tape expulsion yelling, grinning at a tall boy Izuku had incensed with steel. Even so, it was sort of obvious what his quirk was. He had several sets of arms. Looking back at the device he had in his hand, Izuku realized he was supposed to hold it at his side and squeeze it. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku had an idea. Setting his hand in place, and holding the device at his side, Izuku squeezed and then used push to propel the pressure plate down as far as it could go, and then the little device beeped. Izuku lifted it and then blinked at the screen. He then raised his hand hesitantly. Sensei. Izuku called, I think I broke mine. ♯ just sighed, and 𝐼𝐴Z𝐻 headed over. What now? Izuku handed over the device, and 𝐼𝐴Z𝐻 blinked blankly at it before sighing. Problem child. Error, it read, and a little infinity symbol sat next to it. 𝐼𝐴Z𝐻 just walked away and took the device with him. Izuku blinked in confusion, and ♯ sighed again. Chapter 5, Can you go 5 minutes without being shocked at how powerful you are? ♯'s voice was tired, but it was also a little bitter when he spoke. Izuku frowned. I haven't used the quirk much. Izuku defended, and then he paused when he saw ♯'s confused expression. I mean, how was I supposed to practice? It's sort of illegal to use your quirk without a license. I've only used it around the house, like with my airplanes. Oh, fair enough. ♯ muttered. Izuku nodded, internally relieved that ♯ had bought the excuse. Izuku would much rather be taking his classmates' quirks than assessing his own, especially since it was just 2 quirks he'd chosen to use while he was undercover as a hero student. Hey! Izuku looked up to see the redhead heading over, and sighed. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Kirishima. Midoriya. Izuku nodded. This is ♯. He added when ♯ just glared. I saw Aizawa-sensei take your grip tester, what did you get? Kirishima asked, grinning happily. Infinity. Izuku shrugged. Awesome, man. Kirishima exclaimed, as I said before, your quirk is great. Thanks. Izuku sighed. Look, I don't really do friends. So if that's what you want, I really couldn't care less. That's alright, we don't have to be friends to hang out. Kirishima waved him off with a grin. Hey, are you excited about the other tests? Not really, I have no idea what they are. Izuku shrugged as he followed him and left the building, and then glared at the sun when his eyes had to adjust to the brightness of the outdoors. "Oh yeah, you said you were homeschooled." Kirishima blinked. "Well, we have the long jump, and of course the ball throw. There's also repeated side steps, seated toe touches, sit-ups, and I can't remember the last one." He gave a sheepish smile. "It's a long-distance run," Shinsu told Kirishima dryly. "Yeah, that." Kirishima grinned, completely undeterred by Shinsu's glaring. It made Izuku grin a little, seeing them interact. "What is this?" Izuku asked as he caught sight of an area covered in sand surrounded by a little blue lip that contained the sand. There was another one of the robot tripod things on one side. Why the sand? Izuku hated sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Yuck. Standing long jump. Shinsu supplied. Oh. Izuku frowned. That should have been obvious. The standing long jump ended up being the most boring test yet. Izuku didn't even bother trying. He just stared disdainfully at the sand, jumped only about a meter forward and stopped. Midoriya. Eraser sighed. What? Izuku gave him an innocent look. I hate sand. The rest of the standing long jump was just people staring at him like he was insane. Really, they should be thanking him. Because he got last on one of the tests, now nobody would be expelled. Eraser said he'd expel whoever gets last in every test, and now nobody could do that. So, really, it was a public service. Izuku did actually do the repeated side steps. Izuku did score fairly high, but only because his classmates were actual trash who didn't know how to apply their quirks properly to solve their problems. The ball throw was boring. Izuku had already gone, so really all he was doing was just standing around and watching his classmates throw a ball without their quirks. Hardening couldn't use his quirk, Acid couldn't use hers, Tape Elbows didn't use his, the guy with lots of arms kind of had to use his but that didn't count, and so on and so on. There were only two people Izuku bothered to watch, and that was the explosion user and the gravity manipulator. Explosion Boy propelled the ball 705 meters, which was impressive. Even more impressive was how it looked. Smoke rings and fire and a feral grin. Izuku would have been inclined to grab him and ask him to be a villain, if the kid wasn't such a hero. He was angry because he wanted to be the best, not because he was angry at the world and wanted it to come crumbling down. Such wasted villain material, honestly. The Gravity Girl was just interesting because Izuku wanted her quirk. She had a boring bubbly attitude that radiated blind faith and goodness, and it annoyed Izuku to no end. Her quirk on the other hand seemed useful. When he'd sensed it with Steel, it hadn't been enticing. It wasn't very powerful, and the drawback scared, so Steel wasn't all that interested. However, Izuku thought it might be fun to be able to just send someone to space and then just let them fall. Midoriya. Shinsu called from the circle. Izuku blinked back into the present. What? Izuku's mind went quiet almost immediately. Walk into the circle. A voice spoke softly, and yet it bounced around in Izuku's ears with ominous coaxing power. Izuku melted at the feeling of the command washing over him, but it was odd that he complied despite not meaning to. It must be Shinsu's hypnosis quirk. Call and response based. Activate your quirk and send the ball as far away as you can. The voice coaxed. A smooth round object was placed in his hand, and Izuku briefly had the ability to choose what he wanted to do. Izuku had more than one quirk, and his body did not know how to comply with Shinsu's command. As best he could, Izuku shoved push towards the surface and allowed it to cooperate. Vaguely, Izuku realized he had tossed the ball above his head, and then practically shoved it through the air and sent it flying even faster than he had originally for his own ball throw. Keep the ball going as far as you can, and keep it off the ground. Izuku shuddered internally at the feeling of Shinsu's command settling, and couldn't deny the euphoria he felt from it. Steel was screaming at him, trembling in the back of Izuku's mind as Shinsu's quirk held him in place. Such unequivocal power. Izuku gasped as Shinsu released him, and he bent over, pressed a hand on his chest and a hand on his knee, then he realized he could move again. His head spun and his stomach lurched, but it only made Izuku more excited. Midoriya, you okay? Shinsu asked it casually, but Izuku could tell how anxious he was. That was amazing. Izuku breathed, lifting his head so he could look at Shinsu properly. Shinsu seemed to blue screen, and then looked extremely confused. You're wasting time. Eraser said, drawing Izuku's attention. Whoever's next, get ready. Izuku took a deep breath and straightened, but he didn't move. Midoriya? Shinsu asked. He'd taken a few steps forward, but he stopped when Izuku didn't follow. Sorry, gimme a minute. I'm half high and I don't want to fall over. Izuku took another deep breath. He probably shouldn't be so honest, but steel was throbbing in the back of his mind and his dad would kill him if he stole this kid's quirk and blew his cover. What? Shinsu looked so completely baffled, it made Izuku laugh a little breathlessly. More stable, Izuku walked out of the circle and only stumbled a little bit. You good, Midoriya? Kirishima asked when Izuku had rejoined the crowd of classmates. You were totally zombie-like for a while there. I'm good. Izuku grinned. Really? Because you look like you're going to pass out. Shinsu was watching Izuku suspiciously. I might. Izuku acknowledged with a bright laugh, and then he sent Shinsu a pretty smile. That was really cool. He wanted it so badly. How? Shinsu frowned. Most people absolutely hate it because they have no control. Shinsu. Izuku leaned forward and put his hands on Shinsu's shoulders. Your quirk is powerful and I swear to God if you insulted I'll murder you. You're lucky to have such a good quirk. I'm really leaving this quirk in the hands of an ungrateful idiot, seriously. Izuku saw doubt in Shinsu's eyes, but he was also blushing lightly. Seriously? Izuku sighed, releasing him. Honestly, I'd love to have a quirk like that. What did it feel like? Kirishima asked, tilting his head. Being all zombie like that. Alright, that's enough. Shinsu exclaimed, waving his hands a little and not letting Izuku respond. We have to move on anyway. Next test. Izuku laughed, but he dutifully followed Shinsu and the class to the next location with Kirishima tagging along behind him. Oh, this is sit-ups. Izuku said as they entered another building. It had long white mats laid out across the floor, and Izuku glanced at Shinsu for confirmation as people started picking mats. Right. Yep. He nodded. We need partners. Pair with me. Fine. Izuku grabbed Shinsu by the arm, and ignored the yelp the boy left out as Izuku yanked him towards a mat. You know, I feel like we're friends. Shinsu grinned once Izuku had released him and plopped down on the mat. Even though you don't do friends. Oh, we're not friends. Izuku hummed. However, you aren't allowed to leave now because I like your quirk too much. Shinsu just blinked at him. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. He admitted. Izuku just grinned at him. Shinsu had no idea how serious he was. Once he was done with his punishment at UA, he was so stealing Shinsu's quirk as drop-off. You go first. Izuku said simply, gesturing to the mat. Shinsu sighed heavily, but he laid down to do his sit-ups. Izuku dutifully leaned on Shinsu's feet, but his mind wandered. What would he do once he had it? Obviously he'd use it. Imagine how wonderful it would be to laugh at his victims and force them to do his bidding. How good would it feel to watch them walk themselves to the police station, or make them kill their own allies with their bare hands? Shinsu fell flat on the mat and didn't move. Better than I did in middle school though. Woo, accomplishments. Izuku rolled his eyes as he let go of Shinsu's ankles. Shinsu gave him a deadpan look and moved to the side so Izuku could lay down instead. SHT, why are your calves muscular? Shinsu exclaimed as soon as his hands were on Izuku's ankles. Because while you were in school I was working out. Izuku grinned. He started his sit-ups as Shinsu pressed down on his feet. Not that Izuku really needed that, but it was proper procedure and all that. How strong are you? Shinsu asked with a frown. The uniforms in general aren't very flattering. Izuku noticed Eraser walking back and forth, no doubt looking for cheating among the students. I'd say pretty strong. Izuku hummed in response, counting in the back of his mind. I've been training my entire life. Literally. He'd started training as soon as his quirk came in. His dad had taken one look at Izuku's quirk and flat out asked him if he wanted a place in the villain underworld like the one he was going to be giving Tomura, suggesting once that Izuku could even replace Tomura. Izuku had said no, but he'd asked to be trained anyway. Being defenseless wasn't really an option for the son of the king of the underground and the brother of the future king. You always knew you'd become a hero. Hearing Shinsu's question, Izuku activated quirk immune before answering. He could never be too careful. No, but my family thought it would be a good option for my quirk. Izuku answered semi-honestly. It was true, but not for heroics, the exact opposite. I've never liked the way heroes are, especially the ones up top like All Might and Endeavor. They're sort of completely trash. So I figure I can fix a lot of stuff if I can do better than them someday. Or kill them. That'd be good too. Are you just going to keep going? Shinsu asked after a moment. What, talking? No, the sit-ups. Shinsu elaborated. Oh, yeah, I'm still going. I'm starting to get a little tired, though. Izuku admitted. Jesus. What? Everyone else is done. Shinsu said blandly. Izuku paused, but then he continued. Ah yes, my superiority has no end. Izuku finally started feeling an uncomfortable tiredness in his core and just flopped. All right. If everyone is done, there's no point in doing more. You could have done more. Izuku rolled into his stomach to see literally everyone watching him, and the electric user was staring at him with his mouth open. I mean, only about 40 more before it started being a chore. Izuku said, pushing up off the floor and popping to his feet. What did you get? Shinsu asked, standing up as well. I stopped counting when you hit 100. Oh, 146. Izuku answered easily. Which test is next? The class finally stopped staring, and Aizawa tiredly pointed to the other side of the gym. Seated toe touch. Line up everyone. People started towards the back wall, but Izuku made eye contact with someone across the room. He was looking at Izuku with narrowed eyes. Izuku could only stare back, completely frozen. It was the fire and ice user. Izuku hadn't seen him beyond feeling his intoxicating quirk, but he knew it was the boy staring at him. He was split down the middle just like his quirk, and his eyes stared at Izuku with sharp ice yet burned with anger in a way that captivated Izuku entirely. It took his breath away, and he wanted that goddamn quirk. He wasn't sure which quirk he wanted more, Shinsu's hypnosis or the ice-fire one. One thing was for sure. Izuku was going to absolutely ruin that boy. He was going to rip him so far apart into so many tiny shreds there was nothing left but his appealing quirk for Izuku to have on a silver platter. He was going to own him and have ice in his veins and fire at his fingertips, Midoriya. Shinsu's voice cut through the staring match, and the fire-ice boy looked away sharply. Izuku stared after him for a moment, and then turned to Shinsu. Yeah. He acknowledged. Are we actually going to go over and do the seated toe touches? Oh. Izuku blinked. That, right, yes. He turned and headed over, Shinsu trailing along behind him. Everyone was lined up standing by the wall, and Aizawa was standing in front of a little wooden thing that people were stretching their fingers towards to touch. I actually won't be good at this one. Izuku sighed, distracting himself from his slightly murderous and obsessive thoughts that did not belong in the hero course gym. He wasn't allowed to steal any quirks or murder anyone. Unfortunately, stretching has always been boring for me. And you only do things that are interesting. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. I'm allergic to boredom. Izuku told him bluntly. I can't stand it. If I'm bored, I will immediately do something to become UN bored. That's what the paper airplanes are for. Exactly. Izuku nodded. Isn't standing around while other people test boring? Shinsu frowned. Actually, it can be pretty funny. Izuku grinned. Especially when people don't actually use their quirks properly. It's interesting to watch them mess it up so badly. Who's messing up? Shinsu frowned harder. Izuku rolled his eyes with a huff. Pretty much everyone except for Explosions, the mutation kids, and the ice one. 𝐒𝐿 stuttered over Fire Ice Boy because technically 𝐒𝐿 wasn't supposed to know he had fire abilities. The boy hadn't shown it at all. It was a total waste which 𝐒𝐿 would remedy the moment he had the power at his fingertips. But the acid girl could have slid on her acid during the first test. Creation girl could have done so much more than she did. Ironically, I'd say she has absolutely no creativity whatsoever. Okay, and the sparkly one. I can't. I just can't at this point, Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 blinked as 𝐿 called his name, and 𝐒𝐿 realized it was his turn. He rolled his eyes at ♯and then dutifully headed over to do the boring stretches. 𝐒𝐿 bent forward, his fingers going a few inches past his toes but not much farther, and Eraserhead marked down a number. 𝐒𝐿 didn't really care what the number was, so he just got up and walked to where the kids who were done were standing. ♯joined him soon after. All we have left is the long-distance run. Kirishima grinned happily as they left the building. Do you think Eraser would be mad if I just sabotaged everyone to win? 𝐒𝐿 thought aloud. Please don't. Eraser's tired voice called to him, apparently having heard. I need actual results. What if I just sabotage? Don't make me have to start doing individual runs. Eraser sighed, this is supposed to be a group test. Fine. 𝐒𝐿 pouted. Spoil sport. Why would you need to sabotage anyone? Kirishima asked curiously. Aren't you already in the lead? Yeah, but I don't really care about that. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. I'd much rather be losing if it meant the people around me were powerful. Powerful people were the best people to challenge because they made everything so much more interesting. That makes sense. Kirishima grinned. ♯frowned at him, but 𝐒𝐿 just grinned back at Kirishima. All right everyone, to the line. Eraser grumbled. Midoriya, if you throw this test I'll expel you. God damn it. 𝐒𝐿 swore. You mean I actually have to run? Everyone is supposed to run. Eraser glared. Get in line. I hate running. 𝐒𝐿 scowled as he took a spot in the line. Why? Are you bad at it? ♯asked, standing next to him. No, it's just boring. 𝐒𝐿 complained, it's just running and breathing and running and breathing and then trying not to run into things while breathing some more. That's a lot of breathing. Kirishima grinned, and 𝐒� threw up his hands. Exactly. On your marks. 𝐒� blinked at the robotic voice, and spotted the little tripod robot next to Eraser. Get set. 𝐒� sighed as he bent his knees, then he took off as he heard the telltale gunshot noise. ♯was immediately lost as 𝐒� overtook the people who were just running. Speed Boy and Creation Girl were ahead because and Fire Ice Boy was about the same as 𝐒�. He was breathing out frost, and 𝐒� vaguely wished he could know what it would be like to stand right in front of the boy and feel that frost on his skin. Throughout the whole test 𝐒� was basically just running with Fire Ice Boy while explosions angrily tailed them. He couldn't seem to keep up, and he was swearing up a storm about it. 𝐒� guessed quirk exhaustion had something to do with it because Explosion Boy occasionally stopped exploding in favor of running. At the end of the test 𝐒� crossed the finish line a tiny bit after Fire Ice Boy, and it made him laugh with delight. The boy just gave him a cold look, and 𝐒� wished he could have a glare like that pointed at him more often. The power. When everyone was finished, half the class looked just about ready to collapse or pass out. ♯was one of them. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. Eraser said to the gathered students. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. He pressed a button, and then a scoreboard appeared. Midoriya Izukurozu Momo Todoroki Shouto Bakugu Katsuki sighing. 𝐒𝐿 looked at his fellow students and tried to find whoever those three were. Who had done the best? 𝐒� tried to remember the higher scores in each test. The Creation Girl did really well. She looked smug, so that was probably Yarozu. Explosion Boy had used his quirk extremely well, and he was looking between 𝐒� and the Fire Ice Boy with pure hatred. He was probably Bakugu. Which meant Fire Ice Boy, who had done exceptionally well with his stunning quirk, was Todoroki. Finally, a name for the powerful person he planned to absolutely destroy. Thank God. ♯breathed out. Confused, Izuku glanced back at the board to see ♯had gotten second to last. Still, Izuku was confused. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Eraser drawled, and then a manic and toothy grin broke out across his face. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. But you couldn't have expelled anyone anyway. Izuku frowned. The students who had started yelling or letting out exclamations of surprise all quieted. To stare, and Aizawa narrowed his eyes. You said you'd expel whoever came last in every test. I placed last in the standing long jump, which means no one could get last in every test because I took a spot. Every member of the class whipped their hands back to Eraser, who was sighing. Izuku grinned. With that, we're done here. Eraser said, not even denying it. He then started walking away. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look at them. Is that why you threw that one test? ♯demanded, turning to Izuku. Half the class seemed to want to know the same, so Izuku just grinned. We should get back to the classroom. Izuku answered. I'd like a syllabus. Wouldn't you? He then turned and headed for the classroom, leaving his classmates to stew in confusion. Izuku knew the truth, though, and he really did just hate sand. Chapter 6. Izuku wanted to bang his head against a wall, but he settled on keeping a paper airplane airborne for as long as he could. Luckily for him, that meant he could literally just sit there and focus on his airplane indefinitely. Not so lucky, his teachers seemed to believe he couldn't do multiple things at once and kept trying to catch him off guard. Midoriya, can you answer the question on the board? Present MIC asked, gesturing to the barrage of sentences on the chalkboard. Which one of these sentences is wrong? It's number 4. Izuku said, flicking his plane back up as it dipped over the girl with the hearing mutation quirk. And why do you think that? MIC asked as a follow-up. Because putting that wherever you want in the smack dab middle of a sentence doesn't work. Izuku replied, pushing the plane out of the back corner. It should be used at the end, referring to the object of the sentence. Then his plane flew over Todoroki, which meant Todoroki glanced up and his eyes followed the plane for a moment before he refocused on MIC. Correct. MIC announced with a reluctant thumbs up. Izuku just sighed as MIC moved on, and he continued playing with his airplane. Honestly, even that got boring after a while. Izuku was thinking of using the next class PRD to hit different people with his airplanes to see who could ignore him the best, but then the door slid open and Izuku's least favorite hero appeared in the doorway. I'm coming through the door like a normal person. All Might hung off the door frame for a dramatic moment as the class gasped in apparent excitement. It's All Might. The electric user whispered with awe. Wow, he really is a teacher here. Kirishima yelled with a happy grin. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? The frog girl asked as All Might strode for the podium at the front of the room. Its style is so different, Tailboy said in response to Frog Girl, it's giving me goosebumps. Kill me now. Izuku sighed, dropping his head on his desk with a thud. Izuku was ignored as All Might started speaking with that stupidly proud voice and his hands on his hips. I teach hero basic training. It's a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of becoming a hero. Well, obviously. All Might's brains would get better use if Izuku plastered them all over a sidewalk. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. All Might dramatically held up a card and yelled, Combat training. Combat. Bakugo yelled. Izuku couldn't see his face, but somehow he knew the boy was grinning. And to go with that are these. Like all things he did, All Might dramatically gestured to the wall as cubbies slowly ejected themselves from said wall. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. After you change, gather in ground beta. Hi! The class chorused, and then they all jumped to their feet and practically ran for their costume cases. Izuku snagged his case once the rush was over, and he felt vaguely like throwing up at the thought of wearing an actual hero costume. Worst of all, his dad had designed it and hadn't showed him. Izuku had absolutely no idea what it looked like, and the thought was terrifying. This material is more comfortable than I thought it would be, Shinsu said conversationally as he examined his own costume. Izuku was mainly ignoring Shinsu as he tried not to blatantly glare at his case while opening it. Holy SE, Izuku exclaimed as he pulled out the costume. It was literally skin-tight, designed to be like a second skin. The fabric was stretchy so it would probably be easy to get on, but Izuku hated tight clothing. Was this torture part of the punishment? That looks cool, man. Kirishima grinned as he glanced at the costume Izuku was just holding in his hands and staring at. So manly. Izuku didn't respond, wrinkling his nose and remaining silent. He was a good actor, but not that good. The skin-tight suit was charcoal black, and it had small yet visible hexagons on the fabric as a sort of fashionable texture. It fully covered him, turtleneck to toes, with the exception of his fingertips. It even had feet attached. Izuku shuddered as he put it on. The saving grace of the horrid bodysuit were the accessories. Izuku was given black knee boots that were a deeper and darker shade of black, along with a cropped jacket in the same void-like shade. He also had a belt with lots of pouches, but it was a bright snow-colored white. Finally was the odd headpiece. It was like a sort of circlet. It was a metal band that went around his head and had a V-shaped over his forehead with an emerald-colored jewel on it that hung down on his forehead. It seemed to be designed with curly hair in mind, so his fluffy curls covered the band in the back. Basically, yeah, it was a fancy and useless circlet. Why was that a part of his costume? Naturally, Izuku hated all of it and wanted to take the whole costume off. Izuku fidgeted with the long sleeves of his cropped jacket as he exited the tunnel, unsure why it was even there when it was open in the front with no buttons or zipper. Izuku then blinked harshly as he exited the tunnel and stepped into bright sunlight. Well, you look fantastic, Shinsu drawled once Izuku had stopped squinting into the light and joined the group. Did you take so long because you were checking yourself in the mirror? No, it's because I absolutely despise skin-tight clothing. Izuku scowled. I don't like it. Ah, same here. Izuku turned to face the person who spoke, and realized it was Gravity Girl. I should have been more specific on my form. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit too. Hers was mainly black, but it had white sections down her torso and on her biceps decorated with pink accents here and there. She also had a belt, but it seemed purely aesthetic because it framed her hips and made her waist look smaller. Why did you ask for it then? Shinsu raised an eyebrow at both of them. I didn't. Izuku snapped. My brother designed it. Not exactly true, but close enough. He couldn't exactly said it was his dad, since his dad had supposedly abandoned him. I just should have written what I wanted more specifically. The girl smiled awkwardly. It's so embarrassing. I'm not embarrassed. Izuku frowned. I'm uncomfortable. My brother did this on purpose, and this is sabotage. Izuku wished that was the truth, because if it really had been Tomura's fault then Izuku would be allowed to complain and find a way to retaliate. But since it was part of his punishment from his dad, Izuku was stuck being uncomfortable and didn't have a choice. Now, it's time for combat training, All Might declared. Speed Boy's hand was in the air immediately. Sir, this is a battle center from the entrance exam, so we will be conducting urban battles again. No, we're going to move ahead by 2 steps. All Might announced like skipping important steps was perfectly normal. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 battles indoors. Without basic training. Frog Mutation Girl asked. I second that question. Izuku called. This is a real battle, to understand those basics. All Might explained, further proving his idiocy. However, the key this time is the fact that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Yorozu asked in her monstrosity of a costume. Then questions continued rapid fire and Izuku couldn't keep up with who was saying what. Can we beat them up anyway? Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa sensei? How shall we be split up? Isn't this cape crazy? I'll answer all your questions. All Might declared. Pulling out a tiny book, no doubt some kind of lesson plan, All Might started reading. Now listen here. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might put away the book and held up a box that simply said lots. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They are being determined so haphazardly. Speed Boy exclaimed. He sounded a little affronted, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Heroes team up with other agencies or other heroes nearby if they need help. Izuku answered when no one else did. That's how I think this exercise is set up, but All Might could have done it accidentally. He knows absolutely jack sht about team-ups. Midoriya! Speed Boy gasped, turning to frantically chop a hand in his direction. You should not. I couldn't care less about offending All Might even if the world ended. Izuku snapped. I'm not going to hide my distaste for him just because he's our teacher. The boy seemed stunned to silence, and All Might cleared his throat. It's fine. Now, let's do this quickly. All Might held up the box, and Izuku was the first one to step forward because the rest of the class was apparently too stunned by Izuku's previous comment to move. They did move eventually though, which was sad. Izuku was sort of hoping one of them would die on the spot. Now that would be interesting. Team A, Todoroki and Midoriya Team B, Uraraka and Shuji Team C, Yorozu and Shinsu Team D, Bakugo and Ida Team E, Ashido and Aomar Team F, Koda and Seitu Team G, Kaminari and Juru Team H, Tokoyami and Asui Team I, Ojuru and Hagakure Team J, Zero and Kirishima. Izuku immediately headed for Todoroki, who eyed him with mild suspicion and curiosity. Midoriya! Izuku held out a hand. Todoroki looked at him a little blankly, his red hair and blue eye completely covered by fake ice. Todoroki Shouto! He replied, and his voice was as cold as his quirk. Todoroki reached out and shook his hand. Izuku froze minutely when their hands touched, and he even stopped breathing. Todoroki's right hand was cold to the touch, and it made Izuku's BLD thrum with excitement. Steel wasn't even active, but Izuku could feel it under his skin begging to be able to let out and reach for Todoroki's quirk. Not yet. Izuku took a deep breath. I will ruin you, Todoroki Shouto. Just you wait. One day, when you least expect it. It was only a moment before Todoroki released his hand, and then Izuku could breathe again. He inhaled sharply and yanked his thoughts back to the present, then turned to face All Might. The worthless excuse of a hero had one hand in a box labeled villains and his other hand in a box labeled heroes. The first teams to fight will be these guys. Izuku blinked owlishly at the black ball with a white A on it. Team D will be the heroes, and Team A will be the villains. Everyone else, head to the monitor room. Hi! The class chimed. Todoroki remained silent at Izuku's side, and they both followed All Might to a building with Bakugo and Speed Boy, whose name was apparently Ida. Villain. Team, go in first and set up. All Might declared. In 5 minutes the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. Ida yelled, and then he staring at his map like it would speak to him. Young Todoroki, young Midoriya, All Might said as Izuku started to head inside. Try to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out, don't be afraid to get hurt. You shouldn't be encouraging children to maim each other just because we have Recovery Girl on staff. Izuku said blandly. Not a very good teacher, are you? Here. I wonder if there's even a single thing you're good at. You're a pretty shitty excuse of a hero too. Izuku stalked inside and ignored the sputtering coughs All Might let out behind him. Izuku did relax a little at Todoroki's quiet footsteps following him. Where do you want to put the bomb? Izuku asked, eyeing the massive bomb-shaped object in the middle of the hallway. It doesn't really matter. Todoroki said quietly. Despite the low volume, his voice was firm and bland. "I can ice off the whole building for the duration of the battle. Bakugo has an explosion quirk." Izuku hummed. "He might break through, but that wouldn't be much of a problem anyway. You could just replace the ice, or I could just push him away." "What is your quirk?" Todoroki asked blankly. Izuku did not think about the frozen intensity in Todoroki's eyes, he really didn't. "It's called push and pull." Izuku answered, activating quirk immune out of habit. "I can attract or repel things using my hands." Todoroki narrowed his eyes, but nodded in acceptance. "So where would you put the bomb?" Todoroki prompted. "Probably the 3rd floor." Izuku hummed. "If you completely freeze the floors below us, they'll have so much ice to get through that they might never reach us. Any higher than the 3rd floor and you might risk freezing to death." "I could freeze this whole building and have no problems," Todoroki said, ice in his tone. Izuku ignored the way his quirk thrummed at the tone. "I don't doubt it," Izuku replied, "but if we're going with my plan, you wouldn't be freezing the building and making the floors a little slick. You'd be filling each and every hallway and room from top to bottom on the 1st and 2nd floors. That's a lot more ice." Todoroki stared at him scrutinizingly, and Izuku stared back. His eyes were so pretty, and Izuku could imagine the feel of his quirk behind those eyes. Endless ice and fire with no need for breaks because of the perfect balance and achievable homeostasis at his fingertips. "All right," Todoroki said, breaking the silence. Izuku resisted snapping his quirk out at his partner when Todoroki ended their little staring contest. Todoroki headed for the door that All Might had presumably closed once they'd both entered the building. "Take the bomb to the 3rd floor. I'll find you." Izuku watched as Todoroki's fingertips ran down the wall as he walked, and ice spread wherever he touched. Streaks of ice formed under his right foot, and Izuku turned away as Todoroki started shooting ice in thick layers and completely covered the door in ice. Climbing the stairs and choosing a random room on the 3rd floor, Izuku plopped the bomb on the floor, sat down, shut his eyes, and activated Steel. Ignoring engine and explosions outside, Steel immediately honed in on Todoroki. Steel reached out for the bright light in Izuku's vision, wrapping around it and wishing it could yank the appealing quirk away. Todoroki's fingers would be useless, no longer burning and freezing, and his eyes would no longer hold such sharp beauty. He would be utterly ruined and destroyed just like Izuku wanted him to be. Todoroki would be lifeless and empty, but Izuku wouldn't be. Izuku would have that power. He would breathe out frost and steam, flames lighting up his left side as ice crawled down his right. He would burn someone alive while their feet were iced to the spot. Izuku would be able to freeze someone's body and make little concentrated flames melt their fingers. Steel caressed Todoroki's quirk, skimming over it and feeling the way it shifted under the boy's skin as he froze himself from the inside out while his left side warmed the smallest bit to keep him alive. Such wasted potential. Such a appealing talent and power, stifled by a boy who could never appreciate the beauty of a gift like that. Izuku opened his eyes and shut off Steel, gasping slightly as his quirk crashed back into him and fought being deactivated like it used to do when he was a child, back when he couldn't control it. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself as Todoroki's footsteps approached, and composed himself. "Done then," Izuku said as steadily as he could when Todoroki appeared in the doorway. "Yes," Todoroki confirmed. "I told you I could do it. I never doubted you," Izuku replied, trying to rein in his anguished awe. Todoroki just nodded. "Now, let's start the person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D." All Might's voice boomed through their earpieces. The announcement was immediately followed by ear-splitting explosions and the sound of shattering ice. "Do you want to protect the door or should I?" Izuku asked. "You can do it," Todoroki said blandly. "I froze the bottom floors just like you said, so it's unlikely they'll reach us anyway." "We'll see." Izuku pushed to his feet and stumbled a little, but he headed for the door and chose to lean on the wall in the hallway just outside their bomb room. Izuku could see the stairs, and there was a wall of ice covering the doorway. Minutes went by where Todoroki stood by the bomb while Izuku leaned against the hallway wall, and Izuku quickly became bored. Izuku walked towards the ice wall that covered the staircase up to them, and he used pull to wrench a piece out. He grinned at the chunk of ice, and he retreated back to his wall so he could toss the ball up and use push to zoom it around the room. Leaning against the wall, Izuku spent the next several minutes watching the ice spin above his head, catching sunlight and making shadows dance as the ice shone. Such a pretty quirk. Much better than Shinsu's, he decided. Better than separate, better than Izuku's favorite quirk, bloom. It allowed him to turn drops of BLD into flowers, even BLD inside people. It tasted like rust and wind and leaves, and it crept up his fingers like they were slick with BLD. But this ice fire was better. Finally, the explosions they'd been hearing the entire match grew close enough for Izuku to straighten, and then he caught sight of fire and smoke beyond the ice. Soon enough, the ice covering the doorway exploded inwards, and Izuku shoved Bakugo backwards and sent him toppling down the stairs. Swearing and yelling ensued, swearing mainly from Bakugo and yelling mainly from Ida, and Izuku grinned upon hearing both. Then they were back and Izuku shoved them right back down the stairs. Die! Bakugo screamed as he reappeared, and Izuku's eyes widened as the bomb gauntlet pointed right at him and All Might's voice shrieking in his ear. No! Stop! You'll kill him! I won't kill him if he dodges! Bakugo cackled, and Izuku immediately dove for the doorway of the bomb room as Bakugo pulled a pin. Bakugo's gauntlet exploded and Izuku was hit with the very edge of it. He made it away from the main blast, but explosions were dangerous even if they grazed you. WhatIf! Izuku yelled as he came out of his roll a few feet inside the bomb room. That was uncalled for. The back of his costume was smoking, but his jacket had taken the worst of it. Bakugo had blown a hole through the entire building. The hallway Izuku had been standing in didn't even exist anymore. Todoroki froze the doorway off as soon as Izuku was inside the bomb room, and so Izuku took the time to brush off his costume and put out the small patches of his costume that were singed or actually on fire. You can't hide from me. Bakugo, All Might said not to use that again indoors. He'll disqualify you. I'm not Four Eyes, shut up. The ice exploded inwards, sending shards everywhere, but it was a normal explosion instead of whatever the F had happened in the hallway. Izuku flicked Bakugo away hard, and he slammed into the far wall of the hallway outside. Izuku then continued pushing until Bakugo couldn't move under the sheer amount of pressure Izuku was putting on him. When Ida tried to zoom through the doorway, Izuku pulled him inside the room and then pushed him into a wall. Todoroki, can you freeze him there? Izuku hadn't even finished speaking before Ida was neck-deep in ice and thoroughly attached to the wall. Thanks. Todoroki just nodded. His eyes seemed to be glancing between Bakugo struggling weakly against a wall and Izuku's outstretched hand. Todoroki politely did not interfere, but was paying close attention so he could freeze Bakugo if he needed to. He didn't. Time's up. All Might declared, voice ringing in all their ears. Villain team wins. Izuku dropped Bakugo promptly, and the blonde fell onto his hands and knees gasping for breath. Similarly, Todoroki promptly stepped towards Ida and pressed his left hand to the frozen boy's chest. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, and then Ida gasped as steam rose and all the ice melted off him. Soon the floor was soaked with hot water and Ida was free. Steam filled the building, and Izuku could feel the heat coming off the floor and walls. Todoroki had unfrozen the entire building, melting all the ice inside with that one hand. Izuku inhaled sharply, watching Todoroki glare and grit his teeth. Why did he hate to use such a gift? How dare he be so ungrateful for such a wonderful power? Then Todoroki was stepping away from Ida and stalking out of the room. Izuku slowly followed him with his heart beating nearly out of his chest, and he paid no attention to the trembling blonde on his hands and knees in the hallway. What wasted potential, was all Izuku could think for the rest of the day. Chapter 7. Izuku ran an exhausted hand through his hair and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He had little bruises under his eyes, evidence of spending the weekend night out late doing very villainous activities. Izuku! Inko called, you'll miss the train. Maybe I wanna miss the train. Izuku muttered. Hefting his backpack over one shoulder, Izuku left his room to kiss his mother's cheek and say goodbye. Have a great day today. She smiled at him, be good, have fun, And don't get caught killing All Might. I wouldn't get caught. Izuku huffed, and he looked around briefly before frowning. Where's Tomura? With your father. Inko sighed fondly, they're doing some underworld planning stuff today. Ah, of course. Izuku rolled his eyes. Bye mama. She waved at him as he slipped out the door and headed for the train station. Izuku, upon arriving at UA, debated turning his butt right back around and going home. Unfortunately, his dad would be disappointed in him if he did that. But his dad wasn't home. No, Izuku would be yelled at when his dad did get home. On top of that, DMN. Tomura would definitely make fun of him for chickening out over something as stupid as the press. Actually, no, the press was terrifying. With a deep breath, Izuku marched to the front door and tried to keep his eyes on the school as he passed through the sea of reporters. They didn't seem to get the memo or vibe of his attitude. You! A brown-haired lady yelled, shoving a microphone in his face, what kind of a teacher is All Might? Have you had a class with him? Can you confirm he's a heroics teacher? I only have one thing to say. Izuku looked right at the camera and leaned into the microphone. All Might 𝐒𝐿𝐴. The reporters, who'd calmed a little when he appeared to be making a statement, immediately exploded with noise. Ignoring them completely, Izuku turned away and walked past the barrier without delay. Good work on yesterday's battle training. I saw the video and the results. Aizawa sighed tiredly. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. TCH. I know. Bakugo said, looking away with a mild scowl. Now, let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you. Aizawa paused, either purposefully or to check his notes, and then sighed again. Decide on a class representative. I want to be class rep, pick me. Kirishima said immediately, standing up and slamming a hand on his desk. Me too. The electric user said. Was his name Kaminari? I want to do it, too. Hearing Quirk raised an enthusiastic hand. It's a job made for me. The one with the laser, Quirk said, winking. I'll be the leader. The acid one said, jumping in front of Sparkles and interrupting him. Let me do it. Me. Bakugo screamed. God, will this torture ever end? Izuku groaned, dropping his head on his desk. If they didn't shut up, he was going to risk his dad's wrath and murder someone. Silence, please. The boy Izuku had fought, Ida, called everyone's attention loudly. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Despite his words, Ida's hand was rammed right straight up in a way that suggested he desperately wanted the position. Why did you suggest that? The electric user frowned. We haven't known each other for that long. Frog Mutation said. So how can we have trust or anything? If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima trailed off thoughtfully, and Izuku again resisted banging his head on his desk. Don't you think that's precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Ida declared, becoming a robot and chopping the air. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Their teacher was hiding in his yellow monstrosity of a sleeping bag again. I don't care as long as you decide by the end of homeroom. Aizawa slid down and flopped onto the floor. The class blinked at him. Thank you very much. Ida said finally. And then Izuku was subjected to the chaos that was 19 hero students trying to vote. Izuku didn't count himself as the 20th because he wasn't really a hero student. He did vote though. When the votes were tallied and displayed on the chalkboard for all to see, Izuku did bang his head against his desk. Why me? Izuku groaned, and then stood swiftly and headed for the podium. Creation Girl, Yorozu, was apparently his deputy, seeing as he was the main class representative by order of his 3 votes. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep will be Yorozu. Aizawa said this tiredly, and then he was flopping back down onto the floor. Izuku was starting to wonder if Aizawa patrolled literally all night, and played with the idea that he himself, as drop-off, was part of the reason Eraserhead was so tired. The thought appealed to him greatly. "Ah, thanks for your votes." Izuku grinned. "This should be rather interesting." Despite shuddering at the thought of being a leader for the hero kids, it was beyond funny. They thought he was the perfect example of a model heroic student. It couldn't have been further from the truth. "We'll do our best," Yorozu said politely, bowing a little. Izuku copied her, albeit a bit sarcastically, and grinned at the class. "That might not be so bad." Frog Mutation croaked. "After all said and done, Midoriya can get pretty fired up," Kirishima said brightly. "And Yorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results." Tape Boy grinned. They were all dismissed for lunch, and Izuku headed to the lunchroom promptly. Unfortunately, that meant his two tagalongs followed him like he was the leader of their little trio. It was annoying, but it did mean Shinsu would be nearby when Izuku was eventually given permission to steal his quirk. Izuku would probably steal Kirishima's too, since he was now apparently one of Izuku's followers, but his wasn't a priority. It was still a bit boring. "Who'd you vote for?" Kirishima asked as they three plopped down at a table. "Ida." Izuku shrugged. "He got everyone to shut up, and I was down for that." "Ah, I can see that." Kirishima nodded happily. "I voted for you, man. You were so manly when you tossed Bakugo around yesterday." "I did too." Shinsu grinned, "but only because I knew you'd never vote for yourself." "Smug idiot," Izuku muttered, which made Shinsu's toothy grin widen. "Moving on, what does a class rep do anyway?" "Oh, it's their responsibility to advocate for the class and keep everyone in line," Kirishima explained, grinning cheerfully. "It's a leadership position, and you're basically a role model for all of us." "Interesting," Izuku hummed. "Do you think if I bash All Might people will follow suit?" Shinsu choked on his water, and Kirishima looked briefly confused. Before Izuku could get a proper response, there was a loud voice ringing through the lunchroom. "There has been a Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly." Izuku blinked, and narrowed his eyes. "A breach? I repeat, there has been a Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly." "Oi, come on." Kirishima jumped to his feet and beckoned them. 𝐭𝐸𝐴𝐺 looked slightly frozen, eyes wide, so Izuku impatiently grabbed his arm and pulled him to his feet so they could leave the lunchroom. That's when things got hectic. Izuku was promptly shoved into the person in front of him, and he found he was suddenly in a sea of bodies. There were people all around him, and he did not appreciate the elbows and knees and arms hitting him every which way, but he reached his wit's end when some random guy grabbed him by the waist as a sort of anchor so as not to be jostled so badly. "Not okay, dude. Stop." Izuku pushed everyone away, shoving people against the walls and even propelling some people into the air. He glared around at them, grateful for the brief stunned silence and the wide 3-foot radius of empty space surrounding him he'd cleared. "Didn't you hear the announcement? It said to evacuate outdoors promptly. How the F are we meant to do that if you're panicking and crowding the exits like this?" People were squirming under the force of his quirk, but they all seemed to be processing his words properly. Then Izuku glanced over when someone gasped. "It's just the press," someone yelled, pointing out the window with an arm Izuku apparently didn't have pinned. "The police are here." As students slowly started calming down, Izuku let up the pressure on the students he'd pinned to the walls, and pulled the students still up in the air down to him safely. He caught them one by the waist and lowered them to the floor. They were shaken, but some of them thanked him or apologized sheepishly. Izuku smiled at them, even as he felt a twinge of annoyance at their stupidity. "Oi, that was so manly." Kirishima ran up to Izuku with a wide grin. "You had everyone under control in just a few seconds." "We all have our things." Izuku shrugged, and Kirishima nodded cheerfully in understanding. "Did you have to slam everyone into the wall so hard?" Shinsu groaned, rubbing his arm ruefully as he joined them as everyone started to evacuate properly. "Yes." Izuku said simply, "They wouldn't have listened to me otherwise." "If you say so." Shinsu sighed. "What do you think that was all about?" "The panic. The breach. Reporters, the press. Izuku shrugged. Did you see how they were assaulting people at the gate this morning? They were desperate beyond measure. True. Shinsu frowned, and then he jumped in surprise when Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry so much, Shinsu. Kirishima said brightly, Aizawa-sensei and the other teachers will definitely figure it out. Right. Shinsu was eyeing Kirishima warily, and it made Izuku laugh. It was beyond funny to see Kirishima be completely oblivious to Shinsu's disdainful distrust, and Izuku wondered if they'd slowly become real friends. That'd be funny as hell to watch, honestly. Shinsu would definitely be against it at first, when he noticed they were edging towards friendship, but he'd cave to the sunshine. Everyone caved to a pretty smile and encouraging words, and it would be so much more fun to kill them if they cared about each other. Maybe he'd make one of them watch as he turned the other inside out. Chapter 8 Mornings did not agree with Izuku, and it was made abundantly clear once again when Izuku got up for school. Stumbling his way out of his room, Izuku caught sight of his equally not a morning person brother. Morning. Tomura grumbled, and Izuku returned the greeting with a small yawn. What have you and Dad been working on? Izuku asked tiredly, rubbing his eyes as he and Tomura both went into the bathroom to brush their teeth at the same time. None of your business. Tomura mumbled, more asleep than awake. Izuku had to take the toothpaste away from him when he just continued squirting it all over the counter. His brother gave him a dirty look for it. Fine, fine. Izuku sighed, and he went about brushing his teeth as normal. Tomura slowly became more awake, and Izuku repeated his question when they both sat down for breakfast with their mother. Some of Doctor's experiments are coming along nicely, Tomura said, giving Izuku a better answer now that he wasn't as tired. Dad has been letting me see the facility more often. You. Izuku wrinkled his nose, and Tomura snorted. That's why I didn't invite you, 𝐤𝐽. Hey. I was just curious. Don't pry so much. I do not pry, boys. 𝐒𝐭 interrupted with a sigh. They both gave a chastised look before glaring at one another and finishing their breakfast. Izuku was finally ready to leave, saying goodbye to his mother, when Tomura threw something at him. Here. He called, and Izuku barely managed to catch it away from his face with so little warning. Tomura. Izuku complained while his brother laughed and his mother covered a snort. Dang, I was hoping to get you in the face. 𝐤𝐽. You aimed at my face on purpose. Dearest brother, I have cured your boredom and this is how you repay me. Tomura turned away with a fully offended expression. For shame, Izuku, for shame. Ha, ha, very funny. Izuku said sarcastically as he rolled his eyes, then he fully examined what his brother had chucked at his head. It was a Rubik's Cube. You didn't. Izuku gasped, spinning one of the rows a few times to move the brightly colored blocks around. I most certainly did. Tomura grinned, I hope you find it entertaining. Something in Tomura's expression was layered with older brother mischievous intent, which didn't bode well. That wasn't suspicious at all. Izuku narrowed his eyes, if it explodes I'm telling Dad. I wouldn't send you to school with a bomb. Tomura rolled his eyes, besides, Mother would kill me. Yes, I would. 𝐒𝐭 eyed him for a moment, but then she turned and smiled at Izuku. Go on, you'll be late. You always say that, and I'm never late. Izuku huffed. That's because I tell you that before you're late. 𝐒𝐭 laughed, now, off with you. Bye Mima. Miura. Izuku grinned, and then he was off. The first thing Izuku noticed before basic hero training gross was that Aizawa actually seemed to be awake when he moved to stand at the podium. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and one more person. Aizawa announced. Oi! Someone threw their hand up in the air. It was Tape Boy. Izuku remembered from the battle trails that his name was 𝐤𝐿. What'll we be doing? He wasn't even finished asking before Aizawa held up a card labeled Rescue in blue font. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. Aizawa said, it's rescue training. Rescue. Kaminari, the one who's scared at using his awesome electricity quirk, said it with an odd inflection. Looks like this'll be a lot of work, too. Right. Acid Girl, Ashido, agreed readily, bouncing in her seat. Idiots, this is the duty of a hero. Kirishima cut in, as sunshine as ever. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in the water, 𝐂𝐸𝐸. Izuku was a little weirded out by the noises the frog girl made, and resolved to kill her one day. Maybe he'd take her quirk just so he could watch her body slowly fall apart at the seams until there was nothing recognizable left as he tore the mutation out of her body. No. Bad Izuku, no murder at school. Hey, I'm not done. Aizawa grunted. The irony of just how done he really wasn't lost to Izuku. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. With the press of a button, the monstrous costume case cubbies came open and Izuku resisted a shudder. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. Hi! The class chorused, and they all stood to retrieve their costumes. Aren't you grabbing your costume? Kirishima asked excitedly when Izuku made for the door without it. It was so cool, man. It suits you. Izuku was tempted to kill him just for that comment. Fine. Izuku muttered, then pulled the case off the rack and into his hand. Kirishima grinned happily. Izuku ended up on the bus between Kirishima and Shinsu, which really was the best outcome compared to his other choices. At least this way he wasn't tempted to murder anyone more than usual. He was used to them by now, which was a horrifying thought. The bus ride seemed to take forever, and Izuku was forced to chat pleasantly with his classmates as they all gushed over each other's quirks. Eventually, it got around to him. The way you anchored yourself to me back at the quirk assessment was awesome. Kirishima grinned. How'd you do that, anyway? Gravity user, Uraraka asked as she tilted her head. My quirk, push and pull, is centered in my hands. Izuku lied, clicking on quirk immune habitually. When I use pull on something heavy or sturdy, I can either focus on pulling myself to it or it to me. It's not hard. That's so cool. Ashido squealed, and Izuku nodded along as the conversation moved on to other classmates. He was more than glad to unload when the bus finally rolled to a stop. When 13 appeared, Izuku pulled out his Rubik's Cube so he wouldn't be tempted to steal her quirk, Black Hole, immediately. The thought of having such a destructive and appealing power literally at his fingertips, too stuck. As such, Izuku wasn't all that interested in what 13 was saying while he played with his Rubik's Cube. He spun the rows and clicked them to different positions. Usually he was good at solving puzzles, but it just wasn't working. Something about it was off, ever so slightly. Why couldn't he get all the colors to work? It was like someone fed it up on purpose. Wait a minute. With narrowed and suspicious eyes, Izuku counted each square and found that he didn't have enough reds and he had extras of blue. Tomura! Why would he murder Izuku like that? What was Izuku supposed to do now? Suddenly the lights went out, and Izuku looked up in confusion. That probably wasn't a good sign, but was definitely interesting. Izuku watched Aizawa tense and then WHP around, and Izuku followed his line of sight to see Kurogiri's warp. Ominously, a single pale hand reached from the portal and a person stepped out. Izuku couldn't see very well, but the mop of blue hair was almost definitely his idiotic and slightly murderous older brother. He was covered in hands. Izuku also frowned at the hulking purple monster that stepped out beside Tomura. It looked dead, brain halfway falling out with blank eyes, but it was standing and Izuku didn't really like that. Probably one of Doctor's experiments that Tomura got to play with. Izuku sighed heavily, even as his classmates seemed to recoil as a massive villain stepped through after his brother. Interestingly, most of them had mutation quirks. That meant Tomura was planning on trying to take down Eraser. But why? What was the point? Izuku hadn't heard anything about a raid on UA, so he just sighed in resignation at being left out of Tomura's plans. Downsides of being the youngest, and not liking Doctor very much. Don't move! Eraser yelled, probably in response to one of the babblings of Izuku's classmates, those are villains. Nice job, Officer Fuckface, you really connected the dots on that one. 13 and Eraserhead. Interesting that All Might is missing, don't you think? Tomura's voice rang through the USJ ominously. It made Izuku blink in surprise, because his brother never spoke like that. Tomura was all wild and teasing, and down in the plaza he was speaking softly, menacingly. Was he just here for fun then, to throw everyone off and get attention? Honestly, yeah, that sounded like Tomura. So you scumbags were the ones responsible for the trespassing yesterday? Eraser accused, taking a single step forward. Obviously, your defenses really need an upgrade, Eraserhead. Tomura seemed to be grinning, and it made Izuku sigh again. Anyway, we're here to cause trouble. How will you handle us, oh great teachers, pro-heroes of UA? Yep, called it. Tomura broke into UA for attention. Figures. Villains, no way. Kirishima exclaimed, there's no way they could break into a hero school. They sort of just did. Izuku deadpanned. Sensei, what about the trespasser censors? Varozu stepped forward, and 13 glanced backwards at her. We have them, of course, but... did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Izuku turned immediately at the sound of Todoroki's soft voice. Either way, if the censors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus, during the time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they are not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Everyone was stunned into silence, and Izuku sighed. Wow. He breathed, not taking his eyes off Todoroki. Izuku couldn't wait to take that beauty and destroy it, leaving Todoroki with nothing but emptiness. What? Shinsu hissed. Did you even hear him? Izuku asked, not even glancing at Shinsu. He's so cool. Don't tell me you want to befriend him. Shinsu recoiled, you said you don't do friends. If you want to call it that, then sure, yes, I want him to be my friend. Izuku shrugged. Congratulations, you're my first friend. I already said you were stuck with me on, like, day one. Despite the circumstances that were absolutely terrible, of course, villains, oh no. Shinsu beamed in excitement at him. Did people really care about being friends that much? That was hilarious, especially because it wasn't even real friendship. Izuku wanted Shinsu around for his quirk, and Izuku wanted around Todoroki because of his quirk. Shinsu belonged to Izuku, and Todoroki would be Izuku's greatest masterpiece when he was done with him. Apparently, during their little conversation, Eraserhead had said something to 13 and the class, so they were suddenly supposed to be running away. Of course, little hero students get traumatized by villains, run away. Izuku jogged with the class, Shinsu seemingly sticking with him by sheer determination, and then Kurogiri was abruptly and directly between the class and the door. Well, good luck hero students, you're fed. I won't let you get away. Kurogiri produced his yellow eyes in the looming mist. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. Izuku thought that was a horribly dumb name, and he was definitely teasing Tomura about it later. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, to meet everyone. 13 put an arm out, as if she could even remotely protect the students, and glared at Kurogiri. She was wrong, of course, but Izuku was polite enough not to outright laugh. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Kurogiri expanded his mist, looking sort of like a bird of prey out to get them. Well, that is irrelevant. This is the part WhatIf to play. Everything about Tomura was games, and Izuku just sighed at the inevitability that he was about to be tossed somewhere random and have to beat up his brother's goons. Oh no, what a shame. He blinked in genuine surprise as Bakugo and Kirishima both leapt forward to try and get Kurogiri, only to fail spectacularly. Izuku sighed as Kirishima taunted Kurogiri. Oh yeah, A+ little hero student. Antagonistic behavior really was the way to go. Not that Izuku could really talk, being the antagonistic little SHT he was, but he wasn't a real heroic student, so Izuku could do whatever he wanted. Oh dear, that's dangerous. Izuku choked at the sarcasm from Kurogiri, and he had to wave off a bizarre look from Shinsu because of it. That's right. Even if you are just students, you are excellent golden eggs. Mist surrounded them, blocking their vision and consuming them all, and Izuku didn't even try to fight it as his classmates screamed. My job is to scatter you all, so have fun, little heralings. Izuku was spat out at least a dozen feet above a massive expanse of water, and he shrieked in surprise as he slammed into it full force. That was just rude. Izuku was so burning Kurogiri's tea supply when he got home. He looked around under the water, and glared as a shark-like villain swam directly for him. Izuku pushed him away, and he went staggering backwards a little. Apparently push and pull didn't work very well in the water, so Izuku twisted around and started swimming away with perfect and clean strokes. Bubbles from a cry of surprise left his mouth as something wet and round wrapped around his torso, and Izuku found himself very suddenly being dragged along behind something. Reaching out with steel, he realized it was just Frog Girl. He forced himself to relax, even though he was mildly internally panicking. He was only allowed to use push and pull at school, so he might genuinely not be able to beat the Frog Girl in the water. It didn't really matter because they were supposedly on the same side, but it was a terrifying thought nonetheless. She gently placed him on the deck of a boat, which he assumed to be in the center of the water zone. They were definitely still in the USJ, which was nice of Kurogiri. He could have shipped them off to Timbuktu and been done with it. Maybe his tea supply was safe. Frog Girl climbed up the side of the boat, and Izuku gave her a hand up that she probably didn't need but accepted anyway. Thanks, Frog Girl. He nodded to her. Call me Zoo. She croaked. Okay. He shrugged in acceptance, and then he tapped his chin in thought. Izuku decided he should just think of his brother's goons as real enemies, and turned to Zoo. Well, I think the villains are idiots or uninformed. He declared finally. What makes you say that? She tilted her head. Well, they sent you here, and your quirk is heavily aquatic-based. I'm guessing frog-like mutations. Izuku said, gesturing to her, everything. Didn't need an analysis quirk to figure that one out. Kiro. Zoo blinked in surprise. You're right. If they knew that I was a frog, they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there. She pointed to one of the ominous domes, specifically the one covered in red and orange flames. Ah, yes, frogs are sensitive to temperature. Izuku nodded. Okay, so how do we use that? Not the temperature thing, the obliviousness of our enemies. Well, I'm more mobile in the water, but I can't take all of them at once if they surround me. Kiro. Zoo admitted, placing one of her elongated fingers on her chin. They both peeked over the edge, and Zoo made a croak of anxiety as they were firmly surrounded by yelling villains. Izuku pulled Zoo down and away from the edge, making them both crouch on the deck so the villains couldn't see them. Okay, what if I caused a distraction? Izuku suggested, whispering slightly. I could jump in the water and pretend I'm running for it. I'm a pretty fast swimmer, and I can use push to shove them away from me. It's not perfect, but it might allow you to slip in the water unnoticed and take a few of them out. It's dangerous. She croaked quietly, tilting her head. Let me tell you more about my quirk. Izuku nodded in acceptance. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. Zoo took a moment of pause before adding, the last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. Okay, as I said on the bus, my quirk is called push and pull. Izuku realized he still had quirk immune active. I can push or pull things towards or away from me telekinetically with my hands. She nodded easily. You'd have to stop swimming to propel the villains away from you, then, right? Kiro. That's right. He confirmed. Can we try it? If it doesn't work, then there's no harm in just coming back to the boat and trying a new strategy. But, if you have to choose, get yourself out and just leave me behind. It's not like any of the villains could really beat Izuku if he didn't let them, but they could definitely try. If I'm seen, I'll come and get you out right away. Zoo said firmly. Izuku sighed, but he didn't push it. All right. Now, I'll just jump right in the water and you can climb down the side once their attention is on me. Zu nodded firmly, and Izuku took a deep breath before standing and jumping to stand on the rail. "Oh no! We're surrounded!" Izuku cried, dramatically putting his hands on his face. "I'm so out of here." Izuku jumped, executing a flawless dive, and cut through the water as he landed to slide his way away from the boat. He glanced behind him to see villains yelling and swimming for him, completely focused on him and ignoring whatever Zu was doing, but several had mutations that made it so they were going double the speed he was. You win some, you lose some. Izuku tried pushing the water away instead of the villains, and they all went spinning backwards much more effectively. Izuku surfaced with a gasp, taking another breath and continuing to swim. Several more swam at him, and he pushed them back as well with a wave of water. "Die already, you stupid kid." Izuku looked down in mild panic as a webbed hand grabbed his leg and was sharply yanked downwards. Izuku shut his eyes, prayed his dad wouldn't kill him, and activated his quirk, Water Touch. With maximum control, Water Touch moved the water as he moved his hands. Izuku swirled the water around the villain's hand, creating little whirlpools around each finger and forcing the villain to release him, and then sent the villain spiraling downwards into the depth with 10 times the force he could have dreamed of creating with push. He then briefly used it to push himself to the surface, vaguely worried about the burning in his lungs. He broke the surface with a heavy gasp, and then coughed before swimming away again a little slower than his previous pace. Midoriya. Izuku turned as sharply as he could in the water, and his eyes landed on the upper half of Zu's face that peeked out above the water. "The villains are unconscious. Thanks for distracting them, Kiro, you're amazing. You really did all the work, Zu." Izuku grinned, "All I did was run away." He glanced towards shore, and then looked back at his classmate. "Let's head to shore, maybe we can get back to the entrance, yeah." "Kiro." She nodded. They swam for the shallows, Zu politely going his pace instead of just zooming off like the OP little froggy she was, and then they waded through the shallows until they were close enough to make out the shapes of 𝐸RAISER beating the SHT out villains in the central plaza. "Oh look, there was Tomura. Nice." Chapter 9, Let's get a closer look. Izuku said, and he started creeping towards the edge of the water zone without another word. His classmate croaked, but he felt her following him. Good little hero student. Izuku peeked over the ledge with Zu behind him, and he immediately fought off a sigh. The villain with the hand covering his face was definitely Tomura. Izuku had already known that, but the hair up close was even more unmistakable. Mop head 100%. "Stay here, I'm gonna stall the villain until backup can arrive." Izuku whispered, turning to Zu, "If you try to follow me I'll just push you away." "Got it. Stay put." She scrutinized him. "I think this is a bad idea, Kiro." Zu croaked. "I'm not planning on fighting, just talking and pushing the villains away from Aizawa-sensei." He lied. If Aizawa hurt Tomura, Izuku might have to blow his cover right then and there. "I don't like this." She told him blandly, "I'm going to get help." Then she bounded off through the water and away the next moment. Well, leaving was fine too. Izuku turned back to the central plaza and saw his brother running directly for 𝐸RAISER. Izuku really wished he could use a hearing quirk, because his brother seemed to be mumbling, but he'd already broken his dad's rule of only using his 2 designated quirks and he didn't want to risk it again. 𝐸RAISER charged as well, and Izuku held his breath as 𝐸RAISER's scarf shot out. Tomura grabbed it and yanked, pulling the hero closer, and grabbed the elbow that was moved into his stomach. Izuku passively watched as the elbow started flaking away, and clenched his teeth as 𝐸RAISER punched Tomura in the face. Tomura went down, falling on his but as 𝐸RAISER leapt backwards with a crumbling elbow, and Izuku resisted jumping up to help his brother. Izuku trusted Tomura, and tried to reassure himself that brother would be fine. He was capable enough to handle one pro. It was satisfying that 𝐸RAISER had no time to breathe, though, being immediately attacked by more of Tomura's minions. Where the hell did Tomura even find that many low-level villains to bring, anyway? Tomura's beast slammed 𝐸RAISER into the concrete, and yellow goggles cracked as they flew off the hero's face. 𝐸RAISER's head was bleeding, and his arm was twisted and broken, but otherwise he was fine. Izuku sighed, climbed the ledge, and headed towards the plaza. Time to talk to his brother. Tomura turned, and promptly laughed. Probably because Izuku was soaking wet, and his curls were dripping water absolutely everywhere. As he approached, Izuku activated quirk, Muffle. It didn't completely mask whatever they said, but it did turn nearby ears and hearing quirks away so conversations could remain private. People could theoretically hear them if they were close enough, but Aizawa was a ways away and struggling against the monster that had twisted his arm like putty in his hands. "What are you doing here, Miura?" Izuku sighed, putting his hands on his hips. "This is a field trip." Izuku gestured to the building they were in. "I wanted to see you," Tomura said brightly, grinning behind the hand. Eraserhead screamed from behind them, and they both briefly glanced back to see that Eraser had tried to erase the monster's quirk and gotten his other arm smashed in retaliation. "Okay, what's with the getup?" Izuku moved on and gestured to Tomura. At home, his brother wore gray sweatpants and black hoodies. As he stood before Izuku, he was wearing 2 short leggings and a too loose black shirt. Not to mention the various hands decorating him. "Dad said I needed a costume." Tomura rolled his eyes. "I said my normal hair color would be enough, but he didn't think so. Thus my face being covered, and the extra hands are just for pizzazz." "I can't believe you just said that." Izuku facepalmed, making his brother cackle. "Anyway, why are you attacking? What's the excuse?" "Well, I wanted to see if Eraserhead was a proper teacher, and he looks satisfactory to me." Tomura nodded to the hero who was still struggling underneath the purple monster. His arms were messed up, but he was conscious still. "But I told my underlings we were killing All Might, so there's that. Really, I'm just here to play with Eraserhead and give Nomu some XP." "Oh, right. I'm guessing this is from Dr." Izuku grimaced at the creature. "You called it Nomu?" "Oh, yeah, Doctor gave him to me." Tomura grinned. Apparently Dad's been letting him experiment again, and he's been having Dad give these guys multiple quirks. "They're keyed to mindlessly obey us." "Well, mainly me, but also you. Dad added you as an admin too, even though I'm player 1 and his successor. You think I want a brain-dead monster?" Izuku made a face. "Yuck. You can keep it." "Shigaraki." Kurogiri appeared next to them, and Izuku was immensely relieved he hadn't said Tomura anywhere near where Eraser could possibly hear them. 13 is incapacitated, and a student escaped. Tomura sighed. "Well, I guess this level is nearly over." He turned to grin at Izuku. "Here, I want to show you something first. I have a bad feeling about this, but what is it?" Izuku sighed warily. Tomura laughed brightly. "Nomu, pick my brother up gently," Tomura ordered. In a flash, Izuku was suddenly swamped by purple arms and he cried out lightly in surprise. Nomu had picked him up, tucked him into his arms, and pinned him to his muscular and very purple chest. "See? His OP as hell." Izuku glanced at the pro who was no longer restrained. Aizawa was on the ground still, conscious with BLD running down his face, but he wasn't really moving due to his mangled arms. He wasn't a threat, so Izuku turned back to his brother. "Very nice, Miura." Izuku rolled his eyes, squirming futilely in Nomu's grasp. "Now, if you're leaving, let me." Tomura, Izuku, and probably everyone in the USJ, collectively froze as the doors up by the entrance exploded inwards. Ominous footsteps rang out, and then suddenly All Might appeared from the smoke. "It's fine now," All Might declared, making both brothers frown. "I am here." There was no bravado, no confidence, only radiating anger. "See, you need to get out of here," Izuku said to his frozen brother. "Izuku, I'm using you as a hostage. DMN it. Seriously. Say thing sh if you're actually hurt, okay? Now, deactivate muffle." Tomura ordered. "I know you used it to talk to me. Turn it off." "Am I that predictable?" Izuku muttered, but he turned it off. Tomura then turned to All Might with a crazed grin. "Oh, we're getting a continue now," he announced. "Come meet your death, trash of society." His goons were mostly standing again, after recovering from whatever Aizawa had done to them, and then they were promptly knocked down again. All Might moved in a blur, but then he was standing still with a groaning Aizawa in his arms. He whispered something to the hero, and then he darted back up the stairs to place Izuku's teacher safely away. Nice of him, really. Don't come any closer, All Might. Tomura yelled with a grin, I have this little green kid as a hostage. He cackled then, probably because of Izuku's completely done with life expression. Oh no. Izuku deadpanned, whatever shall I do? Save me, All Might. Oi, do you want to die? Tomura turned to Izuku as if he were confused by his sarcasm. Nah, I just hate the thought of being saved by All Might. I mean yuck. Izuku made a face of disgust, and Tomura laughed. I like this one. Tomura grinned, turning back to All Might. I'll make a deal. I'll go peacefully, leaving all your students unharmed, but I get to keep this one. Never! All Might yelled, clenching his fist. Release young Midoriya. He charged, Carolina. No Mew. Tomura murmured. Smash. Suddenly Izuku and the Nomyu were between All Might and Tomura, and Nomyu's arms only barely shielded Izuku from the heavy wind attack. Jesus! Izuku yelled dramatically, watch it, All Might. The hero backed up, metaphorical sweat on his face as he realized how deep the SHT he was in was, and glared at Nomyu. Release young Midoriya. All Might ordered again, gritting his teeth. No, I don't think so. Tomura said from behind Izuku, voice soft and dangerous. What will you do, All Might? Let us leave with a hostage to keep, or risk killing him trying to fight Nomyu? Izuku didn't really see the angle his brother was playing at, but the way he said it made Izuku genuinely sure Tomura had a plan. Both ways, he had an idea. Which meant there was a 50-50th chance Izuku was gonna get his butt kidnapped. Fantastic. I'll never abandon those I can reach. That's what it means to be a hero. All Might yelled, I won't let you take him, and I will defeat you. A shame. Tomura whispered, no Mew, fight All Might, but keep the little green boy safe, okay. I've decided I like him, but don't let him use his quirk. Keep his hands hidden. Oh come on. Izuku yelled, wishing he could stomp a foot. Then the breath was hardcore knocked out of him as Nomyu charged All Might with whiplash-inducing speed. Izuku was put under the Nomyu's arm, sort of tucked away in his purple armpit and pinning him there with an elbow, but the Nomyu had both hands free to attack. Obviously the arm pinning Izuku in place couldn't extend fully because his elbow was the only thing keeping him from dropping Izuku, but he seemed to be managing wonderfully. It also helped that Nomyu was immune to All Might's attacks, of course. One punch grazed the Nomyu's arm and wind whipped across his face, making Izuku cry out in mildly genuine fear. All Might's power was seriously no joke, and he didn't exactly want a front row seat to see it in action. All Might hesitated at Izuku's shout, and that gave Nomyu enough time to sink his claws into All Might's side. The hero stiffened, grabbing the hand and trying to pry it off, but that was when Kurogiri arrived. All Might sank into the ground through a swirling purple portal, stopping waist deep, and he started struggling madly to get the hand out of his side. This is good, Kurogiri. Tomura laughed lightly, it's an unexpected opportunity. Izuku was then shifted in Nomyu's hold, presumably because he'd started to slip, and he suddenly found himself thrown over Nomyu's shoulder like a sack of potatoes, held there by Nomyu's hand on his back pressing Izuku's stomach into the Nomyu's shoulder. His hands were pinned under his stomach, so Izuku couldn't do much more than squirm. The Nomyu's other hand was still deeply embedded in All Might's side. All Might seemed to realize his predicament, and turned to glare at Tomura with teeth gritted in pain. This is your first offense. All Might checked, you'd better prepare yourselves. Izuku watched his brother stiffen, clearly unhappy, and frowned. What a nice little bluff. Izuku muttered, loud enough that Tomura heard and relaxed slightly. Kurogiri. Tomura said softly. Would you be so kind? All Might turned to look at the misty villain, hands still pulling uselessly at Nomyu's claws. I do not want BLD and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. Kurogiri sighed, smugness radiating in his voice. You're too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Nomyu's job, and now that your body is halfway through my portals, closing the gate and tearing you apart will be my job. All Might gasped, staring down at the portal around his waist, and Izuku resisted a smile as he looked upon the panicked face of the number 1 hero. Unfortunately, Izuku did not get to witness All Might's imminent death, because Bakugo came out of nowhere and slammed into Kurogiri with an explosion to the neck brace. It made Izuku gasp in shock and concern for his sort of babysitter friend, but he played it off as just surprise. Die! Bakugo screamed as he pinned Kurogiri with a feral grin. Take that! At the same time, ice crept from the left and encased the Nomu's entire left side, freezing his fingers so All Might could rip the claws from his side. Nomu's right side was untouched, leaving Izuku unfrozen, which made him sigh in disappointment. DMN Todoroki's perfect control. Izuku would have loved to be frozen. Just a bit of frostbite. All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might. Todoroki said, breathing out frost, and Izuku could have swooned at the burning anger in his expression. All Might jumped away to land by Todoroki, and Shinsu came sprinting forward then too. Midoriya! He yelled, eyes panicked as he saw Izuku pinned in the Nomu's grasp. Stop acting so stuck up, foggy nobody. Bakugo grinned ferally, leaning in to loom over Kurogiri. The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you. Todoroki said blandly, staring at Tomura. All Might, the deal still stands. Tomura called, ignoring the students altogether. Remember, the little green one is at stake. Izuku sighed. What deal? Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Oh, I promise to leave peacefully and not hurt anybody else, so long as I can keep him. Tomura grinned, approaching the Nomu and gesturing to Izuku. Otherwise, well, All Might will probably kill him accidentally if he tries to fight my Nomu. Obsessive behavior, really. Izuku muttered. Oh my god, shut up. Tomura groaned. Keep annoying me and I'll take the purple one instead. He pointed at Shinsu with a distinct look, reminding Izuku he was supposed to care about his classmates and stuff. Yeesh, alright, my bad. Izuku sighed. Keep me then. Maybe I will. Tomura grinned, making Shinsu take a step forward before he was stopped by Todoroki's hand landing on his shoulder. Dimon, if only Todoroki touched Izuku like that so he could feel his freezing touch a guy. If I can't attack Nomu, I'll just attack you. All Might declared. He charged, but Nomu jumped in front of him, directly blocking All Might's path. The hero's punch slammed into Nomu's chest, and Izuku's hair was blown back by the wind again. He cried out and hid his face in Nomu's shoulder as All Might jumped back, gritting his teeth. Shinsu was barely being held back by Todoroki, and Bakugo was still pinning Kurogiri. All Might dodged to the side with a punch, and the hero's attack connected with Nomu's shoulder. The blow landed inches from Izuku, and he shrieked again. Stop! Shinsu yelled, stop, you'll hurt him. It's fine, young Shinsu. All Might threw a thumbs up behind him. Why? Because I am here. Oh yeah, 'cause I feel safe. Izuku coughed, recovering from the wind shocks. All Might slammed his fist into Nomu's face, probably to try something new, but the bird head whipped to the side and his beak sliced across Izuku's shoulder. He cried out in pain and All Might jumped back with gritted teeth. Finge Izuku yelled, gasping as BLD sluggishly leaked from the wound. Nomu, bring him here. In a flash Izuku was dumped on the floor at his brother's feet, laying on his uninjured side, and Tomura crouched down to place 2 fingers to the wound. His eyebrow twitched in concern and mixed guilt, but Izuku just shook his head. It's just a scratch. Izuku lied quietly in reassurance. He kept his hands under his back so he had an excuse for why he wasn't shoving Tomura away. Ah, symbol of peace. Tomura smiled tightly, standing and stepping forward so Izuku was behind him. You just willingly got a hostage injured, some number 1 hero you are. Nomu, retrieve our exit gate. Izuku gasped as he saw the Nomu disappear and then someone went flying backwards. When the dust cleared, Izuku spotted Bakugo safely a few feet from Todoroki, and realized the person Nomu had sent flying was All Might. What? Shinsu exclaimed, staring. If Bakugo is fine, then that was. Todoroki was also staring, and Izuku finally could see where All Might had ended up. He was over a dozen feet away. So you protected the child? Tomura asked softly, tilting his head. It looked creepy with the hand covering his face. Don't you know how to hold back? All Might coughed, they are just children. It was to rescue my companion, I had no choice. Tomura answered easily, gesturing to where the Nomyu had successfully freed Kurogiri. What about you? I'm not the one who hurt this child. Tomura gestured to Izuku, who dramatically glared. Besides, violence for the sake of others makes it admirable, right, hero? You know. I'm angry. I'm angry at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Tomura turned around to glance at Izuku with a grin. You punched a villain and hurt a hostage, and it was heroic, right? But if I did it? Tomura crouched down beside Izuku, making sure everyone could see him, and he ripped off a pouch from Izuku's belt. He grinned as he set all 5 fingers on it, and then turned to blow the dust off his hand towards the students. Izuku wiggled to unpin his hands as though he was panicking, and then sent Tomura a significant look. His brother shot out a hand and grabbed both of Izuku's wrists with one hand. He pinned Izuku's wrists to the ground with an excited grin. Please, don't. Shinsu cried out in panic. Tomura raised a challenging eyebrow at Shinsu. Young Shinsu, don't get involved. All Might ordered, running forward to stand between the students and Tomura. Run away. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, right? Todoroki asked evenly, raising a defensive hand. That was a different story, young Todoroki. Thanks. All Might replied with a pressed grin. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. You can't. Shinsu yelled, glaring at All Might. Midoriya's still over there. Don't worry. I will save everyone. All Might assured him. Something in Shinsu's eyes changed, and it made Izuku very interested. You promise? Shinsu asked nervously. I assure you. All Might froze in place, unmoving, and Shinsu blew out a heavy breath. Izuku blinked in genuine shock because Shinsu just brainwashed All Might. Okay, villain, you said there was a deal, right? Shinsu said, looking at Shigaraki shakily. Oi, don't negotiate with villains. Bakugo yelled, cracking his knuckles. Do you want Midoriya to die? Shinsu snapped, pointing at Tomura, that guy disintegrated Midoriya's gear. He looked back at Tomura with determination. Okay, what can I do to save him? Interesting. Tomura said to no one in particular, tilting his head. What would happen, I wonder, if I take him with me? 3 days would be good, and I wouldn't necessarily need to keep him longer. How can I trust you'll do it? Shinsu asked, narrowing his eyes. Aren't you going to answer me? It'd be a shame if a heroic student tried to use his quirk on me. Tomura said, turning to grin at his brother. My Nomyu reacts badly if the one controlling him goes offline. Okay. Shinsu cried, throwing out his hands as Shigaraki dusted another of Izuku's costume pouches with his free hand. I won't. Seriously, how can I trust you? Tomura looked back up at him with a grin. You know what I want. Shinsu shook his head with a frown. I want the world to see us. I want the League of Villains to be feared. Why else would I pick UA? None of your friends are seriously injured, except for the poor green one here. Only, I didn't do that, did I? Tomura laughed softly. What if I got you on the news? Shinsu negotiated, swallowing hard. Headlines. Izuku wiggled his fingers, as if he were trying to free a few of them, and furrowed his brows like he was concentrating. Shinsu's eyes caught the movement and then quickly looked away from it. Without even looking, Tomura's hand shot out and grabbed Izuku by the jaw and yanked him up to a seated position. Izuku gasped but didn't move, his eyebrows raising as his brother squished his freckled cheeks. Don't think I didn't see that, little hero. Tomura released him, slightly pushing him, and Izuku fell back on his elbows to the concrete with a gasp. Can't blame me for trying. Izuku coughed, letting his head fall backwards onto the floor. Tomura still held his wrists in one hand. Back to the purple one. I'd say we're getting closer to what I want, Tomura said, turning back to Shinsu. How about I keep him for a little less than 3 days, and promise not to hurt him even the slightest bit that whole time. I'll release him at the end of those days if you get me and my league in the headlines. That's your insurance, he's perfectly safe. Tomura reached down to ruffle Izuku's fluffy hair and Shinsu stiffened, making Tomura laugh. My quirk control is flawless, he's safe as long as you hold up your end of the bargain. Tomura pressed 5 fingers into Izuku's curls and yanked on them, making Izuku gasp slightly. No, you can't have him. Shinsu exclaimed, glaring. Think of something else. Tomura opened his mouth to reply, but a bullet went clean through his hand. He released Izuku's hair with a cry, and Izuku's forehead collided with the concrete, making him cry out as well. The jewel on his headpiece shattered. Sorry everyone. A high-pitched voice rang, sorry we're late. Izuku raised his aching forehead to look up, but his vision was blurry. He vaguely realized his hands were free from Tomura's grip, but he didn't really care. He assumed the people were heroes, which meant Tomura needed to get his butt in gear. Wait. Tomura was shot. Snipe. Izuku saw the heroes spilling in from above. Ida was racing for them, eyes pinned on Tomura. Izuku barely resisted a snarl as he glanced over and saw his brother clutching his wounded hand to his chest. Tomura looked at him curiously, asking permission, and Izuku nodded minutely. Release Midoriya. Ida yelled as he came to a stop beside the other students and a still frozen All Might. At that moment, Izuku sent his brother a look and jerked his chin at Nomyu, and then he reached for Todoroki and pulled. Todoroki stumbled, but froze his feet to the floor and Izuku flew towards him at high speed. Izuku crashed to the floor and rolled, slamming into the ice at Todoroki's feet with a dizzying gasp. The ice felt amazing on his aching shoulder. Midoriya! Shinsu cried, falling to his knees to hover worriedly over him. Todoroki crouched to melt the ice off his feet, and started looking Izuku over as well. Kurogiri, let's go. Tomura ordered, ignoring the heroes. A portal appeared around him, blocking a barrage of bullets. I look forward to the headlines, purple one. Tomura yelled, Nomyu, grab the green one. Before Shinsu or Todoroki could blink, a giant purple hand wrapped around Izuku's waist and dragged him backwards. Izuku widened his eyes and looked at Shinsu, and reached for his friend, as if he were panicking. Shin, and then he was swallowed by Kurogiri's portals. Chapter 10. Izuku was in Nomyu's arms as the monster stepped onto wood floors in their second base, the bar, and Nomyu dropped Izuku so suddenly he yelped in surprise. Izuku stood with a groan, pressing a hand to his shoulder, and immediately hurried over to his brother. Your hand! Izuku exclaimed, hovering in front of his brother. Are you okay? Me. Your shoulder. Tomura diverted, reaching out a hand to assess the damage. Nomyu did this. He turned to glare at the monster that was standing mindlessly in the middle of the bar. Kurogiri, wisely, warped it away so Tomura couldn't decay it. All Might punched Nomyu's face so hard the beak got me. Izuku lamented. It's fine, it's not that deep. That could have gone better. Tomura huffed, reaching for Izuku's shoulder. Hello, you're both grounded. They turned at their mother's voice, and found both their parents standing behind them. Oh my boys, you're hurt. She came over and gently took Tomura's hand, smiling sadly at the bullet hole in his palm. Hisoshi, can you fix it? It won't heal well if we just leave it. I can. He confirmed, stepping forward. I confess, healing quirks aren't ones I sought in excess, but I have one that heals any wound that fits in my palms. Their dad took Tomura's hand in both of his, pressing his palms to both sides of Tomura's hand. It made him wince, but Tomura blinked suddenly and Izuku gasped as his brother pulled his hand back to see it was perfectly healed. That's amazing! Izuku exclaimed, grabbing his brother's hand in awe. It has its drawbacks. Hisoshi lamented. For example, it can only be used once a day. He stepped forward to examine Izuku's shoulder, which was now soaked in BLD, and then sighed. Either way, your shoulder injury is too big. We'll have to just wrap it instead. That's okay. Izuku smiled, releasing his brother. I'm not really supposed to be healed while I'm here anyway. Tomura here kidnapped me. Did he now? Inko raised an eyebrow. I wanted to test the heroes. Tomura grinned, pulling off his hand pizzazz accessories one by one and placing them on the bar. All Might tried to fight me even though I had a hostage. That's how 𝐤 got injured. All Might did it. Ah, that buffoon. Their father sighed. And your hand? Tomura opened his mouth, and then he turned to face Izuku with a worried expression. Oh my god, your face. Are you okay? He exclaimed, raising a hand to push Izuku's curls out of the way, only for Tomura's hand to meet something sticky. Izuku winced as Tomura found the abrasion. Izuku knew it wasn't bad, but his head throbbed like hell and was evidently bleeding. I knew it. I'm so sorry. Oh baby, what happened? Inko pulled out a handkerchief and started gently dabbing the BLD away. Izuku reached up and removed his circlet, which was missing the gem that had shattered, and threw it to the ground. Tomura was showing off his ability to control his quirk by holding my hair with all 5 fingers, and that's when he was shot. Izuku hissed in pain briefly from his mother's gentle touches on his forehead before continuing. He let go, obviously, but I fell forward and hit my head on the concrete. Do you have a concussion? Hisoshi asked. Izuku shook his head. No, it hurts a lot, but I'm not dizzy and the blurry vision cleared almost immediately. Izuku assured him. My forehead just got scraped up a bit on impact, that's all. The jewel shattering against my face didn't help any. He looked over to smile at his brother who was fidgeting anxiously. It's okay, it wasn't your fault. Okay. Tomura murmured, frowning. Also I'm killing Snipe. Izuku declared. Nobody shoots my brother and gets away with it. Tomura cracked a tiny smile. Oh, Tsukochi is heading for the apartment. Hisoshi said suddenly. He suspects that the villain Shigaraki is Tomura because of his interest in Izuku and wants to check for a bullet wound. What is his deal? Izuku exclaimed in exasperation, now he's accusing random villains too. If I say hi to someone on the street, do you think he'll accuse them too? You did show off your boring face to him at the station, it's your own fault. Tomura grinned. Yeah, but that was before Dad made me become a hero. Like you're doing a good job anyway, boys? Tsukochi. Their father reminded gently. We should get back to the apartment. Then. Tomura sighed. I'm guessing we'll have to pretend to be devastated. Ask a lot of questions. Izuku piped up, glancing from his mother to his brother. He can't detect lies or truth in questions. You could use how could this happen? And aren't you going to save him? They'll expect things like that. Saying you never expected a kidnapping should also work. Hisoshi hummed. Especially since Izuku being kidnapped for real is a ridiculous idea. Oh, Hugh. Tomura realized with a blink. His father reached out with a smile and ruffled Tomura's hair, green soaking it, and Tomura shuddered briefly. Thanks. Go change. Izuku grinned, gesturing to Tomura's badly fitting villain clothing. You look ridiculous. Right. Kurogiri, my bedroom. Tomura glanced at the portal user, and then wrinkled his nose. Not the apartment. I can't keep my costume there, for obvious reasons. Kurogiri sent Tomura through a portal, and Izuku sighed. How long until Tsukochi arrives? He asked his dad. About 15 minutes. He answered with a smile. We have time. You're sure your head is okay, Izuku? His mother asked seriously, do you want some ibuprofen? I'll take some ice, actually. Izuku decided. A portal opened in front of him, and he had to quickly catch a freezing cold blue rectangle as an ice pack was ejected. Oh, thanks Kurogiri. He sent the misty man a smile. Okay, fine, Izuku wasn't burning his tea stash anymore. Even if he did rudely dump Izuku in the flood zone. Of course, Izuku. Kurogiri nodded to him. As Izuku pressed the ice to his head, Tomura was portaled back and looked comfortably messy in his usual hoodie and sweatpants. "Kurogiri," 𝐒𝐿 called gently, "we're headed to the apartment." "Yes, Kurogiri nodded politely, creating a portal for them easily. Izuku waved with his free hand as his mother and brother disappeared, and then plopped down on a bar stool. "Izuku." He looked up at his father curiously. "I'd like to give you a quirk, coloring. It allows the user to change the color of anything they touch as long as they've seen the color before. You're around Tomura enough that it would be beneficial for you to have it in situations where he might need to have green hair, and I'm unavailable. Why haven't you used it before?" Izuku asked. "It seems more useful than hue. Coloring is harder to control, and it can change the color of anything." Hisoshi explained patiently. "You might accidentally change all of Tomura green instead of just his hair. Does that make sense?" Izuku nodded. "That's why. Regardless, you need a color-changing quirk, and this is the next best thing. Can't I have hue?" Izuku frowned. "I don't want to mess it up. I trust that you'll get the hang of it." Hisoshi smiled, and Izuku nodded. "All right, I'll do my best." Izuku smiled in consent. Hisoshi placed a hand on Izuku's head gently, and Izuku felt the quirk transfer to him. It tasted like bubbles and caramel, sickeningly sweet and sharp, as if too many tastes and feelings were tangled on his tongue. It swirled in his palms, and he felt as if his hands were crusted with old paint. He wiggled his fingers against the sensation. It then soaked into his skin, leaving him gasping with euphoric dizziness. "Wicked," Izuku breathed, inhaling and exhaling to let the feeling pass. He couldn't help but feel disappointed by the feeling. It made him ache for Todoroki and Shinsu's quirks even more. Detective Tsukochi arrived. "Would you like to watch?" Hisoshi asked, grinning. "I have cameras." Izuku laughed as the slight high faded, and nodded. "Definitely." 𝐒𝐿 answered the door with a frown, Tsukochi standing on the other side. "Detective, what can I do for you?" she asked, looking him up and down. "Midoriya, can I come in?" Tsukochi asked seriously. "I have some news that you and your son need to hear." "Is it about Izuku?" she exclaimed, eyes widening. He sighed tiredly in response. "Yes, can I come in?" 𝐒𝐿 opened the door for the detective, stepping aside and leading him into the living room. "Tomura, come here," 𝐒𝐿 yelled into the house. "The detective is here about Izuku." There was silence, but then a door slammed shut and Tomura appeared in the doorway, yawning with a hand over his mouth. "What is it?" Tomura said, plopping down next to his mother. Tsukochi had narrowed eyes pinned to Tomura, eyeing both of his perfectly intact and flawless hands. "Midoriya Izuku was kidnapped by the League of Villains during a field trip today," Tsukochi said bluntly, watching their reactions closely. Now, 𝐒𝐿 and Tomura had already chosen their roles, so Tomura stilled completely and stared at the floor in apparent shock. 𝐒𝐿, on the other hand, immediately covered her mouth with a hand. "How could this happen?" 𝐒𝐿 gasped. "Nearly everyone says UA is the safest school around." Tsukochi sighed. "They attacked with over 4 dozen villains, and there were only 2 teachers present at the time," Tsukochi admitted, scrutinizing them both. "Midoriya was taken hostage. All Might and the heroes were unable to recover him before the villains retreated." "So you lost my brother," Tomura said, looking up with wide eyes. "All Might let him get hurt. Is that what you're saying?" "I suppose, but All Might could only do so much with a hostage thrown in the mix." Tsukochi frowned. Reports say Midoriya Izuku was very nonchalant about his hostage situation, but showed immense alarm when he was actually taken. "Do you know why that is?" "Izuku likes to think he's invincible," Tomura said, staring at the wall. "Nothing phases him until it does." Tomura thought about Izuku's promise to kill Snipe, specifically. He didn't care about Snipe at all until he did. "Mom, can I go to my room?" He said it quietly, as if he was partially in shock, and his mother nodded. She brushed his messy green hair away from his face, and he stood to stride out of the room. "He seems to care about his brother a lot," Tsukochi said, staring after him. even though they're so far apart in age. Actually, they're only 4.5 years apart. Tomura's only 20, and Izuku is nearly 16. Inko smiled. They've been close their whole lives. As little kids, they'd run around our home and make such a mess, but they were so happy. Tears shone in her eyes, and she let them spill over a little as she looked back at the detective. You'll get him back, right? Inko whispered, you'll save my baby. We'll do everything we can. Tsukochi sighed. She nodded, wiping her eyes, and he stood to leave with a polite little bow. Inko buried her face in her hands and let her shoulders shake a little as he left, only letting the laughter escape once the door was firmly shut and she had counted to 10. Laughter poured out of her, and Tomura came out with a raised eyebrow as he took in her gasping breaths and snickering laughs. Well, at least now I can tell Izuku that you laughed when he was kidnapped. Tomura grinned, and his mother laughed even harder. Tomura smiled as his mother continued to laugh, and he knew Izuku was safe with their dad. It was a successful day for the villainous family, really, and the thought only made him smile wider. Chapter 11. Izuku tried to focus on something other than his shoulder. It screamed at him, probably because his weight was on his elbows, and Izuku wasn't going to be moving until his target reappeared. It was inconvenient he disappeared into another room the moment Izuku's rifle was ready and loaded. Putting aside the pain, Izuku focused as Snipe finally exited his bedroom and could be seen in his kitchen through the window. Izuku shut one of his eyes, looking down the sight of the rifle he had braced against his good shoulder, and lined up the shot perfectly. Izuku then pulled the trigger without hesitation. One round into the torso to down the hero, and then Izuku discarded the weapon to jump across the roof and through the kitchen window. Izuku never liked jumping through windows. The glass was unpleasant to land on and left little stinging sensations even through his thick and protective villain costume. He also knew the tiny bullet hole in previously mentioned glass wouldn't make much of a difference either. Nevertheless, Izuku dove through the window, shattered the glass fully, and rolled to standing. On the floor of the kitchen lay the hero with a bullet hole in his right lung, exactly where Izuku wanted it. Not a shot that would kill him immediately, but bad enough that he'd be dead after just a few minutes. Oh my dear Snipe, you fed up? Izuku whispered. He took off his mask and hood, showing off the shifted face he wore specially for the occasion. The same one he'd used when he'd accidentally showed Eraserhead and Tsukochi that one time. His eyes were a ruby red, and his hair hung by his ears in messy blue strands. Across his face were the same marks of the skin condition that plagued Tomura's face but worsened, making Izuku look like a younger and softer version of Tomura. You? Snipe choked, BLD wetting his lips as he quickly found his lungs filling with BLD. Izuku grinned, widening his eyes to achieve the same crazed look Tomura produced naturally. Nobody hurts my brother and gets away with it, Izuku stated. Snipe choked again, writhing as life left him, and Izuku pulled out a knife. May your death be more appealing than your life, hero. Izuku drove the knife straight into Snipe's right eye, digging it in with a ruthless laugh as Snipe started screaming. With his punctured and BLD-filled lungs, Izuku found the sounds the hero who shot his brother made were appealing. The way the BLD from his bullet wound poured across the flooring and the gore from his punctured eye that was thrown everywhere as Izuku yanked the knife out was deeply satisfying. He was covered in BLD and gore, they both were, and Izuku couldn't help the delighted laugh that bubbled up and out his throat. There wasn't anything better than being showered in an enemy's BLD. Well, except maybe Todoroki's quirk. Tossing the knife on the floor, Izuku didn't even care that he'd wasted a perfectly good knife. The heroes would appreciate having the main murder weapon right in hand, and Izuku was nothing if not considerate. He left then, taking his rifle with him, and left only Snipe's mangled body, the knife, and a note. Justice has been served. How many times do I have to remind you that you're grounded? Inko put her hands on her hips, and Izuku wilted in the face of her disappointment. Once more, I think. He muttered. You know this means quirk suppressants, Izuku. But Snipe deserved it. Izuku protested vehemently, I won't leave the base again, I swear. I won't use my quirks either. You're right, you won't. She sighed, and 𝐒𝐿 clamped his mouth shut as his mother went to retrieve the quirk suppressants from the closet. He hated quirk suppressants. How long do I have to wear them? 𝐒𝐿 asked with a scowl as she returned. Until you're dropped off at the station after your kidnapping is over. 𝐭𝐻 replied, and with a beckoning gesture 𝐒𝐿 trudged closer so she could bend down and lock it around his left ankle. This isn't fair. 𝐒𝐿 crossed his arms, looking away. His mother sighed as she straightened. This is fair. She said, Tomura is grounded too, and has been wearing his quirk suppressant bracelet since yesterday, after Tsukochi left. That's different. 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed, he only has one quirk anyway. 𝐒𝐿, we let you remain without them because you promised not to use a single quirk. You broke that promise, and on top of that you left the bar. That's not okay, 𝐒𝐿. ∞ gave him a stern look, crossing her arms, and 𝐒𝐿 sighed in frustration. Oh 𝐒𝐿, I know you hate them, but it's only a few days. Tomura has to wear his for 2 full weeks for staging the kidnapping, remember? I remember. 𝐒𝐿 huffed. He took a deep breath, blew it out, and then sighed. I'm sorry for sneaking out. Thank you, 𝐒𝐿. She smiled. Now, I'm pretty sure your dad wants to check your shoulder in case you re-injured it. That rifle has some harsh recoil. 𝐒𝐿 winced, and she gave him another stern look. 𝐬𝐻. A whirling portal appeared, and 𝐒𝐿 stepped through in resignation. He stepped out into his father's study, his dad sitting on the couch. He patted the seat next to him, and 𝐒� reluctantly headed over to sit beside him. Because you've already spoken with your mother, I'll say nothing on the topic of your little escapade last night. Hisoshi said with a little amused smile. It made 𝐒� wilt slightly anyway. Now, show me your shoulder. 𝐒� sat still as his father unwrapped the wound and rebandaged it, checking that it hadn't worsened. 𝐒� had been lucky, he hadn't needed any stitches. Still, the bandaging process was obscenely complicated. Because it was a shoulder wound, they had to wrap the bandages around 𝐒�'s shoulder, torso, and partly his collarbone to keep everything in place. 𝐒� hated it, but there wasn't a more effective way to wrap a shoulder. When they were finally finished, 𝐒� sighed. Thanks. He mumbled. Of course, 𝐒�. Hisoshi wrapped an arm around him, and 𝐒� leaned into the side hug, dropping his head on his father's shoulder. Even if I don't approve of you breaking your grounding, I will say I'm proud of you. What? 𝐒� straightened, looking up at his dad with wide eyes. You defended your brother. Hisoshi smiled, but it was coupled with sadness. That's something I never learned how to do. Not properly, at least. I'm glad I was able to raise you two to care about each other as siblings should. You have a brother. Had. Hisoshi corrected, and 𝐒� inhaled sharply. I'm sorry. 𝐒� whispered. Don't be, it was a very long time ago. His father sighed. Apologies, I shouldn't be digging up the past. Tomura's watching the news again, would you like to join him? No thanks, I want to go to my room. 𝐒� wanted to be alone for a while. All right. His dad smiled. 𝐬𝐻, 𝐒�'s room at the bar, if you please. Of course. 𝐬𝐻 nodded slightly, and a portal opened. See you at dinner. 𝐒� waved briefly to his dad, and he stepped through the portal. He hated being grounded. Tomura grinned at the TV, leaning forward over the bar as if it would help him absorb the information better. This is great. Tomura laughed. 𝐒�, have you seen it? Is it more of the same woman or something new? 𝐒� asked, glancing up from his puzzle. It was a rainbow gradient with 1,000 pieces, and he was only halfway done. When he looked up, he found that the TV showed Nezu making an announcement about the break-in, new security measures, and the exact number of arrested criminals, but he was also making sure to talk all about the League of Villains. Oh, it's UA. Nothing about my supposed kidnapping. Must be because of the deal. Tomura shrugged. They'll probably wait to see if I give you back. If I don't, then they'll admit to losing a student. Interesting approach. 𝐒� nodded. When am I going back? It's been 2 days, right? Ah, now's fine. His brother shrugged. 𝐬𝐻, A portal opened directly behind 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shrieked as 𝐼𝐼 just shoved him through without warning. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 slammed into a floor, but he didn't know where. They hadn't discussed it because 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was sure he'd have another day, maybe even two. He immediately groaned in defeat. "Can you stop with the portals?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 yelled at the purple mass as it dwindled. "Jesus Christ, that was mean. Where the hell am I now?" He rubbed his bruised hip and looked around, freezing when he recognized his surroundings. Midoriya! There was a mummy standing in the middle of the police station. "Aizawa-sensei!" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 exclaimed, recognizing what little he could see of the man. "Jesus, are you all right?" It hadn't occurred to 𝐒𝐿𝐼 that the man wouldn't have been healed by Recovery Girl after the USJ. Evidently, her quirk must have a limit, and Aizawa's injuries must have exceeded that limit. By quite a lot, if the bandages were any indication. "Someone get Tsukochi, tell him Midoriya's back," Aizawa said to a random officer, and he immediately knelt down at 𝐒𝐿𝐼's side. It was awkward with his bandages, but apparently determination to be on the floor won over his injuries. "Are you injured?" "Sir, I could ask you the same thing." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 grinned, but he sighed when Aizawa gave him a disapproving glare. "Fine, yes, my shoulder is fed up." "Midoriya!" Tsukochi appeared, and he also knelt down where 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was still sitting on the floor, leaning back on his uninjured hand. "Can you stand?" "Yep." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 accepted the hand Tsukochi held out to him, and was pulled to his feet promptly. His shoulder twinged at the movement, and he didn't bother hiding his wince. "I'll call Recovery Girl," Aizawa said firmly. "Midoriya, with me." Tsukochi beckoned, "We're going to an interview room. I'd like to talk about what happened during your kidnapping." "Okay." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sighed. He followed Tsukochi down a few hallways and through the station. They didn't speak as they walked, so 𝐒𝐿𝐼 thought over what he'd say and how he'd answer the questions. Obviously whatever he said would become the truth, but what that truth was mattered. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 recognized the room he was eventually led to, and he had to resist a grin. It was the same interrogation room he'd been brought to when he was arrested as drop-off. Tsukochi seemed to realize it too as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sat down and gave him an innocent smile. The man shuddered. "Can you state your name and quirk for the record in the presence of my quirk, Truth?" Tsukochi prompted as he set the red blinking recording device on the table. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 double-checked that quirk immune was activated before he replied. The quirk suppressant was only so powerful, which meant he could slip most mental quirks past it. Otherwise his parents would have had it removed before shipping him off to be interrogated. "Midoriya 𝐒𝐿𝐼, quirk, push and pull." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 replied easily, looking down to fidget with his fingers as if he were nervous. "Can you tell me about the USJ?" Tsukochi asked. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded, still looking at his hands as he started picking imaginary dirt from under his nails. "I was thrown into the water zone with 𝐒, my classmate. I don't actually know her full name. Anyway, she saved me right away," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said, trying to remember clearly. They'd probably interviewed her already, so he couldn't get anything wrong. "We got to the boat, and we made a plan for me to be a distraction so she could take out the villains." "Okay, thank you Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked up, confused as Tsukochi interrupted him, but the man waved him off. "We already have her full statement, so we just needed to check your memory of the beginning before moving on. What happened directly after you disappeared, calling for Shinsu Hitoshi?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 frowned, looking back down at his lap. "I landed somewhere. I hit the ground pretty hard, and my vision was spinning from hitting my head." "How did you hit your head?" Tsukochi asked for clarification. "Shigaraki was holding me by my hair, which hurt by the way, and when his hand was shot he released me," 𝐒𝐿𝐼 explained. "My neck was at a bad angle, so when he let go my face just slammed into the ground." 𝐒𝐼 pushed back his curls to show then the scabbed-over injury, which looked worse than it was. Abrasions always scabbed badly, no matter how serious they were. "Thank you." Tsukochi nodded, jotting something down on his notepad. "What happened next?" "They put quirk suppressants on me. It's an anklet, which I'd like very much for you to remove." 𝐒𝐼 said it a little pleadingly, and he didn't even have to fake how much he hated it. I'll make sure to do that after the interview, 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ assured him. What happened next? I was in some kind of bar. Izuku frowned in thought. There weren't any windows, just wood floors, a bar, a liquor wall, a TV, a couch, and 2 doors. People came in and out one door, so that one must go to the rest of the building, and the other was definitely an exit. He felt bad for telling the truth, but his dad had said it was okay, it wasn't home, and it wasn't the apartment, so supposedly Izuku was allowed to talk about it. Still felt like he was betraying his family though. Did they keep you there for all 3 of your days there? It was 2 days. Izuku corrected, making 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ blink. 1 full day, which was Wednesday. It's Thursday, probably sometime afternoon. The USJ was on Tuesday, a little before noon. That's 2 days. Shigaraki probably thought it was 3 because it was Tuesday to Thursday. Honestly, Tomura was an idiot. I see. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ cleared his throat, eyes flicking from Izuku's eyes to his notes. So, what happened in that time period? They treated me like a criminal on house arrest. Izuku tilted his head in thought. If I asked for food, or water, or the bathroom, they let me have those. They let me walk around that one room, the bar, but they didn't really speak to me or acknowledge me otherwise. It would have been completely unremarkable if not for the villain in black. Tell me about the villain in black, 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ said, narrowing his eyes. He came and went a lot, going in and out of the bar room and only stopped to really check on Shigaraki. Izuku paused when 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ pulled a file out of his coat and opened it. Midoriya, is this the villain in black? 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ prompted, sliding them over to Izuku. There were mostly blurry images of him, as drop-off, from street cameras. A few of them, however, were higher resolution images from the police cameras set outside. In those shots, Izuku was dropping villains off at the front door. Yes. Izuku nodded. How did you know? You're sure? 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ pressed, making eye contact with Izuku. I'm absolutely sure, he said firmly. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ narrowed his eyes, but he nodded and collected the photos again. So you know him? The villain in black, I mean. We've been calling him Drop-Off. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ answered. What can you tell us about him? Every little thing is important, don't skip anything. Well, when he first showed up it was to help Shigaraki with the bullet wound. Izuku said thoughtfully, he wrapped it, and he wrapped my shoulder too. That was the injury you got from Nomu. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ clarified, and Izuku briefly deactivated quirk immune. Yes. Izuku lied. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ narrowed his eyes. That's a lie, Midoriya. Izuku pretending to shrink back a little. Well, really it was all might. Izuku admitted, fully sheepish. He ascribed quirk immune again after that. I don't like him, so I figured, if I said he did it, you'd be angry with me. I'm not angry. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ sighed, all right. Continue. Did you see Drop-Off again after he bandaged your wound? Yes. Izuku said, he came back covered in BLD one night, and he said justice has been served to Shigaraki. He seemed happy. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ paled considerably, which meant they'd already found Izuku's little mess he'd left them at Snipe's apartment. How marvelous. Thank you, Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ nodded, swallowing thickly. Is there anything else you can remember? Oh! Izuku exclaimed, Shigaraki called the drop-off guy his brother. He was talking to the portal guy, Kurogiri. He mentioned his brother who I think is drop-off. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I appreciate that. 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ nodded, but Izuku could see his fingers trembling slightly as he jotted something down. Okay, I have one more question for you. When you arrived, you were complaining about portals. Were you portaled around a lot? Izuku faked a shudder. Whenever I asked to go to the bathroom, Kurogiri would drop me through a portal onto the floor of the bathroom so I didn't see how I got there. Can you elaborate on your dislike of the portals? 𝐒𝐭𝐴₄ asked, raising an eyebrow. Was it unpleasant? Painful? It was mean. Izuku huffed. He dropped me several inches off the floor. It wouldn't hurt me, but I hit the floor hard, like, every time, and never landed on my feet. Izuku didn't even have to fake his annoyance. Kurogiri had been doing it for years. Tsukochi just sighed. Is that everything? Tsukochi asked with a frown. I think so, Izuku said after a small pause. He was pretty sure he'd covered everything. Thank you, Midoriya. Stating for the record, Midoriya Izuku remained honest the entire duration of the interview, apart from the one called out incident. He reached forward and clicked the button, deactivating the red light, and pocketed the device. Follow me, please. Izuku was led out of the room, and Izuku blinked when he saw Aizawa and Recovery Girl step out of the room next door, the viewing room behind the mirror. Dear, let me see your shoulder, Recovery Girl said, and Izuku pretended to be a little embarrassed as he pulled his shirt off. In truth, he didn't particularly care. This is a professional rapping job. Whoever did this is skilled. It was drop-off. Tsukochi said flatly, when did you join us? Near the end, when Midoriya was talking about the possibility of relation between Shigaraki and drop-off. Aizawa replied tiredly. Izuku was paying more attention to Aizawa than Recovery Girl, so he jumped a little in surprise when her lips stretched freakishly far to kiss his shoulder. He shuddered as exhaustion hit him. What a drawback. Izuku complained, but when Aizawa reached over to completely unwrap the bandaging, Izuku felt no pain when he rolled his shoulder. Nice quirk though. Might be worth picking up, someday. Hopefully he could get it before she died of old age. He couldn't steal from dead bodies. Let's get that quirk suppressant off you. Tsukochi cleared his throat. Oh yes please. Izuku exclaimed, and Tsukochi bent down to take it off. He knew his dad used the same kind the police station did, buying them from the same production company, so Tsukochi's key fit the lock and unlatched it. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku looked at Aizawa, who was glancing at his phone. Your family is here. Izuku gasped dramatically and turned on his heel. He didn't wait for their permission. Izuku sprinted down the hallways he recognized to return to the lobby. The two men followed him, but Izuku didn't care as he caught sight of his green-haired brother. Miura! Izuku yelled dramatically. His brother whipped around with a grin. Zu! Tomura opened his arms, and Izuku jumped at Tomura without hesitation. He buried his face in his brother's chest with a sigh, like he hadn't seen him in days instead of an hour ago. Police are exhausting, kill me now. Izuku muttered. Much less fun than last 𝐒𝐿. Inko joined the hug, wrapping one arm around Tomura and one around Izuku. Both boys laughed as their mother teared up. Thank you for coming. They broke apart to look at Tsukochi, Aizawa standing a few feet behind him. Of course, detective. Inko smiled, wiping her eyes. I'm glad Izuku can come with us back to the apartment. Izuku was glad she hadn't said home, that would have been a lie. The apartment wasn't home. How the hell did you get out? Tomura exclaimed, mockingly interrogating him. Which irresponsible hero made up for losing you in the first place? Actually, the league sort of let me go. Izuku laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head with false sheepishness. They kept me for 1/2 day, a full day, and this morning. They laughed about being on the news, and then just shipped me off to the station. Izuku shrugged. It was very generous of them to give you to the heroes. Inko said, kissing his head. Do you want to go home? I'd love to go home. Izuku smiled sadly. Tomura put a comforting hand on his shoulder, knowing exactly what Izuku meant, and their mother's sad smile matched Izuku's. Can we go back to our apartment, detective? Eraserhead. Inko asked, glancing at both men. Yes, Midoriya has already given his statement. Tsukochi nodded. Thank you again, Midoriya. You're exceptionally honest. It had a suspicious undertone that made Aizawa sigh, and Izuku deactivated quirk immune with a grin. I'm an angel, Detective Tsukochi. Obviously. Izuku stated. 3 things happened all at once, and each was equally amusing to Izuku. 1. Aizawa choked on nothing and hid it with a cough. 2. Tomura immediately put a hand in Izuku's hair to ruffle it with a scoff that made Izuku pout. 3. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 tapped his thigh twice in signal of a lie with a heavy sigh. So it would seem. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed out. Have a good day, you three. 𝐒𝐿 waved happily and then headed out with his family. The doors of the station behind them closed firmly, and Tomura snickered quietly all the way to the car. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 really hates you. He grinned as they climbed into the car, making 𝐒𝐿 pout. I know. 𝐒𝐿 groaned, can't he just forget he ever saw my face? Like seriously. I'm minding my own business and this man dares to correctly accuse me of villainy. Harassment. Tomura's cackles filled the car, and soon enough they were all laughing messes. It wasn't home, but it was definitely the next best thing. Chapter 12, If you ask me if I'm okay one more time, I'm kicking you in the shin. 𝐒𝐿 glared when ♯ gave him yet another concerned look. 𝐒𝐿 was more likely to rip out his kidney, but he couldn't exactly say that. The rest of the class had fawned over him a little when he arrived, but he'd quickly changed the subject by mentioning the news. His classmates had taken that as a cue to go along with the diversion, and those that didn't notice were roped into the new conversation pretty quickly regardless. One good thing about his hero-hopeful classmates, they could take a hint. Well, all except ♯, of course, who refused to shut up. Fine. ♯ muttered, looking away. But, are you sure you're okay to come back to school? Maybe you should take a few days or something to recover. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, and he turned around in his seat so he could properly glare at ♯. Look, Midoriya. Kirishima bounded over to 𝐒𝐿's desk, a concerned look on his face that made 𝐒𝐿 want to bang his head against a wall. I'm glad you're okay. Welcome back, man. Surprisingly, that wasn't so bad. Thank you. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, and shot ♯ a pointed look. See. Be more like Kirishima, he conveyed. As 𝐒𝐿 went back to giving Kirishima his attention, he was satisfied to see a scowl on ♯'s face. 𝐒𝐿 was petty, okay. Were you scared? Did they hurt you? How did you get away? Kirishima asked, rapid fire. I wasn't scared, they didn't hurt me, and they let me go willingly. 𝐒𝐿 relayed dryly, or rather, I asked when I could go home, and Shigaraki waved a dismissive hand at me and Kurogiri tossed me through a portal right to the police station. That's all? Kirishima asked, eyes wide. Yep. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and shrugged. They even fed me and everything. I'm pretty sure they just wanted the press. That Shigaraki guy watched the news pretty much constantly. Even after 𝐒𝐿 returned home, Tomura spent a lot of time watching the many news runs that covered the incident on various channels. UA had only made the one statement, but 𝐒� caught Tomura watching it on loop. That's so weird. Kirishima huffed, both in awe and confusion. I seriously didn't expect those guys to just give you back. It wouldn't be very manly to go back on their word. 𝐒𝐿 said, which made Kirishima beam with delight. 𝐒𝐿 smirked sidelong at ♯'s outraged expression. It really was fun to make him jealous, 𝐒� decided. That's right. Kirishima replied happily, though, as a villain, I can't say he's very manly in general. Guess 𝐒�'s not very manly either, being a villain and all. I'm glad they arrested all those small-time villains though. Attacking the school was seriously messed up. Oh, definitely. 𝐒� rolled his eyes, but really, I wouldn't worry about those league guys. They're just attention seekers who broke in to make a name for themselves. And their leader wanted to check on his younger brother, 𝐒� himself, but he wasn't going to mention that. Something told him it'd be against the rules his dad set about not revealing his identity to admit that, especially in front of 𝐿, who was casually walking through the door still wrapped up like a mummy and leaning on a crutch. Morning, 𝐿 said, but it was too calm and nonchalant for the class liking in his mummified state. The class immediately started bombarding him with questions about his welfare along with various exclamations of disapproval, but 𝐿 didn't care one bit. My well-being doesn't matter. More importantly, the fight isn't over yet. 𝐒� leaned forward in interest at the words, and he was amused by the way the class immediately panicked. 𝐒� wondered if 𝐿 expected another attack. If so, he probably wanted to assure the class of brand new protections that would without a doubt be relayed to Tomura promptly. That'd be ironic. Inform the students of new protective measures in the hopes of reassuring them of their safety, resulting in the immediate sabotage of those previously mentioned fancy new protections. Unfortunately for Izuku's amusement, their teacher was just being dramatic. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near, he declared, and the class broke out into cheers. That's a super normal school event. Kirishima pumped a fist, only for Kaminari to shove a hand in his face to shush him. Wait. He hushed, and suspiciously examined their silent teacher. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Hearing Quirk Girl Jiru asked anxiously. What if they attack us again or something? Izuku rolled his eyes at Tailboy's words, and Aizawa sighed. Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Oh. Maybe Izuku would get to ruin their new system after all. Security will be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Oh, boring. He was making such a big deal over something like the sports festival. What a waste of time. Maybe Izuku could forfeit, sabotaging a few classmates as he went. Of course. Gorozu caught his attention, and he was surprised at how determined she looked. All Izuku had seen from her so far was boredom, condescension, and fear. All the top heroes around the country will be watching. For scouting purposes. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick. Kaminari added with a happy thumbs up. A lot of people miss their chance of becoming independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Mabijiru tilted her head and twirled her ear mutation around one finger. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Izuku choked, and he pressed a hand to his mouth to stop a laugh. Eraser completely ignored the exchange in favor of continuing his speech. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up with this event. Great, then Izuku was glad to fail. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off in your preparations. Determination seemed to settle over the class, all but Izuku, and then they nodded firmly to their teacher. Yes, sir. Homeroom is dismissed. Eraserhead said boredly, and then limped out of the classroom so MIC could replace him for English class. The time between homeroom and lunch went by pretty quickly. His teachers had finally accepted that Izuku was paying attention, even though he didn't look it. Cementos did randomly call on him during class, but only once. MIC didn't call Izuku out at all, which was definitely an improvement. More time for Izuku to write down the names of quirks he wanted and who they belonged to. It was basically a list of people to kill when he was done with school. Some heroes, some classmates. When the lunch bell rang, Izuku stood to leave, only to frown in confusion when no one else got up to leave the classroom. It looked like they all just wanted to chat, which was inconvenient, since it gave Kirishima and Shinsu the opportunity to pull Izuku into a conversation. Izuku remained standing, leaning against his desk in resignation to the inevitable socialization. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Kirishima exclaimed brightly as he walked over, "What about you?" "I'm worried." Shinsu countered, "What if we're attacked again?" "Oh, lighten up." Izuku rolled his eyes, "You're acting as though you were the one kidnapped. Don't worry so much, isn't this supposed to be fun?" "You're taking Kirishima's side," Shinsu accused, narrowing his eyes. "Hey, there's no need for sides." Kirishima laughed, "Don't worry man, if those League guys try to take my Doria again, we'll just have to fight them off, won't we?" Shinsorge examined Kirishima for a moment, and then looked away. "Whatever." Despite his flipping response, It was obvious to Izuku that Shinsu was relaxed by the comment. It was as sweet as it was stupid, but it gave Izuku hope that they'd become friends sooner rather than later. He wanted it to hurt when he killed them, and more than just physically. Everyone! Izuku was brought out of his murderous thoughts because Uraraka screamed for the class attention as she threw up a fist. I'm going to do my best. Izuku couldn't help the smirk that spread across his face at her expression as she repeated the declaration, louder this time. She looked horribly determined, and that meant drama. Izuku was going to have so much fun watching her lose so terribly to their classmates. Determination could only get you so far against ultimately superior quirks. Gravity altering just wasn't powerful enough to win, which meant all her pretty determination would spill out when she lost. Izuku wondered if she was the type to get more determined after her losses, or the type to break. Don't make that face. Izuku looked back at Shinsu, who was frowning deeply. What face? Izuku raised an eyebrow. The one where you look like you want to befriend her, even though you don't know her. Shinsu crossed his arms. You said you don't do friends, but I've seen clear evidence refuting that. Or, are you jealous? Izuku smirked, and he moved to put his hands on Shinsu's desk as he leaned over it. No. Shinsu's response was too quick, too forced. Izuku could see right through it. Izuku hummed disbelievingly as he leaned closer, and he watched in satisfaction as Shinsu's eyes slowly widened the farther Izuku leaned in. Now Shinsu, don't you remember? I already said you were my friend back at the USJ. That makes you my first ever friend, which is pretty special, right? You don't really think I'd just pass you over for some random girl, do you? I mean, I've made it pretty clear I like your quirk, and I'm not leaving as long as you keep that pretty little quirk of yours in use. Rest assured, Shinsu, I'm not going anywhere. Izuku's voice had fallen to a whisper at the end, and then he immediately withdrew with what he hoped was a playful grin. Shinsu was bright red, which made Izuku think he'd overdone it. If he accidentally scared him, it might cause some problems. Shinsu would be less likely to stick around if he was intimidated by Izuku, and it would be a lot harder to take his quirk if he wasn't constantly following Izuku around. Luckily, Shinsu recovered quickly. Okay. His face was still red, but it was lighter, and he didn't look scared, so Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Come on, I don't care if the rest of the class is skipping lunch at this point. Izuku nodded to the door. I'm starving. You coming? The brilliant smile that dawned on Shinsu's face was appealing. It expressed such trust. Izuku knew that Shinsu was completely wrapped around his finger. Kirishima, hearing Izuku's words and seeing Shinsu stand up, happily trotted after them as well. Izuku had both of them completely ensnared without even trying. He tried not to imagine what he could accomplish when he was trying. Such murderous thoughts and imaginations could get him in immense trouble at school, so Izuku instead focused on going to lunch and keeping a pleasant smile on his face. Safer for his classmates, and his cover. Chapter 13. Izuku didn't know whose idea it was to crowd the classroom door with over a dozen students, but he was not having it. What's going on? Uraraka took a step back from the doorway in shock. Do you have business with Class A? Ida asked, stepping robot with one arm in robot form. Seriously, what was with that? They're here to scout out the enemy, obviously. Bakugo strolled forward, and Izuku raised an eyebrow as he remained completely nonchalant. We're the class who made it out of a villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. Izuku was once again disappointed by Bakugo. He had such a marvelous quirk and such excellent control, but really would be a useless villain. Too righteous, too heroic, too hyperfixated on being the very best of the best. So Izuku watched Bakugo a bit boredly as he approached the crowd. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Bakugo said lowly, out of my way, extras. Izuku grinned at the derogatory comment, amused, but his classmates didn't agree. Don't call people extras just because you don't know them. Ida reprimanded loudly, and Uraraka looked extremely embarrassed to simply be standing in Bakugo's presence. Izuku hoped she'd pass out. It'd be fun to see who tried to catch her, and who would fail. Izuku glanced to the side, and almost laughed at the faces of his classmates. Kirishima, bless his soul, looked completely unimpressed. He had one eyebrow raised skeptically, sizing up the crowd and finding them lacking. It was deliciously unexpected, and Izuku wished he'd seen such a disdainful side of Kirishima before. If he'd known Kirishima could make such a wicked face, Izuku might have looked past his boring but quirk earlier on. Shinsu was much more predictable in his expression. He was glaring, and it wasn't unlike his every other glare. A bit of an overused expression, to be honest. The rest of Izuku's classmates were equally predictable. Though, Izuku found himself disappointed in Uraraka. The poor girl looked overwhelmed, completely taken aback by the crowd and Bakugu's response to the swarm. Izuku remembered her determined expression just before lunch, and a part of him wondered if she had it in her to actually follow through on her declaration of strength. So far, she seemed like a coward in the face of anything in opposition to her. How disappointing. Oi! I'm from Class B next door. Someone slid in between the people and shoved his way to the front, letting Izuku and 1A get a full look at his odd appearance. He had mutated eyes, which actually looked quite fascinating to Izuku. They were sort of like eyelashes, thick white rims elongated around his eyes, mimicking an eye mask. He had sharp teeth, similar to Kirishima's, and sharp silver hair. Izuku wondered how much of it was a mutation, and how much of it would flake off and tear if he stole it. Would the boy die screaming, or would he simply have his eyes peel from his skull and leave him begging for death under Izuku's oppressive mercy? I heard you fought villains, and I came to hear about it. The boy continued speaking, oblivious to Izuku's inner murderous imaginations. Don't get so full of yourself. If you bark too much, it'll be embarrassing for you during a real fight. Oi! Are you ignoring me, bestiardi? His ire was directed at Bakugu exiting the classroom, remaining silent and parting the sea of students with his disdainful expression. Kirishima stepped forward angrily, one eyebrow still raised. Wait a minute, Bakugu, what are you gonna do about all this? Kirishima called, it's your fault that everyone's hating on us. It doesn't matter. Bakugu looked over his shoulder back at Kirishima, who let out a confused and then slid his eyes towards the 1B boy and the crowd. It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top. He then walked out, ignoring the 1B boy's exclamations and insults. That was... Kirishima clenched a fist to his chest and said, so simple and manly. You said it. Seitu nodded, a thoughtful hand on his chin. Here. Kaminari exclaimed in confusion. I have to agree. Izuku said with a grin, that was badass. The top, A. The boy with the bird head and some kind of shadow bird quirk that Izuku hadn't considered before but suddenly wanted to understand was muttering, there is truth in that. Hang on, don't be tricked. Kaminari complained, he's just made more pointless enemies. Hey, you should get angry more often. Izuku nudged Kirishima, who was back to looking like the joyful sunshine Izuku thought him to be. Not gonna lie, I thought you didn't know how to look so unimpressed like that. Oh, thanks. Kirishima grinned awkwardly, and rubbed the back of his neck with a little laugh. I just think they overstepped, crowding us the way they did. He gestured to the door where Todoroki was stepping through, forcing the crowd to disperse even more to let him by with sufficient space. His glare could cut glass, like diamonds. Izuku wondered how those kids at the door would react if they saw Todoroki really glare, as he had at the USJ. They might have frozen in fear instead of merely getting out of his way. They might have run away under the force of such fiery eyes. Izuku longed to see it, but unfortunately Todoroki simply stared the crowd down with his neutrally bland expression and waited until they became unnerved enough to move aside. Effective, but less than appealing. That could have been me. Shinsu shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at the crowd, catching Izuku's attention. His teeth were clenched enough that little veins popped out along his jawline. But it isn't. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that count for anything? Only because of you. Shinsu looked at him and his eyes softened. It seemed almost SBMSSV to Izuku, which was both odd and exhilarating. His process of destroying Shinsu had apparently already begun, and Izuku hadn't even noticed. If you say so. Izuku shrugged, tucking his triumph away. You deserve to be here, With a quirk like yours you deserve more than to be forgotten in some backwater classroom to hide and seethe. The very thought was infuriating. The mindless obedience in Shinsu's quirk was a blessing, one to be taken, cherished, and Izuku would have gone the entire year without it, not even knowing what he was missing. The mere idea of such a possibility was unacceptable. Thanks. Shinsu looked away, flustered, and Izuku frowned. Had his untoward thoughts shown on his face? It wouldn't bode well if Shinsu detected Izuku's less than friendly intentions. Fear would ruin half of Izuku's plans for him. He'd end up with Shinsu's quirk either way, but still. He wanted it to hurt. For that to happen, Shinsu would have to be near him and stay near him. Izuku reached out and used one finger, pressed into Shinsu's cheek, to turn his head back towards Izuku. Shinsu inhaled sharply, but Izuku ignored it as he stepped into his space and forced Shinsu to look at him. Shinsu needed to understand, he needed to know. He belonged to Izuku, the same way Todoroki would belong to him. One day. Eyes on me. Izuku whispered, always. You understand? Yes. Shinsu breathed, and his eyes were blown wide enough that his white pupils nearly consumed the purple of his irises. Very good. Izuku smiled, and he stepped back as he dropped his hand. He ignored how Shinsu gasped quietly as though he'd been holding his breath, and turned to Kirishima. See you tomorrow. Of course. Kirishima beamed, and Izuku waved as the boy bounded out of the classroom with his bag bouncing against his shoulder blades. Wanna walk to the station together? Shinsu asked. His breathing had stabilized, and his eyes seemed more normal, so Izuku nodded. Sure, we're friends, aren't we? Izuku smiled prettily, and he was rewarded for his efforts when Shinsu grinned back at him. As they walked, Izuku turned his plans over in his head. Since Kirishima and Shinsu were already so close to him, all Izuku needed to do was keep them there and everything would work out. He'd lured them in without trying, but now that he had them he would have to try, if he was going to ensure their continued devotion. Kirishima just needed encouragement and any kind of nicety to stick around. He was easy to please, which was both good and bad. It meant Izuku didn't have to try at all to snag him, but it also meant he was open for other people to snag as well, which was absolutely unacceptable. However, Kirishima also seemed exceptionally loyal. Izuku didn't want to have to rely on Kirishima's loyalty, but if he could find a way to make Kirishima feel like he owed Izuku his loyalty, it could prove useful. Shinsu was harder. It seemed like he was constantly on the fence between completely devoted and dangerously leaning over the edge. He was jealous, and, though he was fun to tease, that jealousy might push him away if Izuku wasn't careful. It was interesting, though, that he seemed receptive to Izuku's quiet reassurances. He wasn't sure why, but Shinsu always reacted when Izuku lowered his voice and spoke to him softly. A weakness Izuku could exploit, perhaps. They parted when Izuku climbed onto his train, and Izuku made sure to wave as the train pulled out and zipped towards Tatooine Station. By the time Izuku reached the apartment, he was tense and frowning. I'm back, Mama. Izuku called as he stepped into the apartment and swayed his shoes. Welcome back. He followed the sound of her voice and found her in the kitchen, holding a steaming cup of tea and sitting at the dining table. How was school? Fine, but I think I need to go out tonight. Izuku sighed. Take some time to myself, you know. Relax a bit. Oh, are your classmates being difficult? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 smiled empathetically, and Izuku nodded. Yes, infuriatingly so. He sighed, and ran a hand through his curls. I'll go now. Will you be home for dinner? Izuku considered it, and then shook his head. No, I'll eat when I get back. I'll save some for you, just heat it up when you want. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, and Izuku kissed her forehead gratefully. Thank you, Mama. Kurogiri. Izuku called, my room at home, please. Izuku wasn't surprised when his feet sank into the floor and he was dropped into his bedroom far enough from the floor that he stumbled and fell on his butt, but that didn't mean he appreciated it. Thanks, but. Izuku climbed to his feet and began dressing, trading his UA uniform for his far superior drop-off suit. There was something magical about designing something for yourself and then wearing it. 𝐒𝐿 wrinkled his nose at the thought of all his classmates feeling similarly about those monstrosities they wore in basic hero training. No practicality, no personality, no protection. Useless. As 𝐒𝐿 finished strapping on the 5 sheaths, he heard a soft, recognizable knock on the door. "Come in, Tomura," 𝐒𝐿 called, and he grabbed his mask as his brother opened the door and stepped inside. "What is it?" "Mother said you're going out." Tomura frowned. "Were your classmates bothering you?" "I suppose you could say that." 𝐒𝐿 rolled one shoulder, stretching. "Really, it's more than there's only so much of the sickeningly sweet heroic lifestyle one person can take by themselves." 𝐒𝐿 grinned, pulling up his hood. "Think of it like I'm rebooting my computer. I'll charge myself up on villain energy, and when I go to school tomorrow I'll be much more content and able to refrain from spilling someone's brain matter all over UA's perfect tile flooring." "I suppose that's reasonable." Tomura grinned back at him. "All right. Have fun murdering any poor soul that crosses your path." "Oh, you know I will." 𝐒𝐿 laughed, and then he put on his face mask, hooked it over his ears, and blinked away. 𝐒𝐿 landed in the dark alley outside the police station, 2 goals in mind. He wanted to kill at least 1 police officer or law enforcement personnel, and he wanted to tear apart 1 person with a mutation quirk as he stole the life from inside them so he could watch as the light left their eyes as blood soaked the ground. He always started at the police station so his hunting ground would remain the same. His dad taught him predictability was the best cover for people like them. If the enemy believed they knew what you would do, it was all the easier to stab them in the back before they knew you even moved. Unfortunately, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't very good at being on the opposite end of the same situation. He tended to underestimate people, which, really he shouldn't, but he couldn't help it. He's just so much better than everyone else. 𝐒𝐿 perked up as the back door opened, and a man with a cat head stepped out into the alley. He was looking down at his phone, and 𝐒� couldn't help the grin that split across his face. He was wearing a police vest, and he had a mutation quirk. Well, wasn't it 𝐒𝐿's lucky day? Jumping down beside him, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed the man by the arm and kicked the back of his knees, sending the man to the ground. Stomping on his shoulder blades, 𝐒� pinned him to the concrete with a wicked laugh. His blood was pumping wildly, making him lightheaded with adrenaline and thrill, and 𝐒� was reminded of just how badly he'd missed his nightly excursions. "What's your name, officer?" 𝐒� leaned down, keeping his foot on the guy's back and his hand around the man's arm. "Come on, answer me." "Never." The man coughed, choking on nothing as he was pressed so harshly against the floor that the very air in his lungs was spilling out with no way back in. "Here's the deal, how about I let you breathe if you tell me your name?" 𝐒� coaxed, grinning. "Earn the right to breathe under my boot where you belong." The officer gasped for breath, but still he refused to yield. 𝐒� clicked his tongue in disappointment. He hated the righteous types so willing to die for their cause. They were no fun. "All right then, I suppose that's fine." 𝐒� shrugged nonchalantly, though the officer couldn't see him, pinned face down and all. "I guess I'll just have my fun some other way." 𝐒� reached out with steel and enveloped the weak mutation quirk and let it seep into every little nook and cranny. The quirk really was boring. It was a simple feline mutation that affected mainly the upper body and face. It didn't even allow him claws or extra strength. The man did have an improved sense of smell and hearing, but it was clearly useless if he hadn't sensed 𝐒� coming. "I'm going to enjoy this," 𝐒� whispered, "much more than you are." Then 𝐒� released his restraint and yanked. Usually the process of stealing a quirk was clean and easy, but mutations were in a category all their own. It was slippery, sliding through 𝐒�'s fingers and dripping between the user and 𝐒�'s harsh, prying intensity. Quirks weren't meant to be shared, so the poor user started screaming underneath 𝐒� as his quirk was slowly funneled towards 𝐒� and snapping back, then crumbling into nothing. It fell away like old paint scraping off drywall, nothing but flaking chips left with the wall left raw and bare for the world to see. 𝐒� couldn't help the breathless laugh that bubbled out of him as the man screamed and screamed, writhing and fighting as his mutation melted away. The thing about mutations that 𝐒� loved most was that there wasn't anything beneath them. Once it was removed, there was no quirkless version for them to revert to, only death as their body failed them. The officer's head warped and cracked as Izuku pulled, and the fur slowly fell out in harsh clumps and fell lifelessly to the concrete. His bare skin beneath the fur melted, and Izuku watched as the skin peeled off to reveal bone, and then even that dissolved. Head mutations were so complex, and the skull being ripped out and shredded into nothing but a gory mess was one of his favorite parts. His skull collapsed in on itself, gushing BLD mixed with brain matter and fluids that soaked into Izuku's gear with wet sloshing that burned in Izuku's ears and reminded him just how stunning the inside of a human being was. BLD painted the concrete and left a appealing mess behind as the life drained out and left a headless and wrecked carcass behind, surrounded by fur and brain matter. There was no quirk-caused high, but Izuku felt the bubbling euphoria from the kill regardless. He stood, dripping BLD, and laughed freely. His lungs hurt and his head pounded, and he relished in picking up the body and slinging it over his shoulder. More fluids gushed, splashing across Izuku's collarbone and face. Oh, how utterly lovely it felt. He grinned through the BLD in his mouth and threw the officer's body against the glass doors of the station hard enough to crunch the officer's already ruined body and shatter the bones untouched by the mutation, and, therefore, previously remained intact. As 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 opened the door and saw the officer on the ground, it seemed as if it was Izuku's lucky day. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 seemed to recognize the matted fur around the collar of his officer's vest. They were friends. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲's voice was beautifully broken, and such burning anger seemed to writhe inside him as he looked up at Izuku. Oh, was he a colleague? Izuku asked, smirking despite the fact that 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 couldn't see it under his mask and hood. Or perhaps someone more special. A friend. Oh, you poor thing. You won't get away with this. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 seethed, but he made no move to advance on Izuku, simply kneeling next to a very mutilated 𝐒𝐴NG on the ground. How much does it hurt? Izuku asked softly, walking slowly closer and tilting his head. Do you feel it in your chest? Your lungs? Does it fill you with sorrow covered by rage and a need for revenge? Well, I'm right here, my dear detective, give it your best shot. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 clenched his teeth, and Izuku laughed brightly when the man pulled his gun and whipped it out with speed Izuku hadn't expected. A gunshot rang in Izuku's ear, but it only made him grin wider as he blinked out of range when he saw 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲's pointer finger move towards that wonderfully dangerous trigger. You missed. Izuku teased loudly, crouching on the roof of the little building across from the station. It's a shame you couldn't save. What was his name? 𝐒𝐴NG. How incompetent do you have to be to let your friend die such a painful death as this on your very doorstep? You're a pretty useless excuse of a detective, don't you think? Shut up. No, I don't think so. Izuku blinked away as 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 fired again, and laughed as 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 whipped around looking for where he'd landed. Boo! Izuku's soft voice carried from right above the man, sitting on the edge of the police station roof. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. Ah, there was a Razorhead, brushing through the doors and kneeling next to 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 while his eyes raked over 𝐒𝐴NG's lifeless body. What's going on? I heard shots fired. Hello again, my dear Razorhead. The hero looked up, his quirk flaring and scarf writhing, and Izuku laughed. How have you been? I hear you have an interesting class this year. Did you hear that from Shigaraki? Eraserhead asked, glaring harshly at him. My, ever the hero, prying for information in front of a dead body and distraught detective. For shame, Eraserhead, for shame. Izuku shook his head, and then launched off the roof and rolled across the concrete to just barely dodge the scarf flung at him. Izuku was satisfied by his night, and didn't bother taunting Eraser as he teased 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. He got what he came for, a appealing death and lovely conversation. Now to return home to his wonderfully villainous family to share in his murderous joy. Ah, I'd love to stay, but it seems my pleasant night is over. Izuku sighed dramatically, and waved to both Eraser and 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 shortly. See you again soon, gentlemen. With that, Izuku blinked back home, satisfied. Chapter 14. Izuku was on the couch, upside down with his feet over the back and his head hanging off the seat. It was making him lightheaded, but Izuku was determined to finish fixing his Rubik's Cube before he got up. Previously, Izuku didn't have enough reds because somehow Tomura had replaced them with extra blues. Which, in Izuku's opinion, was unreasonably mean. Using coloring, Izuku was slowly fixing that. Changing the color of every wrong block one at a time without accidentally turning the whole cube red was a nice challenge. Some might have called it tedious, but Izuku enjoyed small interesting things like that because they could hold his attention and stave off his boredom. Useful, that. Izuku, your father requests your presence in his study. Kurogiri appeared in a swirl of mist, and Izuku looked up at him. He was upside down from Izuku's point of view, which he found a bit hilarious for such a serious person as Kurogiri. All right. Izuku dropped the cube next to him and sat up, blinking away the stars that flashed in his vision. What for? He wants to address your participation in the upcoming sports festival. Kurogiri told him, and Izuku frowned as he stood. Okay then. Let's go. Kurogiri grew in size, being consumed by purple mist, and Izuku easily stepped into the portal. Surprisingly, he stepped out easily as well, and found himself suspiciously not dropped on the floor. Izuku, there you are. Hisoshi smiled from behind his desk. Take a seat, I have biscuits. Sweet. Izuku plopped down and snagged a biscuit. It was the American kind, which meant it was a sort of savory bread and vaguely round-shaped. Kurogiri said this was about the sports festival. Yes, I wanted to ask you what your plans are regarding your participation. His dad nodded. So, what are your plans? I was planning on throwing the event. Maybe sabotage a few classmates before I go out. Izuku shrugged. Eraserhead said that the sports festival is where heralings get noticed by real heroes and get their foot in the door for becoming lame-butt sidekicks one day. I see. Hisoshi folded his hands on the desk, and Izuku frowned. Is that wrong? I'd very much like you to actually try, Izuku. His dad sighed. This could be a chance for you to examine your classmates more closely and experience something that you'll never get to experience again. But I don't particularly want to experience it. Izuku pouted. It's a wonderfully barbaric event that shows off every participant's weaknesses on live television. I'd much rather watch from the sidelines so I'll know how to pick them apart one by one and destroy them afterwards. When we're not being filmed. I see. Hisoshi seemed amused, which made Izuku grin. So you approve? Izuku asked. Not quite. Hisoshi said, and Izuku sighed unhappily. Looking at it from your perspective, I can understand where you're coming from. However, think of it this way, you're being given the chance to pummel your classmates into the ground without consequence. I thought you'd enjoy that, no. Izuku considered this. Did he want to participate in a live entertainment event watched by millions of people for sport, flaunting his strength and get himself noticed by a swarm of heroes? Not particularly. Did he appreciate the chance to absolutely destroy his classmates and give his violent side a bit of free rein on the UA students? Absolutely he did. Fine, I suppose I'll give it my best shot. Izuku sighed dramatically. I make no promises though. I didn't expect you to. His dad smiled. I just wanted a bit of reassurance that I was going to be able to watch my youngest son on television legally beating up UA students. It's not every day a father like myself gets that opportunity. I guess. Izuku grinned. At least I know you'll be watching now, which will definitely help. I'm glad, little one. Hisoshi reached out and ruffled Izuku's curls, making him laugh. Now, I believe you'd better get some sleep before school tomorrow. Only a few more days until the festival, and I expect you'll be training hard with your teachers. No. Izuku groaned. We've been training non-stop since it was announced in class, and there's only so many heavy things I can throw and summon before I lose my mind. That's what they have you doing? Hisoshi asked, mildly amused again. It's quirk training, which I don't even need. Izuku complained. Attract and push are both excellent quirks, especially combined into push and pull, and I already have perfect control over both of them. That's an unexpected aspect to your punishment I did not expect. His dad chuckled, much to Izuku's ire. You've banished me to days filled with boredom. Izuku threw a hand over his forehead. How could you? I thought you loved me. Sometimes love warrants betrayal. Hisoshi nodded sagely. Learn from it, become wise. Oh yeah, hero school is definitely wisdom-inducing. Izuku laughed. So far all I've learned is that unnecessary force and property damage is encouraged if it means they catch the bad guys. You like unnecessary force and property damage? Hisoshi grinned. So what's the problem? Because when I do it, apparently it's illegal and considered rude. Izuku explained, crossing his arms with a huff. When they do it, everyone says it's perfectly justifiable. It's incredibly hypocritical. Ah yes, because you deeply value fairness. Absolutely I do. Of course, my mistake. Hisoshi grinned. I'll remember that the next time you blink into Tomura's room to unplug his computer and then blink out before he can retaliate. Hey, I'm just using my resources. Izuku shrugged. Not my fault, I have an inherently more versatile quirk. As you say, Izuku, as you say. He shook his head fondly and smiled. Now, off to bed. Good night. Izuku stood, shoving another biscuit in his mouth, and waved. Good night, little one. Hisoshi nodded to him, and Izuku turned to step into the portal Kurogiri had summoned for him. One day Izuku would unlock Kurogiri's secret as to how he always knew when someone needed a portal even before they asked, but that day was not today. Unfortunately, Izuku adjusted his backpack on his shoulder and approached the school, humming under his breath as he pushed the marble in his left hand towards his right, and then pushed with the right hand back to the left. The challenge was suching hands without overlapping, and without using pull at all to assist. It was surprisingly difficult, and he found he rather enjoyed it. Hiya! Shinsu waved as Izuku stepped into the classroom. He was leaning against Izuku's desk with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him. You know, I could have sworn you had your own desk. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you need mine for? It's more comfortable. Shinsu deadpanned, and Izuku grinned. Well, shove over, I have to sit down. Izuku slid into his seat, stepping around Shinsu as the boy merely raised his eyebrows at Izuku. Midoriya. Good morning, man. Kirishima bounded over, and, to Izuku's delight, he slung an arm around Shinsu's shoulders. Shinsu looked stunned and more than a little disgruntled, but he didn't move or protest. Good morning. Izuku said politely, and Kirishima beamed at him. Are you excited for the sports festival? Kirishima asked excitedly, and Izuku shrugged. I guess. He said, mostly I'm looking forward to sabotaging people without getting in trouble. Of course. Shinsu sighed, that seems on brand for you. It does, doesn't it? Izuku agreed happily, and Kirishima laughed. Well, I guess I'll just have to try my best to beat you. Kirishima declared, or maybe avoid you, at first. Just so I don't get sabotaged. Good luck with that. Izuku grinned. Please don't sabotage me. Shinsu frowned. I need to do well, and we're friends, aren't we? Izuku looked Shinsu up and down, and sighed. I suppose I can spare you from my wrath if you stay out of my way. Izuku grinned then, but no promises if we go head-to-head. I don't want you to go easy on me. Shinsu made a face. I just want to win or lose fair and square. I'm already at a disadvantage with my quirk. I disagree. Izuku hummed pleasantly, but his mind only repeated ungrateful, ungrateful, ungrateful. He did his best to ignore it. Your quirk is really versatile, and I have confidence you'll figure it out. I expect you to do well, Shinsu, especially with a pretty quirk like yours on your side. Shinsu stared at him in surprise, and grinned. It wasn't like his usually smirk-wry grin, it was a new one. A grin filled with teeth and malicious intent that spoke volumes of his confidence or, perhaps, hope. It was appealing because it was fragile, and Izuku wondered how easily he could smother that small bit of hope. I won't disappoint. Shinsu nodded, and Izuku grinned back at him. I'd hope not. He said, I'd like to see your quirk in action again, possibly even feel it if I get the chance. Oh, how Izuku longed for that blissful obedience. The complete calm that filled his mind and twisted him inside so thoroughly he could barely breathe. Once he had it, Izuku was going to use it on Shinso. He was going to share that appealing SBMSN and make sure Shinso finally understood the true shining potential of his quirk. Shinso would one day sit at his feet, mindlessly unable to resist as he was completely at Izuku's mercy. Then, of course, he would die. Morning. Aizawa walked into the classroom, abruptly silencing all chatter and prompting Shinso to slide into his seat and Kirishima to not so subtly jump into his. Class started, and Izuku sighed as he endured yet another boring day of hero school. What a joy! Chapter 15. Izuku was once again amused and annoyed at the same time. As the class representative for Class A, Izuku was standing amongst a small group of other representatives. Apparently it was their job to let everyone know when the festival was starting, and then corral everyone to the correct entrance into the arena designated for his class. It was annoying, especially since the Gen EDS and business kids seemed to know each other, and were socializing. The other hero class representative, a girl with a lopsided ponytail in an eye-watering shade of orange, didn't seem to have any interest in talking to him, which was lucky. She looked like the type that thought she was strong, when really she was just smart and lucky. Luck wasn't enough against true power. She'd learn that someday. Alright, 10 minutes until you all will be entering the stadium. Ectoplasm said from where he was standing, go collect your classes and lead them to the tunnels. Yes sir. Izuku followed instructions and headed back towards the waiting room he'd been snagged away from his classmates from, and hummed lightly as he walked. Izuku was 90% positive Ectoplasm had several clones elsewhere, no doubt checking everything over and coordinating everything, and the one that had been talking to him was also a clone. His quirk was sort of fuzzy. Most quirks were bright, like ball of light lying within their user's chest and snaking throughout their vessel's body as they were used. Other quirks were warped, like a writhing mass at the center of their holder that drew Izuku near with their chaos and the promise of power. Ectoplasm's quirk was faded and fuzzy, sort of like when Izuku prodded at Kurogiri's portals without Kurogiri being around. Izuku still had access to the quirk, but it was distorted and seemed oddly far away. That made Izuku think the ectoplasm that gave him directions was a clone. He wasn't the source of the quirk, holding more of an echo within him than a quirk. Sighing, Izuku pushed over the door to the waiting room and caught everyone's attention. They all looked a bit startled, probably because they'd been talking amongst themselves about boring details and senseless speculation. We've got only a few more minutes before it's go time. Izuku said, shoving his hands in his pockets. We can either go now, or in about 5 minutes. Any preferences? Let's wait here. Seitu piped up, grinning a bit nervously. I agree, no pointing waiting in the hallway where we'd have to be quieter, right? Kirishima added excitedly, and Izuku shrugged. All right then. Izuku plopped down next to Shinso, the same table Kirishima was leaning on. Are you excited? Kirishima asked Izuku brightly. He shrugged again. I'm just waiting for them to tell me what I can and can't do. Izuku said, that will determine how excited I'll be. Because you want to beat us up. Shinso raised an eyebrow. Yes. Izuku grinned openly, I'm looking forward to it immensely. Of course you are. Shinso sighed, I feel bad for whoever you decide is in your way. They might not survive it. Izuku grinned, and he relished the way Shinso seemed to hesitate. Part of him knew he was less smiling and more baring his teeth, but he didn't particularly care. After a few minutes, Izuku stood and ushered everyone out. He corralled his classmates towards the tunnel out towards the arena, reluctantly being responsible and making sure he counted 19 students. They were all there, unfortunately. It would have been fun to skip so he could hunt them down. Maybe kill them once he found them in seclusion. When they arrived at the tunnel, Izuku listened until he heard MIC's telltale announcement. It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. MIC's voice shouted, and Izuku nodded to himself. Without waiting another moment, Izuku stepped out into the light and stalked across the stadium towards the dirt square marking the arena. His class followed him. Some, like Uraraka, were visibly anxious, while others, like Kirishima, were grinning and excited. It was a little frustrating for Izuku to see Uraraka looking so pathetic. Where was that spark? That potential? That strength? The sports festival. MIC screamed into his MIC as 1A strode across the field, the huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero course, Class 1A, right? Izuku smiled prettily as a camera flew towards the class, and he caught some of his classmates waving. It was odd knowing so many people were seeing him, possibly even making bets on how long he'd last. His family was watching, which was nice, but Tsukochi was also watching. That put a damper on Izuku's spirits, since he was still looking for any reason to condemn Izuku as a villain. Idiotic, really. As if Izuku would be that clumsy accidentally. Man, he's going overboard with the praise. Kirishima said, grinning anxiously. It's making me nervous. Aren't you too, Shinsu? Midoriya. I don't care what they think. Shinsu scowled, and Izuku smothered a laugh at Kirishima's fond smile. It was appealing seeing their friendship blossom. MIC, of course, continued to scream all the while. They haven't gotten as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero course, 1B. 1B spilled across the lawn, led by that girl with orange hair, and he scanned their faces briefly before MIC continued. Next up, General Studies classes C, D, and E. The support course, classes F, G, and H are also here. And business course, classes I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now. The other classes didn't look too impressive, and if the business course took the stance they did every year, they probably weren't going to participate at all. Izuku supposed that was fine, he didn't really care about the lower classes such as support and business. The other hero class might prove to be interesting if they hold their own and know how to properly use their quirks, which Izuku found unlikely. If Class B was anything like Izuku's class, they'd be frustratingly weak. As for the Gen Ed classes, Izuku couldn't have cared less about them. Cast-offs, they were. Izuku watched Midnight climb up onto the raised stand in front of the crowd of students, standing in front of a microphone on a stand and her WHP in hand. It was one of those odd WHPs for flogging, which Izuku approved of. Sure, they had other uses, but wielding a torture weapon and dressing it up pretty in SXL innuendo still made it a torture weapon. Time for the player pledge. Midnight called, and she swished her hips in a way that had the crowd screaming. Honestly, Izuku admired her courage. It was a nice cover, made it easier for them to underestimate her, thus leading them to their deaths. What's Ms. Midnight wearing? Kirishima was flushed with embarrassment, averting his eyes a little. That's an R-rated hero for you. Kaminari replied, staring blankly at Midnight. Is it okay for her to be at a high school if she's R-rated? Birdhead Tokoyami appeared unaffected, but it was hard to tell with the mutation. Yet another reason Izuku would enjoy removing it, he'd finally get to see the boy express the truest of all emotion, pain. Quiet, everyone. Midnight chided, snapping her WHP. Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. Izuku blinked, frozen for a moment. Shinsu pushed him slightly, which was probably meant to be encouraging. However, it made Izuku seriously reconsider letting Shinsu's hands remain attached to his wrists. Izuku made his way up the steps and towards the microphone stand, and didn't even bother hiding his surprise. He brought a hand up to brush the MIC stand as a show of nerves that they probably expected him to have, and cleared his throat. The sound rang through the stadium. I pledge that I'm going to try my best to destroy the competition as best I can before I go out. Gasps cut through the silence, and people immediately started booing and trashing on him. Izuku hadn't ever seen a student pledge, he had no way of knowing what he was supposed to say, but it probably wasn't that. Still, Izuku grinned, pleased with himself, and descended the steps without flinching at the angry screaming from the crowd. Shinsu, when Izuku reached the ground, looked utterly unimpressed. Kirishima was frowning, which Izuku found pleasantly surprising. Ida actually took a step forward, chopping an arm out angrily. Why would you do something so disgraceful? Ida exclaimed, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Because I couldn't care less about a sponsored event like this. Izuku told him smugly, I'd rather make my own way, rather than relying on heroes watching me and deciding whether or not I look like their brand of sidekick. So, manly. Kirishima clenched a fist, his previous disapproval vanishing. Izuku grinned. Now, let's get started right away. Apparently Midnight didn't care one bit about Izuku's less than heroic. Declared pledge, and moved on as the screen pinged to display the words first game. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Izuku liked the sound of that. Now, here is the fateful first game. A holographic image appeared, and Izuku watched as a sort of randomizing device appeared, spinning and spinning until it finally stopped to display an image of a stick figure jumping over a traffic cone labeled obstacle race. This year it's this. Midnight gestured to it with her torture WHP, and Izuku grinned. An obstacle course. Child's play. All 11 classes will participate in this race. Even better. Izuku watched as the board displayed a variety of colorful bubbles, each representing one class, all converge into one circle that was well labeled as full participation. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Midnight's speech was a bit unnecessary as an image of the track appeared with arrows and pictures appeared above her. She kept talking though, so Izuku listened. Our school's selling point is freedom. And as long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places everyone. Excellent, blanket permission to sabotage others. Shinsu shook his head, I can't believe this. I agree, this is excellent. Izuku said brightly, and he ignored Shinsu's heavy glare as much as he'd ignored the obvious sarcasm. This is actually going to be fun. Now you're getting into it. Kirishima cracked his knuckles with a laugh. Yeah. Let's do this. I just want to pass. Shinsu sighed as he followed the crowd to the start line. Just wait to sabotage me until the later rounds, can't you? I'll do my best. Izuku winked, and he was satisfied by the way Shinsu's shadowed face seemed to brighten. Izuku then turned his attention to the 3 lights above the doorway, and bounced on the ball of his feet excitedly. It seemed he had a race to win, and a whole lot of people to sabotage. Chapter 16. When the buzzer went off, Izuku started to run. Well, jog. He maintained a steady pace with the rest of the students, and, unfortunately, only saw the trap a split second before he reached it. A split second too late. MIC was screaming about the trap and how devious it was and yada yada yada, but Izuku gritted his teeth and jabbed the nearest person in the ribs with his elbow. It was satisfying to see the boy crumple, but it did nothing in the grand scheme of things. Throwing out a hand, Izuku pushed as hard as he could against the people in front of him, propelling them out of his way and straight out the other end of the tunnel. Okay, maybe he pushed a little too hard. About 24 people screamed as they face-planted into the dirt on the other side, and about a half-dozen more fell on top of someone else or tumbled head over heels into their competition. Honestly, it had been much more effective than he'd thought it would be in his frustration. Also extremely satisfying. He didn't even have to hide it either. So Izuku grinned wildly as he advanced through the tunnel, throwing the people groaning on the ground triumphant smirks. Of course, Izuku's smirk slid off his face as Todoroki took the lead. Ice. Appealing, blinding, breathtaking, stinging, painful ice completely consumed the dirt, firmly freezing everyone's shoes to the ground. It encased Izuku's sneakers completely, and he could feel ice crystallizing on his socks just barely, and the wind blew frost up the bottoms on his gym uniform-breathed legs. The sensation was as breathtaking as he'd always imagined. Todoroki's ice on his skin was enrapturing. Once Izuku had it for himself, he'd get to feel like that all the time. He'd run ice along his fingertips and then burn his palm, letting the heat waft into his face as he breathed out frost and mingled the two together. Together as they were meant to be. Which Todoroki, who was ungrateful, appealing, unreasonable, stunning, and naive, didn't seem to understand. He locked away the appealing flames Izuku knew he had. Izuku could taste them if he only reached out. An explosion went off in Izuku's ear, and he ducked as Bakugo went sailing over his head with his quirk propelling him through the air like he was flying. Maybe it'd be worth snagging his quirk at the end of the year after all. The guy was a lost cause, but his quirk seemed neat. Powerful, that was for sure. Nothing compared to Shinsu's hypnosis quirk or Todoroki's. Izuku shook his head and clenched a fist, focusing on the screaming competition around him rather than the screaming in his head. Steel could be unreasonably bossy, but Izuku had other things to deal with at that moment and tucked it into the back of his mind. Ripping his feet free of the ice, Izuku started making his way across the newly formed ice field. It wasn't terribly difficult, but he did have to watch his step as he passed the other students who were slipping and sliding and stumbling and falling. Funny, but not enough for Izuku to pay much attention to other than to make fun of them lightly in his head as he passed. Of course, then he reached the next obstacle and grinned. It was the robots from the entrance exam, tall and green and utterly pathetic. Apparently Todoroki seemed to agree as he muttered about how disappointing it was to see such weak obstacles, and promptly threw an entire wall of ice at them. Izuku swooned at the sudden drop in temperature, and laughed as Todoroki threw a blank look over his shoulder at the students who recklessly tried to follow, only to get crushed by unbalanced, frozen robots. Unfortunately Izuku did not get to witness the death of two classmates, as they ended up being Kirishima and that stupid 1B guy with the mutation on his eyes that Izuku wanted to rip out of his skull. Apparently he had a quirk similar to Kirishima's, explaining his miraculous survival. Lame. With a sigh, Izuku pulled the internal workings of the three robots nearest to him right out of the bodies, and watched in satisfaction as pieces flew towards him and the empty shells collapsed. With a flippant motion of his wrist, Izuku deflected all the debris headed his way and continued across the field towards the next obstacle. When he heard MIC say the fall, Izuku knew his moment had arrived. Izuku couldn't contain his ecstatic laughter as he tossed people off the edge whenever they tried to cross. Seriously, he stood at the edge and pushed people off, or pulled them back if they made it past him. Only those already ahead of Izuku remained untouched, apart from Shinsu, who Izuku eyed in consideration before allowing him to pass. Shinsu looked beyond angry, and wordlessly relieved. How irritating. When people started realizing what Izuku was doing, some of them tried to evade him by making their way to the furthest rope from him and attempting to cross there, only to discover the range Izuku had within push and pull. Seriously, as long as he knew what he was manipulating, the distance didn't seem to matter. Aside from Shinsu, Izuku only let a few other people pass completely by accident. It wasn't his fault though. Izuku became immensely distracted when a manically laughing pink-haired support student loudly proclaimed the name of one of her pieces and proceeded to launch herself across the chasm to the first landing spot before throwing herself off and doing it again. It was tempting to let her continue, but, in the end, he'd thrown her off the edge. It was fun watching her use those gadgets to try and stop him, but every time she made headway he just pushed her back down. He won their little game of cat and mouse, but by the time he refocused on the others, a few had slipped by him. When Izuku was the very last student standing before the fall, he walked across the wire closest to him with his arms out for balance. His tongue peeked out the side of his mouth as he concentrated, but he never wavered as he crossed the fall efficiently and without falling. Unlike his poor competitors. The last stage was apparently some kind of minefield. Izuku eyed the ground, and saw little indents in the dirt at seemingly random intervals. Annoying, but avoidable. Izuku jogged his way across, watching his every step, and occasionally pushed someone nearby so they'd trip and explode. Unfortunately they didn't seem to be much more than mildly charged mines filled with some kind of pink glitter, so nobody died accidentally. Though, with Izuku involved, people ending up dead was almost never accidental. Izuku listened as MIC announced Todoroki took first, and grinned. Bakugo placed second, predictably, and from there Izuku stopped listening. He focused on his feet more and more as he advanced, the bombs growing closer and closer together the further to the end he found himself. It was annoying, and Izuku sighed in relief when he'd crossed the field and could jog the rest of the way to exit into the stadium. Also known as the finish line. Midoriya Izuku places 10th. MIC's voice boomed all around him, and Izuku grinned to himself as he slowed and shook himself out. He didn't even break a sweat, and that made him unreasonably giddy looking around at his breathing or beat-up-looking yearmates. They looked horrible. How utterly delicious. Kirishima came jogging over almost immediately after Izuku crossed the finish line, grinning from ear to ear and offering a high five. Izuku obliged him. Awesome man. You made it. Kirishima exclaimed happily, now all we need is Shinsu. I'm here. Shinsu sounded exhausted as he jogged over. That's scared. You're covered in glitter. Izuku snickered, and Shinsu glared at him sharply. Walk into a few bombs, did we? Shut up. Shinsu muttered angrily, and Izuku laughed. Kirishima was a nicer person than Izuku, so he reached over and patted Shinsu's shoulder with a bright, supportive smile. You did so great, man. Kirishima infused, we all made it. Honestly, I was expecting Midoriya to place higher. Shinsu had almost recovered, but his voice was still a little breathless and uneven. I wasn't. Kirishima admitted sheepishly, and Izuku turned to him in surprise. I figured he'd be about last, only because everyone behind him'd be out. Diamin, I wish. Izuku grinned. The only reason I scored higher than some people was because I didn't really pay much attention during that last section, the minefield. I had way more fun with the fall. I know. Shinsu looked away with a scowl. I saw. Don't tell me you're angry I spared you. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You were the one who begged me to give you special treatment. It's not special treatment. Shinsu denied. It's just playing fair. Right, it's just so fair of me to throw everyone except you off a cliff because we're friends. Is that it? Izuku grinned brightly, only succeeding in making Shinsu scowl some more. I never said I didn't appreciate it. Shinsu mumbled, it's just insulting that I need a handicap to succeed. Success is relative. Izuku shrugged, technically you've already failed, if you're marking success as achieving first place. It's all about perspective. That's true, it is perspective. Kirishima said brightly, man, you're great with pep talks. I'm even more hyped for the second round now. Izuku didn't really understand the correlation between what he'd said and the topic of the next round, but he nodded like it was intentional. I wonder what it'll be. Izuku mused, there aren't very many of us, after all. I think Midnight's about to announce it. Shinsu squinted up at the board that was now lit, and sure enough Midnight snapped her torture weapon to garner their attention. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Midnight declared. Now, take a look at the results. The board flashed, and names appeared all down in a row with pictures of the students with their place numbers. Izuku scanned the names a bit gleefully. The top 42 students were meant to move ahead, but will be settling for the 21 who finished. Midnight announced to the students with a little sigh. Everyone else was eliminated one way or another. Oh my god. Izuku couldn't help the bright laugh that fell from his lips. There were only half as many students left as there were meant to be. Todoroki Shouto Bakugu Katsuki Shiozaki Ibara Honinuki Juzo Ida Tenya Tokoyami Fumikage Siro Hanta Kirishima Aijuru Tetsu Midoriya Izuku Ojuru Mashirawa Waste Yosetsu Asui Tsuyu Shuji Mizo Seitu Rikido Uraraka Okako Yorozu Momo Ashido Mina Shinsu Hitoshi Juru Kyoka Kaminari Denki. This is priceless. Izuku wheezed, and Shinso beside him sighed. I take it back. He said dully, it's never going to be fair with you in the game, no matter what we do. Tuche. Izuku grinned. Shinsu didn't even know the half of it. Izuku could wipe out their class without a second thought. It'd be more difficult to account for the other classes, only because there were so many people, some were bound to escape, but that wasn't the point. It would be so terribly easy to kill half of them in one go and the rest following only a moment later, relishing in the way they'd lose the light in their eyes as BLD soaked into the dirt at his feet, moving on. Midnight's enthusiasm cut through Izuku's murderous thoughts, and he zoned back into whatever it is he was meant to be paying attention to. It's unfortunate so many of you were eliminated all at once, but don't worry if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. She liked her lips enthusiastically. The real competition begins next. The press cavalry'll be all over it. Give it your all. Izuku refocused on the board, which had changed to be a mysterious spinning wheel meant to reveal the next challenge. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? Well, I already told you, and here it is. The board stopped on cavalry battle. Izuku blinked. Was that all? A cavalry battle? Ah man, I'm bad at those. Kaminari complained from nearby. It's a group round. Zu croaked thoughtfully, how would that be scored? Let me explain. Midnight gestured to the board, and an animation appeared of All Might riding the shoulders of 13 and present MIC. It was an utterly ridiculous image. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but one thing's different. Based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. Like the entrance exam. Kirishima snapped his fingers, right? Yeah, except your score is shared jointly between your teammates. Izuku grinned. It's laid out so the person who placed last in the first round can have a high point count starting off in the second round, if they are smart and surround himself with high-placing teammates, of course. I feel like I should be offended by that. Shinsu narrowed his eyes, those deliciously white pupils darting to the board with his name in 19th. Izuku merely shrugged. Whatever floats your boat. Shut up. Midnight shouted, cutting off their banter. Fine, yes, that's right. Anyway, the points for each person will increase in increments of 10 in ascending order. So 21st place gets 10 points, and 20th place gets 20 points. And just to keep things interesting, the point value assigned to first place is 10 million. Izuku grinned. Those points were his. He decided it right then, so that's how it'd be. Izuku wasn't taking anything but first this next round, those millions were his. Shinso seemed to realize this, and sighed heavily beside him. You're getting the millions. Shinsu surmised, and Izuku laughed. We're getting those millions. Izuku told him smugly, and Shinsu blinked. You're teaming with me? Are you kidding? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Of course we'll be together. Oh. Shinsu flushed, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Honestly, was Shinsu stupid enough to think he'd risk losing to his quirk? Yeah, Izuku loved it, but no way in hell was he going to split his focus between Shinsu and Todoroki. Todoroki and those millions deserved Izuku's 100% undivided attention. Shinsu's quirk buzzing in the background would have been an annoyingly stuck distraction, and Izuku just couldn't have that. Okay, now for the rules. Midnight was saying loudly, the time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the rider will wear a headband with that number on their forehead. Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. There was a little animation following along as she spoke, All Might's ridiculous team on full display. Each member had a point value shown above them, and after a moment they combined into the sum to produce a single number for the rider to wear across their forehead. Izuku was beyond amused that, to make life even better, the headbands were only held on by Velcro strips. Even without Attract being a powerful quirk, it'd be child's play to steal from the other teams. Honestly, it's like they designed the second round with Izuku's quirk as the centerpiece. As Midnight continued, Izuku laughed aloud as All Might's figure slowly became a mummy as he collected headbands that swamped his neck and covered his face. Ha! That gave Izuku an idea. He could nab Eraserhead's capture scarf and used it to strangle All Might, and then find a way to frame Aizawa perfectly without any loopholes. Oh, how fun it would be to meticulously plan his alibi and Eraserhead's downfall. It might even take him several weeks to perfect, which would make the final result even more thing. Midnight was still talking. During the game, it'll be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks. Izuku liked the sound of that. But it is still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make other people fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately. Oh man! Izuku groaned, and he completely ignored how she announced they now had 15 minutes to plan because he was focusing on how utterly lame it was to restrict his creative sabotage attempts. Dude, I thought this round was going to be fun. Don't worry my Doria, it'll still be fun. Kirishima laughed. I'll be on your team, with 𝐴. We can work together and win. But WhatIf won either way. 𝐒𝐿 complained, what's the fun in winning if I can't mess with my opponents? Think positive. 𝐴 cut in, and 𝐒𝐿 paused his complaints at the sharpness of 𝐴's expression. Whoever moves on from this will head into the one-on-one matches in the third round. If you want to have some fun, why not pick and choose who moves on? You can do that, right? By taking headbands and then giving them to someone else using your quirk. The whole field will be your playground this match. 𝐒𝐿, in that moment, was utterly transfixed by the boy in front of him. His expression was filled with beautifully malicious intent, his eyes burning with suppressed anger and excitement, and his grin spoke of anxiety and fury. Something about the way he looked at 𝐒𝐿, so full of that deliciously vengeful determination, took his breath away. Apparently 𝐒𝐿 stared at him for a moment too long, lips slightly parted in his unmasked awe, that 𝐴 flushed darkly. His intense expression fell as red bloomed across his cheeks, and 𝐒𝐿 was released from the captivated state he'd found himself in. Why 𝐴? That's quite possibly the most wickedly wonderful thing you've ever said to me. 𝐒𝐿 told 𝐴 quietly, and he relished the way 𝐴's breath stuttered. Well now, I suppose I have some teams to examine and decisions to make. 𝐒𝐿 declared, breaking the eye contact he'd been maintaining with 𝐴 to instead turn to Grin and Kirishima. So what's the plan? Kirishima asked, cracking his knuckles excitedly. 𝐒𝐿 was about to answer when a bubbly voice came from behind him quite suddenly. Hey! He turned and found Uraraka staring at him, hesitant determination alight on her face. I want to join your team. 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head. Why? Deliciously, she did not falter under his scrutinization. Because I want to win. Uraraka told him, I want to win, and I think you're my best bet. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but laugh in pleased surprise at her clenched fist and declaration of intent. Welcome aboard, then. That's four. 𝐒𝐿 grinned, well Uraraka, let me fill you in. We're planning on sitting pretty and watching the other teams until I decide who I want to allow to survive this round, and then we're going to steal the millions right out of Todoroki's pretty little hands and redistribute the points as I see fit. He leaned in, smirking as her eyes widened, and added, how does that sound? For a moment 𝐒𝐿 was irritated that she seemed to be hesitating. Well, that just wouldn't do. If she balked under his gaze, then Uraraka was of no use to him. It'd be a disappointment for sure. 𝐒𝐿 had such high hopes for her. But she surprised him yet again, and her intensity made him shiver. I'm in. Uraraka said firmly, clenching her fists. Let's do it. Chapter 17. You know, this headband isn't the most comfortable thing in the world. 𝐒𝐿 said as he adjusted the Velcro, ever so slightly annoyed as it caught in some stray curls. I don't think it's meant to be. 𝐴 said dryly. Well, that's rude. How are we supposed to want to keep it there if it's not comfortable? 𝐒𝐿 pouted, it seems rather inconsiderate of them. I bet they were just thinking about functionality, Midoriya. Kirishima laughed, so don't take it too personally. I take everything personally. 𝐒𝐿 hummed flippantly, anyway, I'm surprised you're not having any trouble holding me up. I'm, like, 100% heavy muscle. It's impressive. It was true, but 𝐒𝐿 had specifically picked Kirishima for the role because 𝐵 sure as 𝐻T couldn't taken the brunt of his weight. No sweat, man, I'm just glad I can help. Though 𝐒� couldn't really see him, he could hear the lopsided grin in Kirishima's voice. Are you sure you don't want me to make you weightless? Uraraka asked anxiously for the fifth time. It wouldn't be any trouble. Maybe later. 𝐒� turned to look at her over his shoulder, and sent her a dazzling smile. We might need it later, so wouldn't it be better to save it until I need rescuing? Uraraka flushed a little, and nodded. All right. Satisfied, 𝐒� turned back to the front and focused on examining the other teams. Tentatively, he activated Steel and let his true quirk spread across the field and flood his head with information. Wading through quirks was harder than he expected. 𝐒� wasn't used to hundreds of people being within reach, but the stadium was packed with people desperate to catch a glimpse of who might win and who would lose. Focusing on only those nearest to him was difficult, and Izuku grit his teeth as he forced his quirk's focus to narrow. There were only 21 people still in the game, of which there remained only 4 members of Class B. The most interesting to Izuku was the odd kind of a plant mutation quirk that flowed off a girl's head like hair. There was also an extremely boring quirk that allows the user to weld two things together. Izuku's eye caught slightly on the softening quirk, but ultimately he decided it wouldn't be much of a threat in a team exercise. Lastly, the 1B Kirishima with the hardening quirk, which was apparently metal-based. 1B Kirishima was the rider with softening guy as the main horse, which seemed an odd choice to Izuku, and the two in back were the welder and the plant girl. Izuku, reluctantly, decided they needed to be one of the ones he spared. It was only fair after all, since he did throw the rest of their class off a cliff in the first round. Besides, he wanted to see how they'd fare in the 1v1s in the third round. As for Izuku's team, Izuku was the rider, obviously. He was standing on Kirishima's supporting hands while leaning forward on the boy's shoulders, while Uraraka and Shinsu stood on either side and slightly behind to offer meager support. Kirishima was a powerhouse, and they all knew it. Izuku's first assessment of Kirishima as plain and useless was long gone. Though his quirk was still a bit boring, Kirishima was strong and solid and determined, while being also fiercely loyal. It was the perfect combination. So easy to exploit, deceive, and use. Him, however, Izuku saw fit. Luck favored him, bringing Kirishima to him before Izuku knew his potential worth. And now, of course, he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Carefully, Izuku let his gaze drift towards Todoroki's team, consisting of Ida, Yorozu, and Kaminari, which was a little surprising. Todoroki's quirk was as appealing as Izuku remembered. It had been a while since Izuku let steel brush against ice, fire, and he barely repressed the delighted shudder that yearned to rack his body. Steel curled around Todoroki's quirk like a gentle breeze, and Izuku quietly wondered if Todoroki could feel it. A loud buzzer sounded suddenly, and Izuku was startled so badly he damn near stole Todoroki's quirk by accident. He didn't though, and withdrew carefully before deactivating steel with control that took more effort than it should have. Unfortunately, that was always the case when Todoroki was around. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 6 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. MICs boomed theatrically through the stadium. That's way less than we expected. Some of these teams are unusual. Eraserhead muttered into his microphone, and Izuku tilted his head at the comment. Was he referring to the overwhelming majority being 1A? Or maybe how one team only had 2 players? Or was he simply amused at how few made it through the qualifier round? Now, raise those battle cries. MIC declared, and the stadium answered with deafening cheers. It's time for UA's bloody battle. Light the signal fire. Izuku paused as the board above their heads lit up, displaying a few simple words. He raised an eyebrow at the exaggeratory font chosen. Ready. On your marks, all right, you've all got teams. I'm not gonna ask if you're ready or not. Well, that was stupid. The board was asking if they were ready, so MIC didn't need to anyway. Besides, it was a bit too late if someone wasn't ready after 15 minutes of prep time. Now, let's go. MIC continued enthusiastically, counting down to the brutal battle royal. 3. Kirishima adjusted his hands and Izuku shifted his weight. 2. Uraraka's hand tightened on Izuku's breathed leg, and Shinsu exhaled slowly in anticipation. 1. Start. Midnight's torture WHP snapped down harshly, and the battle began. Teams rushed to the center of the field, kicking up red dirt in every direction, practically every team shooting their shot to take the millions from Todoroki as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for them, Izuku didn't even have to move. With a simple gimme hand gesture, Todoroki's headband came unstrapped and launched across the field into Izuku's waiting hand faster than anyone could react. He grinned. Nice. Kirishima praised, and Izuku imagined he would have pumped a fist if Izuku wasn't standing on his hands. Now we just have to keep it. Doesn't really matter if we do or not, I can always get it back. Izuku shrugged, but deep down delight was curling inside him as he held the winning headband in hand. Let's have some fun, shall we? Kirishima laughed, and their team started walking in a random direction. It didn't particularly matter, but 𝐒𝐿 knew their team would stand out more if they strolled casually around the arena while absolutely demolishing everyone who got in their way. 𝐒𝐿 snagged every headband he could see, which was all of them. The other 4 he didn't already have in possession. Team Asui, 250, he tied it around his neck. Team Bakugo, 470, he flipped it in hand with a grin before attaching it beneath the other. Team Tetsu, 600, he added it to his collection rather smugly. Team Gyro, 200 went lowest on his neck, near his collarbone, because it was the lamest. As for the millions, Team Todoroki, 10,230,000, 𝐒𝐿 took great pleasure in tying it around his forehead for all to see. He took his original band, Team Midoriya, 350, and wrapped it around his neck with the others. Now what? Shinsu asked, wincing at how loudly present MIC was screaming about their unstoppable team and winning lead. We have all the headbands. Now we wait. 𝐒𝐿 grinned, and when they get desperate, we redistribute. That's a polite way to say you're in complete control of all their fates. Shinsu sighed. 𝐒𝐿 laughed. He had no idea how accurate that was. I'm always polite, was all 𝐒𝐿 said, and then he laughed again when Shinsu pinched his ankle. Why isn't anyone attacking us? Uraraka, who apparently wasn't paying attention, seemed to finally realize that they were completely alone in the corner of the field they were gently pacing across. Because they can't. 𝐒𝐿 answered lightly as redirected yet another team. All it took was a simple hand gesture and they were stopped in their tracks, forced to turn away under the sheer pressure of push. Midoriya's pushing them away whenever they get too close, and they've apparently realized the futility of trying to force their way through it. They're waiting to see what happens. Shinsu sighed. If I were them, I'd do the same. Midoriya's ridiculous. I'm just utilizing my talents. 𝐒𝐿 grinned, and mentally added, but not all of them. It just so happens your talents are better than ours. Shinsu muttered. Oh, don't be like that. Kirishima enthused, Midoriya's just trained more than we have. He's been training all his life, haven't you, Midoriya? True, but I'm pretty new to this quirk. 𝐒𝐿 said, looking down at his hands with a little smile. I didn't have much reason to use it before the entrance exam. I guess I'm just a natural. So manly. Kirishima said loudly. Very humble. Shinsu snarked at the same time. Who you gonna let through? Uraraka asked, you didn't say. Definitely Todoroki's team, I like them. Also the 1B team, to make it fair. 𝐒𝐿 paused, thinking, then added, I guess the 4th slot can go to whomever I decide I like in that moment. 𝐒𝐿 looked up as the board above them chimed, revealing the scores of each team. Smugly, he noted his score was 10,001,900 and everyone else's was 0. 5 minutes left. Uraraka hummed, are we gonna do, anything? It feels like we haven't done much to get us noticed. Oh, yeah, I suppose we should. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, fine then. He then straightened, cupped his hands over his mouth, and yelled, alright, let's mix it up. He didn't even bother undoing the Velcro before he flicked his wrist and sent the bands flying across the field. The immediate following chaos was glorious. Zhu grabbed one with her tongue, the plant girl snagged one with her hair vines, Zero sent tape out for one, and little fleshy tubes that looked suspiciously like Jiru's ear extensions flew out too. It was practically an aerial battle for the headbands he'd tossed towards them, which was hilarious in 𝐒𝐿's humble opinion. Look out! Uraraka's shriek wasn't entirely necessary, mostly because the massive ice wall being thrown at them wasn't exactly subtle. 𝐒𝐿's team barely dodged the attack, and 𝐒𝐿 felt the cold breeze on his face as it blew right by them. It was exhilarating. I'll be taking that back, now. Todoroki said, and demon did 𝐒𝐿 love his voice. Todoroki, you're here. 𝐒𝐿 acknowledged breathlessly, excellent. Shinsu squeezed his ankle again, nails biting into the fragile skin, and 𝐒𝐿 cleared his throat. Anyway, missing something. 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head, showing off the millions across his forehead as his curls shifted. Todoroki's appealing mismatched eyes followed the movement and centered on Izuku's forehead. Izuku could have swooned at the expression on his face, but, unfortunately, he didn't have time for swooning. What? Kaminari suddenly stopped, and the whole team nearly toppled as Izuku let Ida keep going. Hey! Sorry, but we're going to win. Kirishima's blatant confidence was briefly distracting, enticing in how cocky it sounded, but Izuku moved past it as he focused more on pushing Todoroki's team backwards without toppling them completely. Unfortunately, that was against the rules. You're overconfident. Orozu, whom Izuku barely paid attention to despite her neat quirk, shot some metal thing out of her wrist that embedded itself in the ground as Todoroki pulled a sheet over their whole team, except for Kaminari. Izuku hadn't overused a quirk so badly in years, but as Kaminari yelled out that he was going to throw 1,000,000 volts at them, Izuku didn't realize how much force he was putting behind attract until it was too late. Remember the glacier Todoroki had thrown at them? The one they'd barely dodged. Yeah. That one. Izuku ripped the entire thing off the stadium ground, shattering formed crystals and blowing freezing cold shrapnel in every direction, to pull it firmly between Izuku's team and Todoroki's way too fast. At the speed Izuku pulled it, the glacier slid right past the desired placement and slammed into their team at high speed. Kirishima took the brunt of it, but Izuku felt his wrist crunch as he threw up a hand in front of his face automatically. Uraraka cried out in surprise, though she avoided it entirely because she was in the back, and the only reaction Izuku noticed from Shinsu was his back foot shifting in the dirt. Oh! Midoriya! Kirishima, who'd hardened just in time, looked up at him with a wince. Sorry. I panicked. Izuku cradled his hand to his chest, and grimaced. I pulled too hard. Gee, you don't say. Shinsu, knock it off. Izuku was surprised by the admonishment in Uraraka's scolding voice, but he definitely approved. 2 minutes left. Kirishima said as he looked up at the board, and Izuku frowned. We need to wait a little longer. Izuku said tightly, when there's only a few seconds left, I'll redistribute. That way there's no chance of anyone messing it up. We're not going to worry about Todoroki. Shinsu exclaimed, you know, the real problem at the moment. Don't worry, I'm not letting him get close again. Izuku sighed, I didn't anticipate that Orozu'd find a way to make Kaminari's quirk actually efficient. He's pretty useless at using it by himself. You underestimated them. Shinsu accused, and Izuku carefully resisted the urge to disembowel him for the comment. I didn't underestimate them, but... Izuku replied a little viciously, they've just improved using teamwork in a way you clearly haven't. Shinsu inhaled sharply, and Izuku took great pleasure knowing he'd hit a weak spot. And damn it, Izuku hated that Shinsu was right. Izuku had a bad habit of underestimating people, he always had. His dad always said to never underestimate people because someday it'd bite him in the butt. Izuku knew that. Really, he did, it was just difficult because Izuku was so much better than they were. Kaminari and Orozu had just surprised him, that's all. Midoriya, we don't have time to argue. Kirishima said, we're completely trapped by the ice. He's right. Uraraka piped up, we're stuck between the ice and the boundary line. I'm going to move the ice away, so we'll be exposed again. Izuku sighed, shelving the issue with Shinsu to revisit some other time. What? Why? Kirishima questioned, aren't we safer here? Not necessarily. Izuku said, we're trapped, which makes us sitting ducks. The round was slowly becoming more annoying than he'd wanted it to be, so he glared out at the cameras and his opponents as he pushed the ice out of their way. As soon as he had a complete view of the field, Izuku took note of all the team's placements as best as he could. The only true threat was Team Todoroki, as they'd remained in place camping outside the wall of ice. A bit roughly, Izuku shoved their entire team a dozen feet backwards until they slammed into one BS team across the field. Of course, he was courteous enough to push all of them a bit upwards as they fell so no one fell off their team. It was more because he didn't want to be red-carded and less because he cared if they fell, but it was still generous of him. 1 minute. Uraraka declared happily, and Izuku sighed in relief. This whole sports festival thing is more trouble than it's worth. Izuku complained, I can't wait for this to be over. He absent-mindedly shoved Todoroki backwards again as they tried to advance. Not long now, Kirishima warned, and Izuku looked up at the clock as MIC dramatically started counting down from 10. According to the scoreboard, Team Asui had the 600 headband while Team Bakugo had the Team Jiru had both the 200 and the 250, which wasn't so bad. But Team Tetsu, the 1B team, had nothing. That just wouldn't do. Izuku snagged the 600 and threw it to Team Tetsu, who stared at it with bewildered and disbelieving looks. He then confiscated the 2 Jiru had and gave them to Todoroki, who caught them midair and glared. Scanning the board again. Yeah, okay, that didn't seem so bad. No one moved in the last 3 seconds, probably too stunned by Izuku's sudden rearrangement of points, and then the buzzer was sounded and it was over. That's the end of the second round, the cavalry battle. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, Team Midoriya. They were in total control of the entire field the whole round. Izuku hopped off Kirishima with a huff of annoyance, and shook out his curls as he pulled the 10 million headband off his forehead and dropped it delicately on the ground. He smiled prettily for a camera as it flew by, even through his disgruntlement. Gotta keep up appearances, the world was watching after all. Ignoring MIC and instead choosing to glance at the board, Izuku was happy to see everything was as intended. Team Midoriya, 10,230 Team Tetsu, 600 Team Bakugo, 470 Team Todoroki, 450 Why'd you choose Bakugo? Kirishima asked curiously. He already had those points, and I only needed a few for Todoroki and 1B. Izuku shrugged. I figured if Bakugo won the little free-for-all earlier to get himself a few points, and I didn't need them, he can keep them. I've nothing against Bakugo and his team. Who's even on his team? Uraraka asked a bit rhetorically as she looked over at them. Ashido, Siro, and Shuji. Izuku wasn't sure that was really his name, but considering his teammates didn't correct him, he was probably right. Odd combination. Shinsu said, but then he shrugged it away. I'm just glad we did it. Izuku hummed in agreement as MIC announced there'd be a break for lunch. Shinsu, a moment. Izuku beckoned, and resisted a harsh glare as Shinsu actually hesitated. That was absolutely unequivocally unacceptable. Ah, come on, I promise I don't bite. Yes you do. Shinsu muttered as he crossed his arms, but then he reluctantly followed as Izuku led him out of the stadium and into a corridor near the exit. For a moment neither of them spoke, and Izuku remained neutral as Shinsu shifted unhappily. He was clearly slipping away from Izuku again, which was unacceptable. He belonged to Izuku. I'm sorry. The look on Shinsu's face was priceless, and it was almost enough to break Izuku's apologetic facade. I was pretty harsh during those last few minutes, and I didn't mean to be. You were right, I did underestimate Kaminari. I snapped at you because it really stung when you said it aloud. I'm sorry. It's fine. Shinsu rubbed the back of his neck and shifted from foot to foot. Izuku took a step forward and looked down, fiddling with his hands. Can you ever forgive me? Izuku looked up at Shinsu shyly. I don't want to lose our friendship because I lost my head. It means a lot to me, you mean a lot to me. In the following silence, Izuku bit his lip and looked down again. Midoriya, God, you're so dramatic. Of course I forgive you. Raising his gaze, Izuku was satisfied with the flush across Shinsu's cheeks and the resignation in his expression. I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have snapped at you. No, you were right too. I could have hurt you by accident when I pulled that ice towards us, and I'm really sorry. With every word he spoke, Izuku saw Shinsu was drawn even further into Izuku's web. It's okay, you panicked. Shinsu smiled awkwardly, and then froze as his eyes caught on Izuku's hand still cradled to his chest. OSHT, didn't you hurt your wrist? It's broken. Izuku said, shrugging. What? Shinsu reached out for him, paused, and then just hovered his hands awkwardly close but not touching. His panic was a little adorable. You need to see Recovery Girl. It's not that bad. Izuku denied weakly, I don't want to bother her. That's her job, you wouldn't be bothering her. Shinsu shook his head as he put a hand on Izuku's lower back and smiled fondly. Come on, let's go. Okay. Izuku lowered his eyes, tucking away his smug satisfaction. And thank you for forgiving me. We're friends. Shinsu said, though his face was red, I was going to forgive you anyway, even without an apology. Ah, good to know for the future. Thanks. Izuku smiled, and then he grinned playfully. I'm still going to kick your butt in the third round, I hope you know. I wouldn't expect any less from you. Shinsu grinned right back at him, let's get that wrist fixed first though, okay? Okay. Izuku laughed, and let himself be led down the halls towards Recovery Girl. Shinsu walked him to the temporary nurse's office, one hand resting on the small of his back, and Izuku felt malicious joy bubble up inside him. He tucked it away though, it'd get in the way of his little show of weakness, and tip Shinsu off that something wasn't right. He'd done it. Shinsu was safely and unwaveringly his again, they'd made it to the second round, and Izuku was going to destroy the competition. Everything was right in the world again. Chapter 18 MIC being in control of the loudspeakers may not have been the best choice, in Izuku's opinion. At first the ringing sound of his shrill voice echoing across the field hadn't bothered Izuku, but the longer it went on the more inclined he became to rip out present MIC's vocal cords. Has he started talking about the good stuff yet? Izuku sighed, nudging Kirishima. Knowing him, he was probably listening. Unlike Izuku. Ah man, can't you hear it? Kirishima asked with a laugh, I mean, they're not being subtle up there with the mics. Midoriya just means he's not paying attention and wants to know if he's missing actual instruction. Shinsu said dryly, leaning in on their conversation. Which, by the way, you aren't. Yet. Shinsu gave him a pointed look. With a sigh, Izuku crossed his arms and boredly gave MIC his attention. All right everyone, we're going to have fun competing in the recreational games. Yeah, no thanks. That sounded boring if all his defeated opponents were allowed to play. They were weak. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. Oh! Izuku looked up as the board dinged. He examined the chart they put up with newfound interest. It was a stacked diagram with different tiers. It seemed there would be 4 rounds, the winners moving on and the losers kicked to the curb. 16 people would start off, then 8, then 4, then the 2 finalists and 1 crowned winner. Seemed simple enough. Oh God! Shinsu groaned, you're going to destroy us. That is quite possible. Izuku replied happily. Come on Shinsu, have a bit of faith. Kirishima patted him on the shoulder with a grin. We're finally competing on the stage we've been watching all our lives. Just give it all you got, and maybe you might win. You're joking, right? Shinsu's glare didn't seem to wound Kirishima at all, as the redhead merely beamed at him and said nothing more. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Midnight called their attention. Once the brackets have been determined, we'll have the recreational games, then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest and save your strength. Are you going to compete, Midoriya? Kirishima asked. Not a chance. Izuku rolled his eyes, they'll just be a waste of time. I thought you liked fun and games. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. Only when they're interesting. Izuku said, wrinkling his nose. What's the fun in running around playing a meaningless game against people I've already beaten and know to be weak? Isn't that a little harsh? Kirishima asked. He didn't look offended, merely curious. Izuku liked that for some reason. Not at all. Izuku answered, it's just the truth. I won and they didn't, which means I'm stronger. Wow, looking at it that way, I guess you're right. Kirishima nodded with surprise, then grinned. But, I'm still going to play. You don't have to if you don't want to, Midoriya. I'm glad I have your permission, then. Shinsu choked on nothing from beside him. Their attention was called away when midnight came around to the remaining 16 competitors to have them draw lots to determine in which order they'd pummel each other into the ground. Izuku was rather genuinely excited to watch the hero students go at it, actually. Especially 1B, which he hadn't yet had the chance to see in action. Eventually the rounds were decided and Izuku watched as they were put up onto the board, paired up and stuck onto the part of the diagram for the first round of battles. Midoriya Izuku vs Shiozaki Ibara Shinsu Hitoshi vs Ashido Mina Kaminari Denki vs Ida Tenya Todoroki Shoto vs Oase Yosetsu Zero Hanta vs Shuji Mizorozu Momo vs Honinuki Juzo Kirishima Eijuru vs Tetsutetsu Bakugu Katsuki vs Uraraka Okako. An interesting set of matches, in Izuku's opinion. He didn't recognize the name next to his, which meant it was a 1B kid. Excellent. What? You. Izuku turned to see Kirishima fuming at the 1B Kirishima, who was probably Tetsutetsu. That'll be fun. Shinsu smirked, crossing his arms as they watched Kirishima and the other one snap at each other while pointing unhappy fingers. I wonder who'll win. Kirishima. What? Shinsu looked at him in surprise. Kirishima. Izuku repeated with a shrug. No way, a 1B nobody beats Kirishima, even if their quirks are similar. Besides, Izuku was quickly realizing that Kirishima made up for his weak quirk in strength of character. He wouldn't lose to a lamer version of himself. Also, 1B was the inferior class in general and everyone knew it. You have a lot of faith in him, Shinsu said, narrowing his eyes. Why is that? We're friends, aren't we? Izuku smiled prettily. That goes for you too, Shinsu. I have every confidence that you'll beat Ashido. That was a lie. Izuku doubted Shinsu would win against Ashido, comparing their physical abilities. Ashido was an athlete, probably a dancer or gymnast if the flexibility was any indication. Shinsu on the other hand was shaped like a twig and would snap like one. His only shot would be to snag her with his stuck hypnosis before she sprayed him with that acid quirk of hers. Izuku didn't know much about it, or how it worked, or how dangerous it actually was, but Ashido clearly knew how to use it and that was the battle half won already. Confidence sometimes made all the difference. Meanwhile, Shinsu was flushed to the tips of his ears. It was stark on his face, and he ducked his head a little to hide it. Thanks. Shinsu muttered. No problem. Izuku grinned at him, though, just so you know, after we both win, I'm going to destroy you. Shinsu blinked at him in astonishment, then looked back at the board in dismay. Goddamn!it. Shinsu groaned, there goes any chance of placing on the podium. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get lots of offers for beating Ashido. Izuku smiled innocently. Kick her butt, yeah. Right. Shinsu said with a sigh, easier said than done. Izuku just hummed his agreement. All right. Let's leave the tournament aside for a momentary interlude. MIC's enthusiastic voice rang through the stadium again. Let's have fun with the recreation. First up will be the scavenger hunt. You. Izuku sighed. He looked up towards his ball of sunshine, still locked in a staring contest with the guy that had an incredibly annoying name. Hey, Kirishima. Yeah. Immediately he had Kirishima's attention, which was extremely satisfying. Also the fake Kirishima looked livid at being ignored, which was just icing on the cake. The recreations are going to start soon, so I'm heading up to the stands. Izuku called, you have fun, yeah. You got it. Kirishima grinned. Izuku headed back towards the stands, glancing up as fireworks exploded with enthusiasm above his head in a plethora of vibrant colors. It would have been pleasant if not for the screaming and bustle of the crowd that had picked up considerably. Apparently for the scavenger hunt the participants plucked items they needed straight from the crowd, which seemed incredibly stupid. The viewers having their items being stolen and used for the games actually looked excited about it. If some random kid stole his cat for a scavenger hunt he'd not be as courteous as some of the random people in the crowd. Why would someone even think to bring a cat of all things to watch a bunch of kids beat each other up? Seemed an odd choice. After several more games, including a weird one where the students were rolling giant ball across the track as quickly as possible to win, Eventually MIC got around to announcing the games were concluding and the one-on-one matches were up next. Izuku watched 𝐼𝐼𝐼 create a square platform at the center of the field, steel gently caressing the green glow lit in the hero's large concrete-like hands. The emerald-hued quirk moved fluidly up and down 𝐼𝐼𝐼's wrists to swirl around in his palms, mirroring the movements of the cement the hero controlled and manipulated. Interestingly, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 couldn't create cement or concrete out of thin air. Instead, UA had a large tunnel piping cement out into the field for 𝐼𝐼𝐼 to use as he wished. Izuku wondered if there was a quirk similar to his that could create it, and if 𝐼𝐼𝐼 would see the value in teaming with them. Probably not, considering his style of independent heroics like so many others, which really was a shame. Izuku wouldn't mind teaming up with someone in his villainy if they could keep up, watch his back and actually contribute in a meaningful way. Unfortunately there was no such person, and Izuku was just fine committing crimes by himself. He didn't need anyone slowing him down. "Okay, it's pretty much done," 𝐼𝐼𝐼 called as he finished laying down the foundation. "Thank you, 𝐼𝐼𝐼. MIC shouted happily. "So, everyone, are you ready?" The answering roar from the crowd was loud and irritating as ever. A lot's happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle where you can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations where you'll need to depend only on yourself. You get it? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of it together to rise up to your highest potential. Izuku made his way through the halls towards the stadium exit onto the field, knowing his match was first. He was curious as to who he'd be facing. By the name Izuku guessed it was a girl, though he hadn't seen enough of 1B to even guess as to which one, and anyway he'd know soon enough so it didn't really matter. Audience. The finals you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match 1. MIC called. We have a forceful kid who dominated the second round. From the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. Versus the assassin of 1B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the hero course, Shiozaki Ibara. Izuku stepped out onto the field and crossed the distance to the concrete platform, white lines painted as a border around it. Looking at the girl across from him, Izuku didn't think much of her. Steel told him she had a mutation quirk centered in the vines growing from her head like thick hair, allowing her complete control over the vines. He wondered what would happen if he stole her quirk. Would her skull collapse, or would her vines merely melt off and leave the rest of her untouched? Perhaps once he left school. Please excuse the interruption. The girl across from him very slowly raised her hand. What do you mean by assassin? I have only come here to find victory, not to take my opponent's life. Izuku grinned. How cute. Sorry. MIC scrambled to say. The girl clasped her hands together and shut her eyes, looking up into the sky as if in prayer. In the first place, I wish to enter UA High School not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others. She declared. I said I was sorry, my bad. Okay. MIC sounded quite unsettled. I thank you for your understanding. The girl smiled happily up at the booth as she opened her eyes, then bowed a little before straightening to face Izuku. Ahem. Anyway. MIC cleared his throat awkwardly. Onto the rules. They are extremely simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say I give up. Bring on the injuries because we've got our very own recovery girl on standby. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is forbidden. It's a zero-tolerance policy. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains, never purposefully fatal force. Izuku knew that already, but it was disappointing nonetheless. He'd loved to pummel his classmates so hard they died of their injuries, but it would be completely frowned upon, especially on live television. Tsukochi would probably suspect him even further, and his dad would scold him for sure. Ready? At the call, Izuku shook his hands out at his sides and grinned. Start. His opponent threw thorny vines at him with a serene yet determined expression, but Izuku boredly raised a hand and pushed her back towards the white-painted line. Despite the vines that immediately wrapped around her ankles and tried to plant her in place, Izuku used what could probably be considered an unnecessary amount of force that blasted her completely out of bounds and sent her tumbling into the far wall of the stadium. The vines cushioned her impact, but the wall cracked where she struck it. Shiozaki is out of bounds. Midnight snapped her SXL torture weapon decisively. Midoriya wins. And it's over just like that. MIC screeched, an overwhelming display of force from Midoriya right out of the gate. Sorry, Izuku called, completely unapologetic, to the girl stumbling to her feet across the stadium. She gave him a weathered, unhappy look and didn't respond. Well, her loss. Literally. Izuku headed back to the 1A seating area high up in the stands, grinning the whole way. Shinsu was heading down the halls to the stadium to prepare for his match. Izuku could feel it. He found himself looking forward to watching the upcoming match. Though he expected Ashido to win, Izuku mildly wanted to go up against Shinsu instead of her. Not that he'd let Shinsu win, but it could be fun to play with Shinsu a bit before beating him. He'd make sure to be more gentle with Shinsu too, since they were friends. Immediately upon entering the 1A booth, all eyes were on him, smiles all around. Great job, Midoriya, Kirishima said immediately. He patted an empty seat next to him. That was very well done, Yoirozu said smoothly. Thanks. Izuku grinned, sitting next to Kirishima as prompted. I may have gone overboard. I'm not sure she'd appreciate you saying that, Kirishima chided. No, I mean she hit the wall pretty hard, Izuku said, wholly sheepish. I could have been a tad bit gentler. Well, whatever. Kirishima shrugged. It was well done. Okay. Let's move on to the second match. We have another member of the dominating team of the second round. From the hero course, Shinsu Hitoshi. Izuku looked down at the field as Shinsu and Ashido made their way to the center. Versus. Is something going to come out of those horns? We'll have to wait and see. From the hero course, Ashido Mina. Shinsu had his hands in his pockets and a small smirk on his face, but there was a tension in his shoulders that didn't belong. He was anxious, his hands tucked away were to hide the gentle way they shook when he was uncertain. Izuku clicked his tongue in disappointment. Now. Second match, start. Ashido was immediately in motion, sliding across the arena on her acid with grace she'd not displayed during the quirk assessment. It was smart, which bumped her up a little in Izuku's mind. Still, she had one of those annoying personalities that Izuku couldn't get behind. A shame, really. Interestingly, when Ashido reached Shinsu, he ducked under her acid and slid out of the way. Ashido threw a punch, one that was actually perfectly placed, but Shinsu blocked and retaliated. The blow barely grazed her, weak and completely unimpressive, but Izuku saw the moment Shinsu finally snagged her as Ashido stumbled and froze. The tension bled from Shinsu's shoulders, replaced by relief and slight confidence. Moments later, Ashido was slowly shuffling across the arena with purpose, continuing until she reached the white line painting the boundaries. MIC was screaming nonsense expletives, and the crowd went nuts as Ashido stepped over the line. Ashido is out of bounds. Shinsu moves on to the second round. Midnight declared. Ashido stumbled again, blinked, then groaned and turned back to say something to Shinsu. She didn't look mad, only discouraged and pouty. That seemed to relieve Shinsu even further, especially as they walked out of the stadium side by side with Ashido seemingly chatting up a stream if the skip in her step and dramatic hand movements were any indication. That looked close for a moment there. Kirishima noted with a grin, Ashido nearly had him. Not really. Izuku replied, she has better combat abilities, but Shinso didn't need long. It was over the minute she opened her mouth. I guess you're right. Kirishima laughed, you never doubted him, did you? Nope. Izuku lied smoothly, and I don't doubt you either. You'll win, I know you will. That was a lot more true. Thanks, man. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck bashfully, I'm not sure I deserve that faith. You absolutely do. Izuku chided, so, when it's your turn, go kick butt. All right. Yeah, right. Kirishima grinned brightly. Who's next? Izuku squinted at the board, memorizing the matches so he wouldn't have to check over and over. Ah. Ida and Kaminari. Lame. Any bets on who'll win? Kirishima asked, tilting his head. Nope. Izuku shook his head. Ida against Kaminari. Could go either way. Ida is fast, but he's gonna have to either beat or hide from Kaminari's million whatever volt attack. Right? Ouch. Kirishima winced. Well, I'm rooting for Kaminari. We'll see. Izuku shrugged. I'm just excited to watch people get beat up. That's very predictable, Midoriya. Kirishima laughed warmly, bumping their shoulders together. Very predictable. I try, Kiri. Izuku smiled. I try. Chapter 19. Do you think this could get any more boring? Izuku asked. Shinsu at his side just sighed. Well, I know for sure that it'd be easier for you to watch if you weren't upside down. Shinsu said dryly. You've been sitting like that since my match with Ashido. Izuku, sitting upside down with his head on the seat and feet over the back of it, gave him a very offended look. I resent that assessment. Izuku replied, I'll have you know I can see just fine from down here. That was a lie, but only slightly. His view was completely blocked by the half-wall, but Steel gave him a great summary of what went on below him on the field. Right. Shinsu drawled, so, who's on the field? That's not a fair question. Kirishima chided, MIC just announced it. Shesh, I got this. Izuku waved him off with a grin, Yozu and some guy from 1B. Honki or something. Honinuki Juzo. Kirishima said, it's written on the board you can't see. Not you too. Izuku groaned, this is slander, blatant slander. That is a fair assessment, yes. Kirishima said brightly, now why not sit up, you like Yorozu don't you? Fine. Izuku righted himself, swinging his legs around and narrowly missing Kirishima's nose. Shinsu gave Kirishima a smug look at the blatant passive aggression, but Kirishima just grinned good-naturedly. And Yorozu is just my deputy class rep, I don't know her well enough to be friends. So, I don't really care if she loses. Isn't that a little mean? Kirishima frowned. Not really. Izuku shrugged. If she does well, she'll prove herself. If not, she'll get another chance eventually. Heroes like girls like her. Girls like her. Shinsu prompted. Intelligent, pretty, having a powerful quirk like hers is gonna attract some attention too, even if she doesn't show it off. Izuku shrugged. You think she's pretty? Shinsu frowned a little. Don't you? Izuku raised his eyebrows. Objectively speaking, she's very pretty. I agree with Midoriya, man. Kirishima laughed when Shinsu made a face. All of our classmates are very pretty, though. That's nice. Shinsu sighed. I guess they're just not my type. Oh, don't worry, Yorozu isn't my type either. Izuku said. What is your type? Shinsu's expression remained the same, but his voice seemed a bit off. Powerful. Izuku said immediately, I love powerful quirks, powerful people. It's so appealing watching people use their quirks correctly, it's exhilarating. Anyone powerful enough to catch your eye? Shinsu asked. It was a little too hurried to be casual. A few. Izuku winked. Shinsu flushed and turned away with a scowl, which made Izuku smirk in satisfaction. What an overwhelming victory for Honinuki. Izuku looked up at that, and peered down at the field. Immediately he felt he'd missed a fight that would have been worth watching. Yorozu had sunk several feet into the ground, only her collarbone and above exposed. The rest of her had seemingly been swallowed up. Izuku focused on her opponent, the 1B kid he'd not bothered to pay attention to. Steel told him he had a softening quirk, and an extremely interesting one at that. Honinuki could soften anything with just a touch as much as he wanted, and he could even completely sink into it himself and swim through it. He could also reharden it at will, which was extremely helpful. It seemed he softened the ground enough to envelop Yorozu, then hardened it again to trap her in the concrete. How marvelous. You're wearing that face again. Shinsu sighed. What face? Izuku blinked, and 𝐴 gave him a very pointed look. "Oh, you mean my making friends face?" "Yes. Come on man, it's good if Midoriya wants to make some more friends." Kirishima reached around Izuku to pat 𝐴's shoulder. "We can share, eh?" "I don't think 𝐴 shares." Izuku smirked. 𝐴 scowled but didn't reply. "You should go down, Kiri." Izuku said, "Your match starts soon." "OCRP." Kirishima shot out of his seat. "Thanks man. We're rooting for you." Izuku called as Kirishima rushed out of the booth. "Still think he'll win?" 𝐴 asked. "Yes." Izuku said plainly, "I have every confidence in him." 𝐴 examined him for a moment before turning to the field with an indecipherable look. "I think the second round is going to be cooler." Izuku said conversationally, "The match-ups look more fun. You and me fighting it out, Ida and Todoroki, Shuji against Honinuki, then Kirishima and whoever wins the last round." "Who's that again?" "Bakugo and Uraraka." Izuku shrugged. "Personally, I'm rooting for Uraraka." "Why?" 𝐴 asked. "Isn't Bakugo more likely to win?" "Not necessarily." Izuku hummed, "She's strong, I wouldn't underestimate her." "Yeah, well, whatever." 𝐴 sank down into his seat and crossed his arms, which was amusing for Izuku to watch. "Let's just watch Kirishima." Though Izuku did watch the match after that, he found himself unimpressed. The two had such similar quirks that they were unfairly evenly matched. Every punch landed firmly, but every blow was blocked by hardened skin. Neither had any clear or distinctive advantage. When they both collapsed with heaving breaths, Izuku found himself dissatisfied. A passionate head-to-head fist fight. "And the winner is..." MIC trailed off, waiting for the final call. Izuku peered down with interest, watching Midnight examine the two collapsed boys. Both contestants down. Midnight shouted after a moment, "It's a draw." "Lame." Izuku sighed. He was actually disappointed by the lackluster result. In the case of a draw, after they recover, the winner will be determined by a simple challenge like arm wrestling. With that disappointing conclusion, Kirishima and his 1B mirror were both carted off by Recovery Girl's medbots with stretchers. "What were you saying about Kirishima winning?" 𝐴 looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "He's not lost yet." Izuku pointed out, "But I am disappointed. I thought he was better than that." "Well, it seems you're not always right." 𝐴 grinned. Izuku rolled his eyes and said nothing. It was funny seeing 𝐴 jealous, and the smugness he expressed at Izuku's disappointment was just as amusing. While we wait for Kirishima and Tetsu to recover, we'll move on to the next match. MIC shouted brightly. "Bakugo and Uraraka." Finally. "This might be the most disturbing matchup," Zeus said from behind him. "I almost don't want to watch." Jiru added, "Poor Uraraka. Did you all not hear her in the classroom after the festival was announced?" Izuku turned around to say, a bit of a drawl in his voice. "She's in it to win." "Yeah, but there's only so far determination can go." Jiru said awkwardly, rubbing her arm. "I hope she's all right by the end of it." "Don't hope." Izuku said, "Watch." With that he turned back around and focused on the match. "Here's the 8th and last match of the first round." MIC announced enthusiastically, "He's got an explosive personality, and that isn't the face of a normal person." Bakugo's expression was twisted awkwardly in what looked like disgust. From the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki. Versus. "She's the one I'm rooting for." From the hero course, it's Uraraka Okako. Favoritism. How unprofessionally excellent. 8th match, start. Immediately Uraraka was sprinting forward, low to the ground and swift. Some might think it was smart of her to try and tag him with her quirk off the bat, but Izuku knew it wouldn't do much good considering Bakugo had great aerial mobility. To win, Uraraka would need to do much better than that. He only hoped she didn't disappoint the way Kirishima had. Uraraka dove forward, only to be blasted away harshly enough that she tumbled to the ground. Rolling, Uraraka took a moment to drag herself to her feet. Another charge sent her flung back with the same force. Even though you're fighting a girl, you don't have any mercy, do you, Bakugo? Zu didn't sound scolding, just interested. A smokescreen built up with every blast, dust thrown into the air with every attack that followed. Uraraka continued her assault, and she even managed to dodge one attack. One explosion completely missed her as Bakugo falsely attacked the jacket she discarded and flung in the opposite direction. A solid diversion, but a futile one. Bakugo immediately jumped back and blasted Uraraka away, even though she'd gotten closer than ever before. Though, it seemed Uraraka had another plan in the works. Interesting. He moved after he saw her. 𝐂𝐿 exclaimed. With that reaction time, it doesn't matter if there's a smokescreen. Kaminari said with a wince. The explosions and charges and attacks went on relentlessly, Uraraka hitting the ground over and over as Bakugo stood in practically one place just assessing and blasting and defending. He wasn't losing any ground, but he wasn't gaining any either. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Concern bled into Zu's voice as Uraraka was thrown again, tumbling down and wincing noticeably as she stood again. I can't watch. Jiru covered her eyes, sliding down in her seat. All of them were idiots. Izuku watched with keen eyes as Bakugo fell further and further into Uraraka's trap, adding more and more ammo to her attack. If it worked, Uraraka might have found her leg up, it could be enough to win. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but this is... MIC sounded unnerved, which was extremely irritating. It seemed none of them were watching. Hey! Someone shouted from the crowd, voice ringing out down the stadium, shouldn't you stop this? Isn't he going too far? Hey! How can you say you want to be a hero like that? Another person screamed, if there's such a difference in your abilities, just get it over with and send her out of bounds. Oh my god, shut the F up. Izuku ground out between his teeth. Shinsu at his side glanced at him in confusion. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl. Quit it already. The crowd was screaming in anger, which was seriously starting to piss him off. Izuku didn't want to say anything that might give her away, but he was slowly approaching the point where he might scream back at them. There were very few things he hated more than assholes underestimating powerful people. Uraraka. She was powerful and deserved their respect, not their slander. There's booing from part of the crowd. MIC announced like they couldn't all clearly hear the scathing comments, but, honestly, I kind of agree. Hey. There was a slap echoed over the speakers, and Izuku straightened with interest. An elbow. What was that for? It seemed a certain mummy had finally slapped some sense into him. Was that a pro hero saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Eraser's scathing voice echoed through the stadium, effectively cutting off all chatter throughout. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you sitting and watching, so leave. Go home and look at changing careers. Finally. Izuku sighed, someone with eyes. Hey. Izuku ignored his classmates' confusion as Eraser continued. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who's made it this far. Eraser said, it's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. They are both trying their best to win, equally. There was a pause in the battle where Uraraka stood breathing on one side with Bakugo motionless on the other, staring each other down. It seemed Uraraka had something to say, and once she'd said her piece she slammed her hands together and released the debris hanging above all their heads. A meteor shower. MIC screamed, and Eraser added you should have noticed, under his breath. Izuku watched as Uraraka sprinted forward, seeing the determination on her face still ever present, but she wasn't going to win. Bakugo raised a hand above his head, the other hand supporting his wrist, and though his hands shook and Bakugo's wrists were no doubt aching from overuse, Izuku knew Uraraka would lose. Somehow, that did not fill him with disappointment. Bakugo let off his largest explosion yet, obliterating the falling rocks in one fell sweep. The power shown in that single blast was breathtaking, and the heat wafting across the stands, blowing every person's hair back with force, was exhilarating. Despite Izuku's lack of interest in Bakugo, it seemed his quirk was capable of more than explosions. The potential there was immense, he realized. Uraraka, of course, was blown off her feet and sent tumbling across the arena with greater momentum than ever before. She rolled several times over, sliding across the torn-up concrete with grating force that told Izuku she wouldn't be getting back up from it. Bakugo delivers a massive explosion, blasting boldly through Uraraka's secret plan. MIC announced in disbelief. He seemed to be holding his breath for Uraraka to try again, but she couldn't. It was sad really, watching her stumble to her feet before collapsing again. She even attempted to crawl across the arena towards her opponent, but she lost consciousness shortly after. Still, Izuku felt no disappointment. He was satisfied. Yes. With a nod, Izuku decided that was accurate. Satisfied. Midnight stepped forward as Uraraka finally stilled, kneeling at her side. Uraraka is out of commission. She announced finally. Bakugo advances to the second round. The 8th match of the first round is over. Poor Uraraka. MIC said, much less enthusiastic. Oh, and Bakugo moves on to the second round. If you're gonna announce it, do it properly. Eraser muttered darkly. Now, let's pull ourselves together, watch it. Eraser warned, your personal feelings are irrelevant, anyway. MIC exclaimed, the first round is complete. Let's move on to the second round after a short break. So. Shinsu looked at Izuku, she lost after all. Yes, but she showed everyone that she has more mettle than most in his class. Izuku hummed, Uraraka has the potential to be great. With resilience and determination like hers, she'll go far. Well, if Izuku didn't kill her first. And what about Bakugo? Powerful. Izuku grinned, he's just as determined, and he didn't underestimate Uraraka like you all did from the get-go. Izuku looked behind him, unimpressed, at his rather sheepish classmates. Oi Bakugo, Zero said suddenly, watching Bakugo stomping his way in. That was tough here. Playing the bad guy. Even if it was because of the matchup, you played a great villain, Bakugo. Zu added. Shut up. Bakugo growled, predictably. Be quiet already. He slumped into a seat at the end of the row, 2 empty seats from Izuku and Shinsu. I agree with Bakugo. Izuku said, so shut up. Bakugo fought like anyone else would have, and he's definitely not villain material. No point saying he is. Man, I'm just surprised you were able to aim such a huge blast as a frail little girl. Kaminari said, watching Bakugo pointedly. I can't help but hold back against girls. Maybe if you get your head out of the clouds you'd win more. Zu deadpanned. Kaminari made an offended noise but Izuku laughed. What part of her was frail? Bakugo asked quietly, rhetorically. The others had changed their attention to Kaminari, who was whining loudly, but Izuku heard him. It made him smile a bit. Well, I'd better go. Izuku stood, my match is next. Yours too, Shinsu. Remember. Since we're kind of against each other. Oh, right. Shinsu shot to his feet as well. Good luck, both of you. Ashido said brightly. Shinsu, you better win. Since you knocked me out of the running. Sure. Shinsu offered her a strained smile, I'll do my best. No offense but Shinsu's doomed. Gyro muttered under her breath as he and Izuku made their way out, Midoriya's just too powerful. Izuku and Shinsu made their way down the halls, Izuku in the lead with Shinsu walking just barely behind him. His hands were clenched into fists, which Izuku found amusing and slightly sad. He'd completely accepted his inevitable defeat, which wouldn't do at all. Hey, Shinsu. They stopped at a fork that led in opposite directions where they were meant to split up to head to their respective entrances. Izuku turned to his friend and offered him a pretty smile. Don't give up. What? Shinsu blinked. If you go into our match looking defeated, nobody is going to be impressed. Izuku told him blandly, if you take it seriously, treating me like any other opponent, they'll see that. Shinsu's eyes were wide. Izuku waited patiently for him to fully process what he'd said. Fighting someone who'd already given up was no fun at all, and if Shinsu didn't get his head out of the dirt he'd disappoint Izuku even more than Kirishima had. Losing was one thing, giving up without even trying was much worse in Izuku's eyes. From the draw in the 7th match of the first round, Kirishima and Tetsu are going at it again. MIC's voice could be heard echoing down the hallway. Who will come out the undisputed winner? We'd better go. Izuku sighed resignedly when Shinsu said nothing. See you out there. Wait. Izuku paused in the midst of turning away, looking back to see Shinso was pink in the face. His eyes were hard, though. Okay. Izuku raised his eyebrows. I'm not going to give up. Shinsu told him firmly, you might win, actually I think that's the most likely outcome, but I'm going to try anyway. Excellent. Izuku grinned, I knew you'd come around. Shinsu nodded and turned away. The winner of the arm wrestling match to decide who moves on to the second round is. Well. MIC was screaming even louder, the one to win his ticket is Kirishima Aizuru. Now we've got everyone who's moving on to the second round, we can finally get this party started. Well, it seemed Kirishima hadn't totally let him down. Even if he'd won by just the skin of his teeth, a win was a win. With that, Izuku turned and headed down the hallway in the correct direction, gently humming in triumph. Shinsu was no longer going to be a complete plaything to beat without any effort, and Kirishima was moving on to face Bakugo in the second round. Izuku loved when things went his way.